now on the Supreme Court verdict, Ankit? Ankit, can you hear me? Ankit will join us in moments from now for all the very latest for the breaking news on your screens right now. Haldwani hearing underway in top court. Amit Bhardwaj joins us for the very latest. Amit, what's going on in court now?
Well, Chaiti, the hearing in the most awaited Haldwani demolition case has begun in the Supreme Court. And on one side, while you have people, hundreds and hundreds of people offering prayers in Haldwani on ground zero in Banbhoolpura, the arguments are being made out on their behalf by senior lawyers such as Colin Gonjalves and Prashant Bhushan in the Supreme Court. Now, the big development that has happened in the court, in Supreme Court in the Haldwani demolition case is that Justice Kaul has asked that how can you pass an order of demolition in just 7 days. So that is one of the biggest developments coming from the Supreme Court, that how can the High Court of Uttarakhand pass an order of removing the encroachment within 7 days. That is big development. The second big development, what we are picking up from the Supreme Court hearing right now, is that the court has also spoken about possibilities of rehabilitation. Now the council for the people of Banbhoolpura are arguing that many of these people have been living here for decades, and the settlements have been pre-independence as well. And along with that, they have also claimed that many of these people have lease title holdship of the lands and the government establishments in the area as well. So they are arguing that whether this land is owned by the state government, whether the land is owned by the railway, and there was question also asked by the Supreme Court as to whether demarcation of the land was carried out by the railways or not in this particular case. To which the railway responded, yes, we have demarcated the land, and then the issue of several pending petitions.
He is joining us. Nalini, is the human angle to this particular case, which is the big headline in this case, being discussed right now in the Supreme Court?
Well, absolutely, Chaiti. And right now, Senior Advocate Colin Gonsalves, essentially what he is telling the Supreme Court is that at this point, it's not clear as to whether or not this small strip of land over which these demolitions are to be carried out, who it belongs to, because it could partly belong to the railways and partly to the Uttarakhand government, but it's not clear regarding the ownership of this land. Along with that, what they are also being told is that these notices that were served regarding the eviction were served during COVID time. So the residents on the land, about 50,000 people who are going to be impacted, is the argument that is being made by the petitioners before the Supreme Court. These 50,000 people did not get enough time to even challenge these notices before an appropriate authority. So they were not given a chance for an actual due hearing, which violates the principles of natural justice. And keeping this in mind, the High Court order that had given a go-ahead for these demolitions to take place is in fact illegal and should be overturned by the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court is likely to go into the aspects regarding ownership of this land, because that is ultimately the crux on which...
Last High Court order that was passed, Nalini, in this, that was passed during the COVID period, and I believe that particular order is being read out, and there are some important remarks that are being made by the lawyers citing the last High Court order in this issue.
Yes, precisely. See, Chaiti, the matter is a little bit tricky right now because these are not the original eviction notices that are in challenge before the Supreme Court. What is in challenge before the Supreme Court is the Uttarakhand High Court order that had allowed for these demolitions to take place. So the High Court has given its stamp of approval regarding these demolitions, and the Supreme Court has the benefit of the High Court order while deciding as to whether or not this issue should even be considered. Now, because a constitutional court has already given its go-ahead, the Supreme Court Court will have to look into further nuances to decide as to whether or not this High Court order was even right in the first place. Because what Prashant Bhushan and Colin Gonsalves, who are both representing the petitioners, are telling the court is that a due hearing was not given to the petitioners at all, because at the very first stage, when the eviction notices were served, they did not have a time to challenge these eviction notices before an appropriate authority to try and get them overturned, or to try at least and get an extension. So proper procedure was not followed, because of which this High Court order should not be gone ahead and implemented, at least right now. So we know for a fact that they are going to be pushing for an interim stay at least. They're going to be asking the Supreme Court, and if in case they're even able to create a reasonable doubt regarding ownership of this land, and as to whether or not it's not clear as to whether or not the government owns this land, then the Supreme Court might be inclined to grant a stay, because once the demolitions takes place, of course,
News coming in, paramilitary is going to be deployed for 7 days. That's flashing on your screens right now. They say that they do not want to displace the people. The Haldwani hearing is underway in the top court, and there is breaking news on your screens right there. The latest arguments on your screens: paramilitary forces are going to be deployed for 7 days. Nalini, that's the latest input coming in at the moment, that they do not want to displace people overnight. Supreme Court going on to say that they do not want to displace people overnight, and a solution needs to be worked out. That circles back to the original point that you were trying to make as well, that there could be a stay on this order.
And another important aspect that the petitioners are raising before the court, Kathy, is that the original proceedings under the original act regarding the public property are still undergoing. There is still no final conclusion that has been achieved in those aspects. So because of that, right now this entire demolition should not be allowed to take place at all, is what the petitioners have stated before the Supreme Court. Not only that, what we're getting to know right now, and our colleagues from inside the Supreme Court are giving us these details, is that the Supreme Court has said that there needs to be clarity on whether the complete land that vests in railways, or whether the land belongs to the state. So this is exactly like we were predicting just a few minutes earlier. The question regarding ownership of this land is crucial, and the Supreme Court has said that before these demolitions are allowed to take place, there needs to be complete clarity.
Nalini, are we expecting just an order from the Supreme Court today, or is there going to be a verdict as well?
No. So this is, remember, Chaiti, this is the first hearing that's happening in this matter before the Supreme Court. So there is no question of a final verdict being pronounced. But like I told you earlier, the petitioners are going to press for an interim stay, which means that while the proceedings are pending before the Supreme Court, these demolitions should be stayed until the Supreme Court in finality can decide the validity of these eviction orders, and ultimately the High Court order that had given a go-ahead to these demolitions. Now, if the demolitions are allowed to take place in the meantime, then this entire hearing before the Supreme Court becomes infructuous. That is precisely why they were pushing for an interim stay, and their basis for pushing for an interim stay was that the ownership of this land right now is still not decided.
That's a big breaking story flashing on our screens as well. Supreme Court is saying do not want to be people to be displaced overnight, and there are 50,000 people involved. They don't want this displacement, and they need more clarity on land ownership. That is what the Apex Court has said. That's breaking on your screens. 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight. That is what the Supreme Court has said. The government to ensure no further encroachment. Nalini, throwing straight across to you on the back of the latest comments that are being made by the Supreme Court. If you could elaborate further on who the onus is on now to prove who the land belongs to at the moment in terms of the ownership.
I think the big breaking news coming in right now is that the Supreme Court, like we predicted, has issued a stay on these demolitions. They've said that these demolitions cannot go on any further. A stay has been put in place by the Supreme Court. This is an interim stay, remember, because the Supreme Court in as many words has come out and say that 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight until and unless you have plans in place to rehabilitate them into another part and figure out exactly what the logistics. Once their houses, their shops, all of the complexes that are present on that
issue stay on the demolition of Haldwani houses, as mentioned by our reporter Nalini just now. The latest coming in on your screens as well. Supreme Court stays the demolition of Haldwani houses. Supreme Court goes on to say 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight. So there has been a stay on this order. of the Haldwani houses, and Nalini's been speaking about this for a while now, that there could be a stay on this order, and Nalini has predicted, you were right, there has been a stay on this order. If you could elaborate further on what the Supreme Court has further gone on to say for further clarity.
The reason why the Supreme Court has stayed this order is, like I told you earlier, because if the demolitions are allowed to be carried out, then this entire hearing becomes meaningless. There is no point in having this hearing before the Supreme Court as to whether or not those eviction notices were even legal. But the second thing, and the more important thing that the Supreme Court has said while issuing this stay, is that you cannot just uproot 50,000 people overnight after just serving them a notice and not even giving them a due chance to challenge those notices before an appropriate authority. More importantly, until and unless you have rehabilitation plans in place for these 50,000 people to be moved to another area, it is not logical to go ahead and demolish them, demolish their houses, demolish their workplaces, their schools, several mosques and other worship places that are present in that particular area. So it's not logical for the government to do that, which is why they have specifically issued notices to the Uttarakhand government, asked them to come forth with their response on these petitions, which means that the Supreme Court is going to go into the nitty-gritties of this matter. They are going to go ahead and check the validity of these eviction notices that were served to these residents as to whether or not proper procedure was followed, and if these residents who are going to be...
Legal now joins us. Anisha, the big breaking story coming in is that the Supreme Court has put out a stay on this particular order, saying the demolition of Haldwani houses, there's a stay on this. You were inside the Supreme Court. What were the arguments made to and fro? Because the for and against, I beg your pardon, it's a relief. It's definitely a relief for the moment, and we can say it's a temporary relief coming in for the residents.
Well, yes, we can definitely say it's a big relief for now for these residents. The Supreme Court has noted that about 50,000 people are going to be affected, that there needs to be some sort of rehabilitation scheme that needs to be chalked out on this matter, because the Supreme Court has very clearly noted that you cannot start a demolition like this. You cannot send in paramilitary forces to evacuate people, to remove people, evict people in this particular manner. And therefore, the court has said that since this matter has been going on for a very long time, remember from the railways, the Additional Solicitor General has pointed out that since 2017, this issue has been going on, that Public Premises Act proceedings have been conducted. The court has said we are not putting a stay on the PP Act proceedings. You have to examine the rights and the liabilities.
Hold on right there. We're getting some live reactions coming in. The residents are speaking. We'll listen, and then after that, I'll come back to you, Anisha, on the date of the next hearing and a little bit of a direction whether the Supreme Court has given that or not. But before that, we're getting reactions from the residents who are relieved. All right, we'll go back to our reporter in moments from now and re-establish that connection to our reporter. Anisha, any indication? When is the next date of hearing?
Well, the next date of hearing is likely to be sometime in February. The court has said we'll meet after a month. It is likely to be after the 7th of February at this moment. But what the directions of the Supreme Court seem to be very clear. There is a stay on the demolition orders. There is a stay on the eviction proceedings of this matter. And I will just show you here as well. If you can see behind me now, these are a lot of people who've come in from Uttarakhand. They're here in the Supreme Court premises. If you are getting my visuals here behind me on the phone, I'm just going to show you. There are dozens of people from Uttarakhand who are here in the Supreme Court today. These are the people who would be affected by the demolition. Several of these people are petitioners here. आप भी उत्तराखंड से आए हैं, हल्द्वानी से आए हैं आप लोग? आप हल्द्वानी से पार्षद हैं। क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने रोक लगा दी है? क्या कह रहे हैं?
हम दिल से सुप्रीम कोर्ट का धन्यवाद करते हैं, इस बात का धन्यवाद करते हैं और अपने वकीलों का धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने सच्चाई सामने रखी और सरकार का जो मंशा थी, सरकार की जो मंशा।
आप लोगों को कितने दिनों से डेमोलिशन के ऊपर मुद्दा चल रहा है? सालों से चल रहा है ये। रेलवे का लैंड है या सरकार का? सुनिए मेरे सवाल तो सुनिए। रेलवे का लैंड है या सरकार का? उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की जमीन है कि रेलवे की जमीन है? उस पर भी क्लैरिटी लाने के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सवाल उठाया कि किसका आखिर जमीन किसकी है, उसमें हक किसका है। आप लोग वहां से क्या देखते हैं?
सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश पर उत्तराखंड हाई कोर्ट ने सुनवाई करी, हमारे कागज, हमारे सबूत सब रद्दी टोकरी में डाल दिए गए, हमें किसी को मौका नहीं दिया गया। और सरकार ने जो चाहा, सरकार पिछली बार जब जो थी वो हमें जब खड़ी हुई थी, ये सरकार भी खड़ी नहीं हुई। वहाँ का मेयर अपनी जमीन, वहाँ का मेयर है वो भाजपा का है, वो उसने ये नहीं कह सोचा कि मैं कम से कम अपनी जमीन को अपना कहूँ। और हमें मकसद,
आप लोग कहाँ से हैं?
बनभूलपुरा
पार्षद है हल्द्वानी के? आपका नाम क्या है सर?
शकील सलमानी, ये है गुफरान, ये है उवैस राजा।
आप दोनों पार्षद हैं हल्द्वानी के, तो वहाँ पर क्या सिचुएशन है इस वक्त सर? जरा
वहाँ पे सारी महिलाएं, बच्चे, हिंदू मुस्लिम सब मंदिरों में मस्जिदों में दुआ मांग रहे हैं। आप वहाँ के वीडियो देखिए, आप उठा के
जी
क्या और ये कह रहे हैं ऊपर वाले से
उनकी दुआ
नहीं, तो मुझे ये बताइए, पब्लिक प्रेमिसेस एक्ट के अंतर्गत जो प्रोसीडिंग्स होती हैं, जैसे कि लैंड किसका है, जमीन किसकी है, उस पर जितने लोगों का मालिकाना हक किसी का है, किसी को लैंड लीज होल्ड मिला है,
जगह भी है, पट्टे भी है, सरकारी स्कूल है, मंदिर है, मस्जिद है,
वहाँ पे सरकारी चिकित्सालय है, वहाँ 2-3 प्राइमरी पाठशाला है, वहाँ पर सिविल लाइन बनी हुई है।
को बचाने के लिए तमाम हमारे मुस्लिम भाई सड़कों पे बैठे थे, आज मस्जिदों को बचाने के लिए तमाम हमारे हिंदू भाई सड़कों पे बैठे थे, और आज तमाम हिंदू मुस्लिम इस न्यायपालिका में न्याय मांगने आए थे, मंदिर और मस्जिद को बचाने के लिए न्याय मांगने आए थे। हम लोग सब मंदिर और मस्जिद को बचाने के लिए।
तो मंदिर और मस्जिद की बात हम जरा साइड में रखते हैं सर। 50,000 लोगों का मुद्दा है ये, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी माना है कि लोगों को आप इस तरह से बाहर नहीं कर सकते। कोई जमीन किसकी है, उस पर क्या मुद्दा उठा है?
जमीन
issue, listen, we're dipping into some live reactions coming in. That's
ह्यूमन
Salman
एंगल भी
Khurshid
किया
right
और
there.
कहा कि ये इंसानी इसमें भी एस्पेक्ट है।
बेशक उन्होंने ऐसा कहा, और उन्होंने ऐसा कहा उन लोगों के लिए भी कहा जो ये कहते हैं कि अगर कानूनी कार्रवाई से लगता है कि उनको वहाँ रहने का हक नहीं है, लेकिन 50 साल से वहाँ रह रहे हैं, तो कुछ ना कुछ तो इंसानी हमदर्दी उनके साथ होनी चाहिए, ये भी कहा। लेकिन ये कहा कि आप इस पूरे मामले को गौर से देखकर और इसका कोई रास्ता निकालिए, कुछ हल निकालिए, इसका समाधान निकालिए। हम ये नहीं चाहते हैं कि पहले ये नीचे जाए, फिर ऊपर आए, फिर नीचे जाए, ये कोर्ट में ही घूमता रहे। हम चाहते हैं कि रेलवे का भी काम हो जाए। अगर रेलवे को जगह की ज़रूरत है तो उनकी जगह कैसे उनको मिल सकती है वो आप तय करिए, और जो लोग वहाँ रहते रहे हैं उनको आप यकीनन उनके लिए कोई रिहैबिलिटेशन का कोई ऐसा प्लान लाइए जो हम उससे मुतमईन हो जाएं, हम संतुष्ट हो जाएं।
कोर्ट ने हाई कोर्ट के आदेश पर भी सवाल उठाए कि 7 दिन कोई बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है।
जो भी कहा, जो कोर्ट ने कहा, देखिए कोर्ट बहुत सारी चीजें कहता है जब बहस हो रही होती है, लेकिन वो ऑर्डर नहीं होता। ऑर्डर सिर्फ यही है कि अभी इस वक्त इस मामले पर हम स्टे लगा रहे हैं, हम और कुछ नहीं कह रहे हैं, हम स्टे लगा रहे हैं, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगली दफा आप आएंगे तो कोई प्लान लेकर आएंगे जो सब लोगों को मुतमईन करेगा।
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू।
Salman Khurshid right there giving out a reaction, going on to say that the court, the basic story here and the takeaway according to Salman Khurshid is that there is a stay on this particular order. We're getting more reactions coming in. Listen.
कोर्ट इस चीज से पीड़ित थे कि 50,000 लोगों को 7 दिन में हटाया जा रहा है, और ये कोर्ट को लगा कि जिस तरह से हाईकोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दी ये कानून के तहत नहीं है, इसीलिए कोर्ट ने उस पर स्टे लगा दी।
कोर्ट ने ह्यूमन एंगल भी इसमें बताया है और उसको आधार माना है।
कोर्ट को तो ह्यूमन एंगल दिखा, क्योंकि 40-50 साल से 70 साल से लोग यहाँ रह रहे हैं, 47 के बाद लोग यहाँ के रह रहे हैं, तो 7 दिन में उनको हटाना तो एकदम जुल्म वाली बात है। इसीलिए कोर्ट ने रिहैबिलिटेशन स्कीम की बात की कि सरकार को, भारत सरकार को, रेलवेज को और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को देखना पड़ेगा कि कोई रिहैबिलिटेशन स्कीम लाई जाए जिससे कोई इंतजाम किया जाए। अगर रेलवे को जमीन की जरूरत भी है और उनकी है, तब भी कोई इंतजाम तो करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज लोगों को घर से बेघर नहीं करना चाहिए।
यानी विध्वंस के साथ निर्माण पर भी रोक लगाई कोर्ट।
हाँ जी।
विकास के नाम पर कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं होगा।
नहीं, अभी कोर्ट ने ऐसा नहीं कहा, वो बात उठी नहीं, वो भी बात नहीं उठी है।
विकास का ध्यान रखिए, विकास का ध्यान
रखिएगा, पर विकास अलग से देखा जाएगा।
कहाँ है सुमित
And from the petitioners' lawyers, Amit Bhardwaj joins us now from Salman Khurshid and the other lawyer representing the petitioners. What we can pick up is that the court has, for now, the big headline is stayed the order. Number 2, there needs to be a mutually agreeable consensus that they have to come up with at the moment. Do you think that the parties will now have to take this issue out of court, discuss the mutually agreeable terms and conditions before the next hearing, which we are flashing is on 7th of February?
Well, Chaiti, the first reaction that we are getting from ground zero for our viewers right now is that people are happy in Banbhoolpura. They were tense for the past week. They were not sure as to what is the future that they are heading towards. And constantly they were saying that initially the railway had claimed their stake on 29 acres of land. Now they are saying 78 acres of land. So where is that extra land coming from? What is the proof and ground for that claim? And these are the precise arguments that were put forward by the lawyers such as Colin Gonsalves, Prashant Bhushan, Mr. Luthra in the court today in defense of the petitioners of Banbhoolpura. And it appears that the court has agreed to these arguments, where the immediate stay has been put on the demolition order. There's people are happy here, they are relieved out here, and along with that, the court has also questioned the Uttarakhand High Court's order, saying that how can you pass an order to demolish so many houses within 7 days, bringing in paramilitary force. So the stay has been put in. The next hearing will happen a month later from now, and then the court has also agreed that railway needs to develop carry on development activities. There's no question to that, and the court is ready to listen to those plans. But as of now, there's a stay on the demolition order, and that is why a current of happiness and relief is out here in Banbhoolpura, and you could see people from different parts of the state coming out here and making out speeches. आप लोगों को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आप लोगों की बात सुनी, आपको आज राहत मिला है। जी क्या रिएक्शन है? पहला रिएक्शन क्या है आप लोगों का?
हमें बहुत खुशी है कि ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बिल्कुल हक की बात जायज फैसला दिया है इस टाइम, और इंशाल्लाह हम इस लड़ाई में आगे तक जाएंगे। जो ये अतिक्रमण के नाम पे जो जिनके पट्टे भी मिले हैं, सरकारी स्कूल बने हैं, तो वो अतिक्रमण की लैंड कैसे हो सकती है? ये मेरा चैनल के
कोर्ट ने ये सवाल भी उठाया जो आप लोग लगातार कह रहे थे कि 7 दिनों के अंदर किस तरह से खाली किया जा सकेगा, पुनर्वास की कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई है। ये तमाम मुद्दे भी कोर्ट ने खुद ही उठाए, सवाल उठाए।
जी ये बहुत अच्छा फैसला लिया है कोर्ट ने, क्योंकि काफी सारे लोग हैं यहाँ पर, काफी स्कूल्स हैं। इससे ये लोग कहाँ जाएंगे? इस टाइम पर ठंड का माहौल है, इतनी जल्दी इस फैसले पर वो नहीं करना चाहिए था। हाई कोर्ट ने भी एकदम फैसला लिया।
इतने दिनों से टेंस माहौल था, आप लोग कहीं ना कहीं डरे हुए थे, फिलहाल राहत मिली है।
हाँ, इससे बहुत राहत मिली है। अब काफी टाइम मिला है, लोग अपने लिए तैयारी भी कर सकते हैं। आगे कुछ हो, कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो टाइम मिल चुका है। ये बहुत अच्छा फैसला है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का। हमें भरोसा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऐसा कुछ करेगा,
भरोसा था आप लोगों को। तो सुबह से जो दुआएं आप लोग पढ़ रहे थे वो पूरी हुई है?
जी दुआएं तो चली रही थी काफी टाइम से, ऊपर वाला देख ही रहा था।
यह हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री अजय भट्ट जी, जिन्होंने इसके लिए अत्यधिक प्रयास किया है, उनका भी धन्यवाद करता हूं, और सभी जनप्रतिनिधियों का जो हमारे इस काम में लगे थे, उन सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस क्षेत्र की जनता को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
All right, these are the top reactions that are coming in, and also our battery of reporters joining you from ground zero. Basically, the Supreme Court has said that there is a stay on the demolition of Haldwani houses.
और रेल विभाग माननीय हाई कोर्ट में और माननीय उच्च न्यायालय में जो भी उनका फैसला, जो भी उनका मुकदमा था, वो चल रहा था, और राज्य सरकार की तरफ से हमने पहले ही कहा है कि जो भी न्यायालय का आदेश होगा हम उसके अनुरूप आगे कार्रवाई करेंगे।
Going on to say we will comply by whatever the Supreme Court order is, and the Supreme Court has put a stay on this order. Next hearing is on 7th of February. Anisha, like you were explaining to our viewers, breaking it down, next hearing is on 7th of February. Does this really mean that till 7th of February the parties have an option to discuss what is the mutually agreeable solution going forward and come back to the court with that?
Well, yes, by 7th of February, the Supreme Court has asked these different parties to come out. They've said that the railways, the state government and the people have to work out a system for rehabilitation. And this has become a massive political issue as well. in the state of Uttarakhand. People are out on the streets. This is becoming a religion-based issue as well. And we're also going to try and speak to Imran Pratapgarhi of the Congress Party and the lawyers who are here in this matter. You can just see what, sir, Supreme Court has issued a stay. This is the court has also said that some sort of a rehabilitation scheme needs to be worked out. You have to figure out who owns what land, who has what rights. How do you see this going forward politically also?
नहीं, पॉलिटिकली से ज्यादा मैं ये कहूंगा कि ये इंसानियत के हिसाब का बहुत शानदार फैसला है माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय का। उच्चतम न्यायालय ने जो टिप्पणी की है और जो फैसला दिया है, फाइनली उन्होंने कहा कि स्टे हम रोकते हैं। आप 4,365 परिवारों को एक साथ ऐसे नहीं उजाड़ सकते बिना किसी ठोस प्लान के।
जी, तो सर प्लान का क्या, किस तरह से बनेगा, क्या होगा, क्या सड़क पर जब ये मुद्दा आता है तो क्या होगा?
सड़क से ज्यादा ये इंसाफ की लड़ाई है। सड़क का मुद्दा नहीं है ये लोगों के घर का मुद्दा है, लोगों के घर बचाने का मुद्दा है, स्कूल बचाने का मुद्दा है, मंदिर बचाने का मुद्दा है, अस्पताल बचाने का मुद्दा है। तो हम धन्यवाद अदा करते हैं माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय का। माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के फैसले पे आपको बहुत ज्यादा टीका टिप्पणी करने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं, इतना साफ सुथरा फैसला है।
सर, हम जमीनी हकीकत पर सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। इतने सारे लोग ये बाहर प्रोटेस्ट भी कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर पॉलिटिकल मुद्दा भी उठाया है।
वो अपने लिए दुआ कर रहे हैं, वो अपने लिए ईश्वर से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि हमारा घर बचा रहे।
जी, तो अब क्या, किस तरह से इसको वर्कआउट करने के लिए कहा गया है?
लोग संतुष्ट हैं, इंसाफ की आगे लड़ाई, रेलवे कोई नई स्कीम लेकर के आएगा माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय में, राज्य सरकार क्या करती है हमें तो अब वो देखना है, हमें तो स्टे मिल चुका है।
और आप लोगों की तरफ से अब क्या अगला कदम रहेगा?
हम लगातार माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के फैसले का स्वागत करते रहेंगे।
जी, so as you can see, politically this issue had become a hot point in Uttarakhand, and now the railways and the state government have been asked to identify who owns what land, what kind of land rights are available, if there are any freehold or leasehold properties there. Because remember, several of these petitioners have claimed that they've been staying there for more than 40, 50 years. Now, the Supreme Court has also taken note of those arguments and said that you will have to figure out what kind of land rights are available in this area, because railways, what kind of land does the railway hold, what kind of land is owned by the state government, whether there are any people who are living on those lands who have been given pattas for that particular land, and all of that will have to come, the state and the railways will have to come back to court with some sort of a rehabilitation scheme now. On the 5th of February, we'll have to see how this is going to work out.
Yeah, so Anisha, while the residents are extremely happy at the moment, because it is indeed, as you mentioned, a big relief coming in for the residents too, because the Supreme Court is very clear that you cannot be displacing and uprooting 50,000 people overnight like that in a week's notice. But is there a reason for them to cheer for long, or is it only going to last till 7 because their fate still hangs in balance? What is your sense?
Well, it is very clear that their fate does in fact hang in the balance here at the moment, because what the court has not said, do not demolish at all. The court has said, first work out who owns what. First, ensure that the proper proceedings under the Public Premises Act is carried out. Find out who has what rights, find out who has been where for how many years, and then also create a rehabilitation scheme of some sort, so that these people are not thrown out on the road with no relief. So obviously, it is not that for a long period of time, these people will be able to continue to occupy the land that they are occupying. Remember, and I'm emphasizing this again for our viewers, this stay order by the Supreme Court does not mean that the people who've been staying there on what is being called railway land will be able to continue to stay there for generations. It means that at some point, the state of Uttarakhand, the railways authorities will have to work out the land ownership patterns. They will have to work out a rehabilitation scheme. And then when such a rehabilitation scheme is all actually created, that is when these people will then be evicted. What the court has said, however, that it is unfair to bring in paramilitary forces and tell people that you must be out within 7 days, or else we will be sending in these paramilitary forces to throw you out. That is what the court has raised objection to. That is what the court has passed its orders on the basis of, that you cannot, in this short period of time, simply pass an order and tell people to leave. You cannot evict people in this manner. There has to be some sort of a rehabilitation scheme, and that in effect is what the more important point of this order is, that since this issue has been before court since 2017, remember this is not a new issue. The railways have been talking about.
Also, Anisha, because you understand the law very clearly, understand from you if there has been a previous precedence, because even in cases of clear encroachment with people having no title, also in the past we've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, the government providing rehabilitation relief for them too without possessing a clear title. And hence this case becomes a little...
Definitely this happens.
Yes, go on.
Most definitely. See, the whole point of the proceedings under the Public Premises Act, under the various rehabilitation related rules, is that even first you find out if somebody has a legitimate title, and if they don't, if they are if they are on encroached land, then on humanitarian grounds, on grounds of the right to life and liberty, there has to be some sort of a rehabilitation scheme. I'm also going to speak to one of the lawyers in this particular case. Sir, you're one of the lawyers who was appearing in this Haldwani matter.
No, I was there.
You're not one of the. I apologize. For that, I will get one of the lawyers in this particular case to explain this specific point as well. Because as far as the law, as far as the rules are concerned, there has to be a clear rehabilitation scheme that has to be created before people can be evicted in this manner. We've seen this in case of. We have seen this in case of several evictions in Delhi, in other states as well. I'm going to be joined by one of the lawyers now. Rubna, you're one of the lawyers for the petitioners. What does this? May I just ask you to clarify one point? What does this mean for the people there now? I mean, will there have to be some sort of a rehabilitation scheme? Can people who don't have land titles, what happens to them now?
See, the Supreme Court has clearly stated that there will be no demolition right now. And the next date is 7th of February. But in the meantime, the Supreme Court has also stated, also asked the railways and the union to come out with some scheme, because there is a scheme of rehabilitation where is there in state of Uttarakhand. But at the same time, without considering the scheme of rehabilitation of the scheme, the High Court actually directly ordered demolitions. So therefore, the Supreme Court has directed the railways to come up with something, some solution, because they cannot. It took a humane angle, and they said that you cannot just give...
Big breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to it. The inside details of Air India urination horror. Cops close in on accused Shekhar Mishra. Sources indicate accused currently not in Mumbai. And sources further go on to tell India Today that the Delhi cops are hunting for Shekhar Mishra in this case. Sources have also revealed that cops are going to be arresting the accused soon enough. That's the latest coming in from our police sources. Arvind Oja breaking the story first on India Today on the details, inside details of Air India urination horror. Now joins us live on this broadcast. अरविंद, आपके सूत्रों के मुताबिक कितनी जल्द से जल्द शेखर मिश्रा जो मेन अक्यूज्ड है उन्हें अरेस्ट किया जाएगा?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए जो इंडिया टुडे को एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी मिली है कि जो शेखर मिश्रा है उसने अपनी लोकेशन चेंज कर दी है। वो रहने वाला मुंबई का है, लेकिन फिलहाल वो मुंबई में नहीं है। और दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेस ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि मल्टीपल टीमें लगी हुई हैं और बहुत जल्द शेखर मिश्रा को अरेस्ट कर लिया जाएगा। पुलिस की एक टीम काफी क्लोज है शेखर मिश्रा के, लेकिन ये जानकारी मिली है कि मुंबई में कुछ दिनों तक था, लेकिन अब वो लोकेशन अपना मुंबई से शिफ्ट कर चुका है। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम पीछे लगी हुई है और दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेस, टॉप ऑफिशियल का कहना है कि जल्द ही वो शेखर मिश्रा को अरेस्ट कर लेंगे।
तो ही इज ऑन द रन नाउ। अरविंद, वो मतलब दिल्ली पुलिस और बाकी सारी पुलिसों से भाग रहे हैं अभी?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए अगर अक्यूज्ड है और जाहिर सी बात है उसके खिलाफ FIR रजिस्टर्ड हो चुकी है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन शेखर मिश्रा मुंबई का रहने वाला है, वो नहीं मिला। इस वजह से दिल्ली पुलिस की मल्टीपल टीमें लगाई हैं और बिल्कुल वो एब्सकॉन्डिंग है और दिल्ली पुलिस उसको अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रही है।
और पुलिस का अभी क्या प्लान है? उनको कैसे ट्रेस किया जाएगा? उनके कोई क्रेडिट कार्ड के डिटेल्स होंगे, कहीं पर कुछ स्वाइप किया होगा, किस तरीके से? क्योंकि जरूरी नहीं है वो दिल्ली या मुंबई में मिले, वो कहीं और भी मिल सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल, देखिए आपको बताऊं कि जब 17 ईयर ओल्ड जो विक्टिम है, आपको बताऊं चैती, जो सोर्सेज से जानकारी मिली है, अभी वो फिलहाल अपना इलाज करवा रही है क्योंकि काफी सीनियर सिटीजन है, वो दिल्ली से बाहर है और अपना इलाज करा रही है, हॉस्पिटलाइज्ड है। उनसे कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की, साथ ही साथ अक्यूज की डिटेल्स निकाली गई। 40 से 50 साल इसकी एज है, मुंबई का ये रहने वाला है। जो इसका मोबाइल का सिम कार्ड के जरिए लोकेट किया गया और वो मुंबई की लोकेशन मिली थी, लेकिन उसके बाद इसकी मूवमेंट मुंबई से बाहर की हुई और जहां पर इसकी लोकेशन मिली है वो उस लोकेशन पर दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम गई हुई है। जो दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप ऑफिशियल ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया कि बहुत जल्द जो शेखर मिश्रा अक्यूज्ड है उसको अरेस्ट किया जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, और एफआईआर भी दर्ज किया गया है इस मुंबई के बिजनेसमैन के ऊपर। एफआईआर में क्या लिखा है, मतलब व्हाट आर द कंटेंट्स ऑफ द एफआईआर?
देखिए, आईपीसी 354, 354, 294, 509, 5010 ये काफी कड़े सेक्शन है, जिसमें कहीं ना कहीं जो 354 है मोलेस्टेशन का केस भी रजिस्टर किया इसमें दिल्ली पुलिस ने। तो जाहिर सी बात है, जब शेखर मिश्रा को दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम अरेस्ट करेगी तो उसको काफी दिन तक जेल में रहना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सीधा सीधा मोलेस्टेशन का केस भी लगाया हुआ है। साथ ही साथ जो विक्टिम है, अभी चूंकि वो हॉस्पिटलाइज्ड है, उनका भी 164 का स्टेटमेंट दिल्ली पुलिस लेने की कोशिश करेगी, लेकिन चूंकि वो अभी काफी सीनियर सिटीजन है, उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है, इसलिए उनको अभी डिस्टर्ब नहीं किया गया है। मेन फोकस अक्यूज को अरेस्ट करने का है दिल्ली पुलिस।
बिल्कुल अरविंद, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। All efforts are now being made to nab the accused, according to our police sources. Arvind Oja breaking the story first here on India Today. I just want to tell our viewers, Shekhar Mishra, that is the name of the Mumbai-based businessman who peed on a co-passenger, and he is now on the run. The police are trying to nab Shekhar Mishra, the businessman, at the moment. With that, we're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. There's lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us here on Lunch Break on India Today.
Forget development. Focus on issues like love jihad. That is the message from Karnataka BJP President and Dakshina Kannada MP Nalin Kumar Katil to party cadres ahead of the elections this year.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನೀವು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮೋರಿ ಚರಂಡಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಸೋದಾಗ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕು ನಿಮಗೇನು ಬಂಗಾರ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿ ಅಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬೇಕು, ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ.
The Lok Sabha MP made the statement while addressing party workers as part of BJP's Booth Vijaya Abhiyan in Mangaluru on Monday. The Congress, which is trying to corner the BJP government in the state over issues like corruption, has accused the BJP of divisive politics.
They are not looking at development, they are looking at hatredness, they are looking at dividing the country. That is why we are only looking at development. We want what people get.
When they fail to do anything which people wanted, they divert towards the communal agenda. That is their normal practice, and they are at it.
Katil's remarks come at a time when potholes have become death traps in Bengaluru, putting the Basavaraj Bommai government in the dock. Data from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways show Bengaluru is among the top 3 cities for deaths due to road accidents.
The Congress has criticized the statement of BJP State President Nalin Kumar Katil on love jihad. They allege that BJP in the state of Karnataka is concentrating on divide and rule rather than development. With video journalist Shivu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Well, there's breaking news coming in with Mamata Banerjee going on to say that they are telling lie. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee rubbishing video of Vande Bharat attack. There you go. Mamata Banerjee rubbishes video of Vande Bharat attack. They are telling a lie. They are in power as they are in power in Delhi. They think others do not have any power. Unquote is what Mamata Banerjee has said on Vande Bharat stone pelting incident. Mamata said action is going to be taken against those who have spread fake news. It did not take place in Bengal. It happened in Bihar. What is Vande Bharat? It is an old train that has been refurbished as a new one. Mamata Banerjee says this on Vande Bharat stone pelting, that action will be taken against those who spread fake news. Latest coming in, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee rubbishing these charges, going on to say Vande Bharat is a refurbished train. Listen in to what Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has to say.
আপনারা অনেক টিভি চ্যানেলে উল্টোপাল্টা করে 3 দিন আমাদের বিরুদ্ধে বাংলার বদনাম করেছেন। যারা বদনাম করেছেন এবং ফেক নিউজ দেখিয়েছেন এবং মানুষের কাছে ভুল বার্তা দিয়েছেন বাংলাকে অসম্মান করবার, তাদের বিরুদ্ধে কিন্তু আইনের পথে চলবে। এটা বাংলায় ঘটেনি, এটা বিহারে ঘটেছে। বিহারের মানুষের ক্ষোভ থাকতেই পারে এবং গণতন্ত্রের ক্ষোভ থাকলে তার একটা ঘটনা যদি ঘটেও থাকে সেটা নিয়ে বিহারকে তো অপমান করা যায় না। আমি মনে করি তাদের পাওয়ার অধিকার আছে, আজকে বিজেপি নেই বলে তারাই বা পাবে না কেন? আর বন্দে ভারত কি একটা নতুন ট্রেনকে, মানে আমরা যেটা বলি যে একটা পুরনো ট্রেনকে রং করে একটা করে দিয়েছে।
Ritik Mondal is now joining us live. Ritik, what really happened? Were the stones pelted in West Bengal or not pelted? Because Mamata Banerjee says that this is a lie.
Well, Chaiti, at this point in time, we have a fresh statement issued by the Eastern Railway CPR, which claims that in 2 instances in which Vande Bharat Express were targeted, one happened in Malda, which comes under West Bengal, and it's particularly the statement says that incident happened in Malda's Kumarganj area, and also Eastern Railway claims that another incident in which the Vande Bharat Express, which was heading towards Kolkata, was stone pelted. It's happened in Bihar. And now what we had, the first reaction of Mamata Banerjee over this incident, in which she claims that the incident of Vande Bharat Express being targeted or stone pelted is fake, and the fake news spread across the media. And she also gone on record that the action will be taken. The state government will take action for spreading such.
He's saying
fake
it happened
news.
in Bihar. It never happened in West Bengal. So where did it actually happen?
As per the Eastern Railway is owned by the Eastern Railway just a while back, which claimed that the one incident happened in Malda, which comes under West Bengal, and of course, and particularly it said it's happened in Malda's Kumarganj area. Another incident in which the Vande Bharat Express were targeted or stone pelted that happened in Bihar. The Katihar district or the Katihar division, the statement says. So in which how far Mamata Banerjee is claiming.
Now the Bharatiya Janata Party is now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Sinha, Mamata Banerjee is rubbishing the charges. This after the BJP demanded answers as well. She's saying that this is a lie and this incident never took place in West Bengal, but it actually happened in Bihar. Your response?
देखिए, ममता बनर्जी चीजों को घुमाने का कोशिश कर रहा है. उनका राम विरोधिता से ही प्रोत्साहित होके ऐसा घटना हुआ.
हाँ.
और बिहार जिनको कहते हैं वो तो बंगाल का चिकन नेक है. बिहार मतलब पटना नहीं है. ऐसे करके बिहार बोलना चालू किया. लगता है जो पटना में हुआ. ट्रेन पटना से जा रहा था. बिहार मतलब कटिहार और किशनगंज का जो रास्ता है वो तो कोई बच्चा भी उस पार से पत्थर मारेंगे वो भी पड़ेगा. तो इसीलिए बंगाल और बिहार का सीमाना का उधर कोई डिमार्केशन ही नहीं है. एक्चुअली बात यही है, जो मालदा में जब घटना हुआ हल्ला ज्यादा हो गया था, इसीलिए तृणमूल साजिश करके
वो तो कह रहे हैं, राहुल सिन्हा वो कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग फेक न्यूज फैला रहे हो, कि ऐसा ये सब, और हम एक्शन लेंगे इन लोगों पर जो लोग फेक न्यूज फैला रहे हैं.
नहीं, कोई फेक न्यूज नहीं चला रहा है. पत्थर तो हुआ, पत्थर तो नहीं हुआ, ऐसा तो नहीं है. फेक न्यूज नहीं है. ममता बनर्जी तो अभी इसको दबाना चाहता है.
नहीं, स्टोन पेल्टिंग इंसिडेंट हुआ है मिस्टर सिन्हा. वो कह रहे हैं कि पर ये बंगाल में नहीं हुआ, ये बिहार में हुआ है.
मैं वही तो बोलने जा रहा हूँ. बिहार और बंगाल, बिहार मतलब पटना नहीं है. बंगाल और बिहार जहाँ पर हुआ वहीं पर दूरी कितना है. बच्चा भी पत्थर मारेंगे वो बिहार में जाके पड़ेगा. ऐसा सीमाना में है वो है. और उसी सीमाना में इसलिए किया गया, जो मालदा में जब हुआ तो बहुत हल्ला हो गया, इसलिए उन्होंने वही बंगाल और बिहार का बीच में उसी स्थान को चुना. जो कुछ होगा लोग हल्ला करेगा, बोल देगा बिहार में हुआ. इसीलिए ये बहुत बड़ा साजिश करके इस घटना घटाया और इसमें पूरा तृणमूल कांग्रेस का ही हाथ है.
अच्छा, आप क्यों कहते हैं कि ये साजिश किया हुआ है इसमें? All right, Rahul Sinha, the Bharatiya Janata Party leader, with his first up reaction on the Vande Bharat attackers, going on to say that they are not spreading any kind of fake news and this is an incident that took place in Bengal. But Mamata Banerjee goes on to say this never happened in West Bengal, it happened in Bihar, and they will take action against those who are spreading fake news. We'll continue tracking more details on the story. For now, slipping into a very short commercial break, joining you with more details in moments from now.
Banbhoolpura in Haldwani is home to over 4,000 people living in unauthorized colonies. The Nainital High Court has ordered demolition of the illegal colonies on railway land. The administration plans to implement the order.
माननीय उच्च न्यायालय के द्वारा एक आदेश दिया गया है और उस आदेश का अनुपालन कितने प्रभावी तरीके से और अच्छी प्रकार से हो, उसके लिए रेलवे के साथ एक समन्वय बैठक थी और उसमें निरीक्षण भी किया गया है पॉइंट्स का और पूरे स्थल को देखा भी गया है.
Angry residents of the area are out on the streets protesting against the clearance of encroachments. Many of them say that their families have been living in the area for generations now.
हमारे घर तोड़े जा रहे हैं और हमारा स्कूल भी तोड़ा जा रहा है, हम कहाँ जाएंगे? हम छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, हमारा घर टूट जाएगा तो हम कहाँ रहेंगे?
The residents allege they are being subjected to mental harassment by the police and administration.
ये जो उखाड़ने के लिए बस्ती बार बार हमारे ऊपर, इन लोग गरीब आदमी के ऊपर तलवार टांग देते हैं। वो हर 6 महीने में तलवार टांगते हैं। ये बहुत गलत बात है। केंद्र की भी, प्रशासन की भी, सबकी बहुत बुरा हाल है यहाँ के लोगों का। ये अपने बच्चों को लेके कहाँ जाएंगे, कैसे बसेंगे, कैसे क्या करेंगे?
The protesters are demanding the government provide them housing if they are evicted. The local administration too has many questions to answer. The most important one being, why were these illegal colonies allowed to come up in the first place? With Rahul Singh Dharambal from Haldwani, Bureau Report, India Today.
Kissing scenes censored. Intimate scenes censored. Anything in between too censored. If you're a movie buff, then you surely remember former censor board chief Plea Haldwani. He was not only controversy's favorite child for his censorship diktats when he was the CBFC chief for about 2.5 years, but he was only known for demanding innumerable, unreasonable cuts and snipping films. It all started in 2015 when the makers of Urta Punjab were asked to make as many as 94 cuts to the film. The controversy gained momentum when they were told to remove the word Punjab from the title. Several days later, the film was passed by the Bombay High Court with a few cuts and an adult certificate.
टॉमी नु हाजिर करो।
टॉमी? वो तो कल रात ही लंदन चला गया।
Alankrita Srivastav's Lipstick Under My Burqa too was refused a certificate for being lady-oriented, amongst other bizarre reasons.
मैं तुझे 10:30 बजे स्टेशन पे मिलूंगा पक्का। मैं झूठ नहीं कह रहा बेटा, मैं झूठ नहीं कह रहा, हम सच में दिल्ली जाएंगे, खूब ऐश करेंगे।
जसपाल रोजी को देखना चाहता हूँ।
जसपाल रोजी को रोज देख सकता है, सपने में।
सपने में?
लिपस्टिक वाले सपने।
And that's not all. Plea Haldwani was also not happy with Jab Harry Met Sejal's trailer and expressed his discontent over the use of the word intercourse in the film.
मैं लड़कियों को गंदी नजर से देखता हूँ मैम, चीप।
तो तुमको ये प्रॉब्लम है नहीं, मुझे तो नहीं है। तुम चीप हो गंदे आदमियों पर, मैं तो नहीं हूँ ना गंदी औरत। I'm तो neat and clean.
And if that wasn't enough, he didn't even spare James Bond and chopped a kissing scene from Spectre. All this when he himself had taken up the distributorship of an erotic thriller, Julie 2, back in the day. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Darula joining you with all the top stories. You're watching Lunch Break. Let's begin with the top headlines. New CCTV footage of Delhi hit and drag shows how accused tried to flee after the crime. Accused seen checking under car for Anjali's body, catches auto and dumps the car in the parking lot. Delhi police make startling revelations in Delhi hit and drag case. Cops identified 2 more accused in the case who were not in the car but tried to shield the accused. Cops claim accused were aware of the body under car.
उन्होंने ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था.
Interim relief coming in for 50,000 Haldwani residents. Supreme Court stays the demolition of Haldwani houses. Supreme Court says 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight. Drunk flyer who urinated on a co-passenger on the Air India flight has been identified as Shekhar Mishra, a Mumbai-based businessman. The cops have now directed to arrest the man. Ahead of Pathan's release, French protests in Ahmedabad theatre warns against releasing Shah Rukh Khan, Deepika Padukone starrer. Our top story is about Delhi hit-and-run horror capes that just keeps getting murkier and murkier. India Today has accessed another CCTV footage that is from outside the parking lot where the accused dumped the car. In the latest footage, the accused, after the murder, can be seen abandoning the car in a parking lot in Rohini and fleeing the spot in an auto. One of the accused is also seen bending down and checking for the body. The earlier CCTV footage was from inside the parking lot. It was around 1:50 a.m. that the men hit Anjali's scooty, and the CCTV shows that 4:52 a.m. the accused abandoned their car in a parking lot. The same car was recovered by the police at about 7 a.m. almost 5 hours after the horrific incident took place. There's another CCTV footage that shows that a police PCR van crossed the same road through which Anjali was being dragged.
जो तमाम पहलू हैं, नई नई चीज़ें इसमें डेवलप हो रही हैं, जैसे सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल रही है, उसका एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है. आई विटनेस जो हमें मिली है उसकी स्टेटमेंट 164 की हो चुकी है. इसके अलावा जो फॉरेंसिक की रिपोर्ट है अभी उसका हमें इंतज़ार है. इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी कुछ पहलू हैं जिन पे अभी काम चल रहा है और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है उसकी फाइनल रिपोर्ट अभी आनी बाकी है. और इसके अलावा जो हमारे जो सीसीटीवी कैमरा के कुछ टाइमिंग्स हैं जिसमें जो कहीं पे सिंक्रोनाइजेशन लगता है कि टाइमिंग अलग अलग है, उसकी प्रॉपर मैचिंग जारी है.
Rahul Gautam is now joining us live from Delhi. Rahul, one can't even fathom what kind of monsters these are. The latest CCTV footage accessed by us shows that one of the accused, after parking the car in the parking lot, bends down to even check whether the body is over there or not. I mean, these are horrific visuals that are coming in. What we're also picking up is that there are 2 more accused that the police has identified who helped shielding the accused as well. So obviously they will be charged with abetment of crime. What more do we know about them and the latest visuals coming in?
Well, Delhi police has made several more revelations now, claiming that 2 more people were involved in this incident. Now, they have also been identified as Ashutosh and Ankush. I'll just show you some visuals here. As we speak, the family of victim is staging a protest here right outside the Sultanpuri police station, and they're demanding a capital punishment for all the accused, who are responsible for this gruesome incident. They are saying that this is not a mere incident. In fact, it's a planned murder, and in fact, they are also alleging it's a part of a larger conspiracy of which Nidhi is also part of. Now, police is saying that the accused are misleading the investigation. In fact, earlier it was claimed by these accused that it was Deepak who was driving the car, but now police has found that it was Amit who was driving the car, and because of the fact that Amit does not have a valid license to drive here in National Capital, therefore it was decided among these accused that Deepak would own the responsibility of this accident, and therefore, this clearly shows that how police is now connecting the dots. And in fact, they are also claiming that as per the call details available, there hasn't been any conversation between accused and victim which they have found so far, so which clearly indicates that the accused didn't know the victim prior to this incident. So obviously we have to really wait and watch that how police conclude this incident, because you rightly pointed out that this case is getting taking all sorts of surprise turns and getting murkier with each passing day. You can hear these chants which are being made here by the family members saying that we want justice for Anjali, and it's just not a mere accident. In fact, it's a planned murder which has been committed by
All right. Rahul, I'm requesting you to stay on with us. The probe in Anjali murder case is now intensifying. Delhi police reveal that 2 more accused have been identified in the case who have recognized Ankush and Ashutosh, but they were not in the car. The cops further revealed that the accused Amit was driving the car and he did not even have a license. The police claimed that the accused are not linked to the victim, but they were well aware that there was a body under the car. This was also confirmed by CCTV footage. Meanwhile, cops will be seeking permission for lie detector tests now. If permitted, the accused will undergo this particular test. Sources have told India Today that the cops are mapping the route of the accused, and the back route mapping is also being done through the CCTV footage. Anjali's family staged a protest outside Sultanpuri police station demanding death penalty for the accused. They asked the cops to make Nidhi an accused in the case. Cops, however, have denied it.
CCTV फुटेज के आधार पर और जो CDR के आधार पर हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे, और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है। उसको या किसी भी जो भी क्रिमिनल आदमी है जिसने कोई क्राइम किया है, कि उसको नॉलेज होती है कि अगर मैं ऐसे गाड़ी को मारूंगा या इसको आगे ले जाऊंगा किसी के ऊपर के इंसान से, तो उसकी डेथ हो जाएगी। तो ये नॉलेज है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है हमारे हिसाब से। CDR और CCTV के एनालिसिस से एक्यूज्ड और डिसीज्ड का कहीं कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका और जो आई विटनेस है उसका भी कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है।
जो जांच चल रही है, संतुष्ट हैं आप उस जांच?
हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं।
संतुष्ट नहीं है?
नहीं।
अभी आप थाने जा रही हैं?
हाँ जी।
क्या कहेंगे वहाँ जाके?
फांसी चाहिए लड़कों की।
फांसी चाहिए?
हाँ जी।
इसमें न्याय हो। पूरी तरह से मामला 302 का है। 5 से 7 लोग हो गए, 7 से 10 भी हो सकते हैं। ये पूरी गिरोह का काम है। इसमें जांच बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हो। फांसी की मांग कर रहे हैं।
जब 2 जनवरी को परिवार के साथ हम SHO के पास गए थे, तो वहाँ माता का 302 में बयान दर्ज होता है। पुलिस आश्वासन देती है कि ये केस 302 में चलेगा, पर आज दिल्ली पुलिस के आला अफसर आके कहते हैं कि 302 का मुकदमा ही नहीं है। कल जब पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आई तो आपने देखा किस बर्बरता से उसकी मौत हुई है। फांसी की सजा हो सर, और या 302 hang till death.
Rahul Gautam is now joining us live. Rahul, there is no doubt that this is a sadistic kind of a murder that has taken place. But as far as this lady Nidhi is concerned, we've also spoken to Nidhi. The family now going on to say that the victim had no relationship with Nidhi. What is this Nidhi angle now? Where does it stand?
Well, as we speak now, Nidhi has been described by police as a crucial eyewitness. However, she has not been made an accused so far in this particular case. However, the family is saying that she has been placed or she has been propped up in this particular case only to defame the victim here and only to give advantage to the accused here, and therefore she was also part of a larger conspiracy, and in fact she should also be made accused and should be charged with the IPC sections for murder. I must also want to highlight the 2 CCTV footage which we have accessed, which clearly shows that how accused, at least four accused came out of this car, which clearly establishes the fact that they were very much aware about this incident. One of them also checked beneath the car as to what that there was a body. In fact, they were clearly knowing this fact. And if you see that footage very clearly, these people will also ensure that they are not leaving any items that were related to them, because obviously they were trying to destroy the evidences there. They were trying to distort the crime scene. So they ensured that they are not leaving any sort of things behind in that particular car. And you know, the driver goes on driving, and later on he abandons the car.
Yes.
So this only shows that how they clearly knew that the woman's body was trapped beneath the car.
Oh, no, absolutely. And this was sadistic, to say the least, when they were aware that there was a woman's body that was strapped under the car, and they still kept around driving for 12 kilometers, leading to the woman's death. Now, the family is protesting. The family wants justice for the accused. The entire nation, for that matter, wants justice for the accused. At the moment, what are the demands by the family? The last time you spoke to one of the family members, they said that the accused need to be hanged to death, and that is when Nidhi will end up getting justice. If you could elaborate further on the demands that are being made by the family members.
Well, primarily, there are three demands that have been put forward by family members. First, they are not satisfied with the ongoing probe. They want, police to broaden their investigation, and they want that all the accused in this case should be charged with murder and should be handed over capital punishment. Second thing that they are demanding, that Nidhi, who at this point of time has been termed as a crucial eyewitness by police, however, not been made an accused in this case. They are saying that Nidhi should also be prosecuted in this case. And thirdly, they are saying that the police should get into the bottom of this case. They are saying that there's certainly more than what it meets the eye, because the kind of, brutalities that were inflicted upon the victim, this only shows that they had malified intentions. I'll just, show you the visuals again. They are again chanting slogans. They are saying that nothing short of death penalty would satisfy the family here, who is grieving at this point of time. They've just lost their sole breadwinner.
Also,
now,
see
remember,
from the
family
visuals that are coming in, Rahul, that the scores of people joining in the protests are increasing. So outside of the family members, are there more people who have joined this particular protest in the national capital?
Well, absolutely, and not just family members. There are people also who come from the same locality, and they are coming here after watching the news. So certainly there's a mobilization happening on the streets of the national capital. I just try to get a quick word from here. आप क्या चाहते हैं? आप क्या चाहते हैं? क्या चाहते हैं?
फांसी चाहते, फांसी लड़की की फांसी, अच्छा 5 जने को भी फांसी चाहिए। फांसी चाहते हैं सब, पूरी पब्लिक फांसी चाहती है जी।
पुलिस कह रही है कि निधि को अभी हमने वो नहीं बनाया है एक्यूज्ड, अभी वो एक आई विटनेस है। आप निधि को भी चाहते हैं? निधि का
एक्यूज होनी चाहिए, जस्ट बिकॉज अगर मतलब स्कूटी पे दोनों फ्रेंड्स आते हैं, आप मैं साथ में, मैं आपको धक्का दे दूं, क्या कोई आई विटनेस हमारे अलावा नहीं है? अगर मैं आपको धक्का भी दे दूं तो हम कह सकते हैं शायद निधि भी उसको धक्का दे सकती है एक बात के लिए, ये हमारा मानना है। तो निधि को भी एक बार एक्यूज बना के देखना चाहिए। विटनेस बनाया, एक्यूज बनाने में कोई डाउट नहीं आता। अगर वो एक्यूज की तरह निकलती है तो क्या पता इस केस को बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट मिले।
पुलिस कह रही है 5 की जगह 7 लोग हैं और लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं।
हाँ जी, 2 लोग और निकल रहे हैं अभी, और अब पर उनको फांसी होनी चाहिए। उनके अंजलि के त्यारों को फांसी देनी चाहिए बस।
को भी एक्यूज बनाना चाहिए।
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हाँ
होनी चाहिए, तभी हम लोगों को अच्छा पता।
आप कब तक यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे? कब तक?
जब तक अभी सब हैं, जब तक तो हम हैं ही अभी उनके साथ में।
The family members are saying that they are going to protest here until their demands are met. As we speak, we've been informed that a couple of family members have gone inside and they are discussing the matter with senior police officials. Police are trying to, reason out with them that they have expedited their investigation. They have intensified the investigation, and certainly they're going to conclude this.
This is a very curious case of Nidhi, Rahul, that we are picking up. And while the family, wants Nidhi to become an accused as well, the Delhi police have also interrogated Nidhi. Is she cooperating in the probe? Because the family members go on to say that her version does not match the CCTV version.
Well, what sources are telling us that a clean sheet has not been given to Nidhi yet in this case. She's still
We're
under
also
suspicion
getting news that political war has erupted over Delhi hit and drag case. Rahul, the BJP has attacked the Aam Aadmi Party over the case and blamed Delhi government's liquor police. Saffron Party's IT cell chief Amit Malviya said liquor policy pushed youth into binge drinking. As a result, 5 drunk men dragged a woman under their car for over 12 kilometers and did not even realize what they were up to. BJP's Kapil Mishra targeted Kejriwal. Aam Aadmi Party is yet to respond to these charges.
आप देखिए कंझावला में स्कूटी में जा रही लड़कियां नशे में धुत, कार में बैठे लड़के नशे में धुत, और ये सब 25 साल से कम उम्र के लड़के लड़कियां हैं। दिल्ली में ड्रिंकिंग एज 25 साल है। इनको शराब कहां से मिली? क्या ये अपराध नहीं हुआ? जब दिल्ली में जगह जगह अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया ठेके खुलवा रहे थे, तब भी हम ये कह रहे थे कि ये शराब की नदियां जो आप बहा रहे हो दिल्ली में, ये दिल्ली की बेटियों के लिए बहुत महंगी साबित होंगी। आज आप पांडव नगर में देखें, आदर्श नगर में देखें, कंझावला में देखें, हर तरफ जो अपराध हो रहा है, इसके पीछे कारण क्या है? ये ठेके।
Slipping into a very short commercial break, news and updates continue on the other side. Stay with us here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. With Karnataka heading to polls in just about a few months, the Higher Education Minister C.N. Ashwath Narayan has mulled on constructing a Ram Mandir in the state, similar to the one in Ayodhya. The government is now planning to table the plan in the next state budget. Meanwhile, you've got opposition that has gone all guns blazing at the Saffron Party, accusing the move to woo Hindu voters. Here's a report.
Ahead of the 2023 Assembly elections, state of war Karnataka intensifies. Eyeing the Hindu vote bank, the BJP is planning to build a Ram Mandir in the state on the lines of Ayodhya Temple in Ramnagara. The Basavaraj Bommai government will announce the temple construction on budget day. The state higher education minister, Ashwath Narayan, also claimed Uttar Pradesh chief minister will lay foundation stone for the temple.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಮನಗರ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಆಗಿರೋದು ರಾಮನ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲೇ. ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಕೆಂಗಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯನವರು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ಪೇಟೆ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಹೆಸರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ರಾಮನಗರ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಮನ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಣೆ, ರಾಮ ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಳ ರಾಮದೇವರ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಮನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿವನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಜೀರ್ಣೋದ್ಧಾರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
The government is planning to redevelop this temple in Ramnagara, about 45-minute drive from Bengaluru.
So we just climbed around 500 flights of stairs, and the view, I must tell you, was breathtaking. And this is what we came up to. As you can see, this is the temple here, the Ram Mandir. The officials here, they want to call this as the Dakshina Ayodhya. They want to replicate the model that we've seen in Ayodhya Ram Mandir there. They want to do the same thing here. So for people who can't really go up north, the South Indians here, they can come here and visit the Ram Mandir here in Ramnagar.
This is an old Ram temple. It is believed Lord Ram, Sita and Lakshman stayed here during their exile. Devotees climb 500 steps to get a glimpse of Lord Ram.
ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಜಾಗ ಬಂದು ರಾಮದೇವರು ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗ. ಒಂದು 4 ರಿಂದ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಈ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಐತಿಹ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಬಂದು ರಾಮತೀರ್ಥ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸೀತಾಮಾತೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೀರು ಸಿಗದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ರಾಮದೇವರು ಬಾಣ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರು ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಆಳ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬ ಆಳ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ವರ್ಷ ಮಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೂ ನೀರು ಬತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನೀರಿದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
The master plan also entails special pathway for those with physical disability. Marble stairs and dome will also be constructed. Meanwhile, politics explode over the planned Ram temple. The opposition has hit out, accusing the state government of trying to divert focus from development issues.
ಅಯೋಧ್ಯ ಕರ್ಕೊಬಂದು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಸೀತಾ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಅಶ್ವತ್ಥನಾರಾಯಣ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ. ನಮ್ದೇನು ತಗರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಪಾಪ ಬಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ರಾಮನಗರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾದ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The JDS too has rejected the proposal for the temple. The constituency is represented by H.D. Kumaraswamy.
ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ನಿಂತು ಖುದ್ದು ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಯೋಗಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಸೋದಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿನ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗರ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕನಕಪೀಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತೂರು ಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಕರೆಸಿ ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸವಾಲನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
As BJP once again raises Hindutva pitch in the state, it seems the party is literally fighting the elections Ram Bharose. Bureau Report, India Today.
The drunk, obnoxious male flyer who urinated on a female co-passenger on the Air India flight has been identified. The obnoxious passenger is a businessman from Mumbai. His name is Shekhar Mishra. A team of Delhi police is now on his trail and Mishra's arrest is now imminent. The Delhi police sources say Shekhar Mishra is currently out of Mumbai and he's absconding. He's been booked under sections 294 Obscene Act, 354 outraging a woman's modesty, 509 act intended to insult a woman's modesty, and 510 which is misconduct in public by a drunk person under the IPC and sections of aircraft rules. On the Air India flight from New York to Delhi, a heavily inebriated companion urinated over the woman passenger, for the ones who do not know what the story is all about, causing her tremendous amount of trauma, as you can imagine. While the Air India airline has banned Shekhar Mishra for 30 days, several lapses on the part of airline have come to the fore. The woman, her complaint said that Air India made no attempt whatsoever to ensure her safety or comfort during this incident. The victim also stated she was informed that there was no seat available when she requested a seat change and had to sit on a soiled seat for at least 2 hours in which she was urinated on. She was given the narrow crew seat where she sat there for an hour and then told to return to her seat. The man just stood there after urinating, exposing himself, and then moved when one of her fellow passengers asked him to leave. No action was taken against the accused man and he was let off. That is the shocking part. upon the flight landing. The accused has been identified as Shekhar Mishra. He is a Mumbai-based businessman. An FIR has been registered against him. Meanwhile, TMC leader Mahua Moitra has questioned the DGCA to impose a 30-day flight ban on the accused, asking why is it that Kunal Kamra received a 6-month flight ban for questioning her co-passengers. She has cited this previous incident in which comedian Kunal Kamra, if you remember, received a 6-month flight ban for questioning a co-passenger. Breaking news just coming in. Aam Aadmi Party has demanded narco test of Anjali's friend Nidhi along with the accused in Anjali murder case. Along with this, the Aam Aadmi Party has also raised the demand to get the investigation done under supervision of the sitting judge of the High Court and the Supreme Court. So big one coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders going on to demand a narco test of Nidhi. Nidhi is the friend of Anjali, who the family says they've never heard about her before, and questions why she fled the scene and never reported this crime also to the police and brought it to the police's attention. This is the family's biggest grouse with Nidhi, and the family wants Nidhi to now become an accused in this particular case. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, has demanded narco test of Nidhi, who is Anjali's friend, in the murder case. Along with this, the AAP has also raised the demand to get investigation done under the supervision of sitting judge of the High Court and of the Supreme Court. We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on Lunch Break on India Today. And with that, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. Don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our app. Coming up next is all the news from the world of entertainment.
Wedding bells are ringing louder than ever as Bollywood's next it couple is finally ready to say their I do's. That's right, with New Year, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to begin a new chapter of their lives as husband and wife. According to India Today sources, the most anticipated wedding of 2023 will take place in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan in the first week of February. Sources further reveal that the couple is going all out to ensure they have a lavish Punjabi wedding. The wedding ceremonies will take place over 2 days. There will be Sangeet and Haldi on the same day, and the next day is Peras. A lot of their common friends and family members have already started shopping for marigold and yellow-themed outfits for the Haldi. Kiara was also heard discussing a Sangeet song playlist with her friends in Dubai over the New Year's. Since Sher Shah was a huge hit for both of them, Radha Lambia is already on the Sangeet playlist. Reports suggest that the guest list will include immediate family and industry friends like Karan Johar, Varun Dhawan, Katrina Kaif and Rakul Preet Singh. And after the wedding, the couple will also be hosting an elaborate reception in Mumbai. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. To begin the show with, hardly a few days are left for the release of Shah Rukh Khan's most anticipated film Pathaan. But while fans are eagerly waiting for him to return to the big screen after a gap of 5 long years, controversies doesn't seem to end. The makers have made a suggested cuts in the film, and the film has also got UA certificate. But now a Hindu group has created ruckus at a mall in Ahmedabad. Meanwhile, the trailer of the film is all set to release on January 10th, and to celebrate Deepika's birthday today, SRK also shared a new poster. Take a look. Shah Rukh Khan's posters tore down. Ruckus created. Mall vandalized by Bajrang Dal. Ahead of the release of Pathaan on January 25th, the Hindu group created a ruckus at Al Fawan Mall in Ahmedabad. Apart from tearing down the posters, the group also issued a warning to not release the film in the theatres. Boycott calls against SRK's upcoming movie Pathaan is getting louder by the day. That's not all. The actor was in fact also targeted during one of his Ask Me Anything session on Twitter, when a user asked him to retire and that his upcoming spy thriller will turn out to be a flop. However, he gave a befitting reply. He wrote, and we quote, "Bado se aisi baat nahi karte," and his fans are gushing over his witty reply. As Deepika turned a year older on January 5th, Shah Rukh Khan took to social media to wish his co-star and shared a new still of her from the film. He wrote, and we quote, "To my dearest Deepika Padukone, how you have evolved to own the screen in every avatar possible. Always proud and always wishing for you to scale new heights. Happy birthday, lots of love." Pathaan has been facing boycott for a while now. In fact, right-wing Hindu groups had carried out protest marches in Bhopal, Indore and other parts of Madhya Pradesh against the film. En esta noche, la vida es completa. And now the film has been granted a UA certificate after the makers had made the cuts suggested by the examining committee of the censor board. Most of these changes were related to dialogues, while 3 changes have been made to the popular track Besharam Rang. Some close-up shots of Deepika and dance moves have also been replaced. Besharam Rang, the first song which was released by the makers, had become political flashpoint. Outfits like the VHP was seeing red over Deepika Padukone's saffron bikini in the track.
बेशर्म रंग के साथ भगवा रंग को दिखाने की कोशिश की। इन्होंने हिंदू समाज का अपमान किया है, और हिंदू समाज का नहीं, संपूर्ण भारत की सभ्यता का अपमान किया है।
The right-wing protests came days after Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra threatened a ban on the movie back on December 14th.
गाने में प्रयुक्त की गई वेशभूषा प्रथम दृष्टया बेहद आपत्तिजनक है। मैं ये निवेदन करूंगा कि इसके दृश्यों को ठीक करें, वेशभूषा को ठीक करें, अन्यथा मध्य प्रदेश में इस फिल्म को अनुमति दी जाए या न दी जाए, ये विचारणीय प्रश्न होगा।
Even Maharashtra BJP leader had joined the chorus for a ban on Pathaan.
Any film or any serial which has been hurting Hindu sentiments or any religious sentiments will not allow them to release in Maharashtra.
While BJP leader called the song obscene, the opposition had described the boycott calls petty.
दुनिया बहुत आगे चली गई है। अब वो जमाना बदल गया है। तो जमाना बदलने को कबूल करिए भाई साहब। ये जो छोटी सोच के लोग हैं ना, वो बेड़ा गर्क करेंगे इस देश का।
मुझे पर्सनली तो चीज अच्छी नहीं लगती है बिल्कुल, क्योंकि कुछ मर्यादाएं हमारी संस्कृति में हैं आज भी। अब वो तो है पर्सनल लिबर्टी के नाम से जो चाहो करो, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं लकीर तो खींचनी पड़ती है ना।
Trinamool Congress leader Kirti Azad had tweeted pictures from movies of BJP MPs Manoj Tiwari and Ravi Kishan with saffron-clad actors, terming them sanskari BJP MPs. Meanwhile, Shah Rukh Khan, who spoke at the inauguration of the Kolkata International Film Festival, had warned people against negativity. He said the role of cinema was ever more important right now.
दुनिया जो है नॉर्मल हो गई है, हम सब खुश हैं, मैं सबसे ज्यादा खुश हूं, और ये बात बताने में मुझे बिल्कुल भी आपत्ति नहीं है कि दुनिया कुछ भी कर ले, मैं और आप लोग और जितने भी पॉजिटिव लोग हैं सब के सब जिंदा हैं।
Shah Rukh Khan has faced boycott calls earlier in the past too. Having suffered a series of flops, King Khan is hoping Pathaan will re-establish his reign in Bollywood. But will the political storm hit his comeback film? Bureau Report, India Today. Now, as you all must have seen in our report, that the makers of Pathaan have already made the cuts suggested by the CBFC, and the film has even got UA certificate. But let's take you back in time and give you all a recap of when Prahlad Nihalani was the censor board chief and what exactly happened when he used to demand innumerable and unreasonable cuts in films.
Kissing scenes censored. Intimate scenes censored. Anything in between two censored. If you're a movie buff, then you surely remember former censor board chief Prahlad Nihalani. He was not only controversy's favourite child for his censorship diktats when he was the CBFC chief for about 2.5 years, but he was only known for demanding innumerable, unreasonable cuts and snipping films. It all started in 2015 when the makers of Urta Punjab were asked to make as many as 94 cuts to the film. The controversy gained momentum when they were told to remove the word Punjab from the title. Several days later, the film was passed by the Bombay High Court with a few cuts and an adult certificate.
टॉमी नु हाजिर करो। टॉमी? वो तो कल राती लंदन चला गया।
Alankrita Srivastav's Lipstick Under My Burqa too was refused a certificate for being lady-oriented, amongst other bizarre reasons.
मैं तुझे 10:30 बजे स्टेशन पे मिलूंगा पक्का। मैं झूठ नहीं कह रहा बेबी, मैं झूठ नहीं कह रहा, हम सच में दिल्ली जाएंगे, खूब ऐश करेंगे।
जसपाल रोजी को देखना चाहता हूँ।
जसपाल रोजी को रोज देख सकता है, सपने में।
सपने में?
लिपस्टिक वाली सपने।
And that's not all. Prahlad Nihalani was also not happy with Jab Harry Met Sejal's trailer and expressed his discontent over the use of the word intercourse in the film.
मैं लड़कियों को गंदी नजर से देखता हूँ मैम। चीप।
तो तुमको ये प्रॉब्लम है नहीं, मुझे तो नहीं है। तुम चीप हो गंदे आदमियों पर, मैं तो नहीं हूँ ना गंदी औरत। I'm तो neat and clean.
And if that wasn't enough, he didn't even spare James Bond and chopped a kissing scene from Spectre. All this when he himself had taken up the distributorship of an erotic thriller, Julie 2, back in the day. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
After Bigil, Master and Beast, Talapati Vijay is back in his full form, and this time with Varisu, which is set to release on the occasion of Pongal. The makers have released the trailer, and while it went viral in no time, the film is also all set to lock horns at the box office with 2 more films starring superstar Chiranjeevi and Ajit Kumar. Here's more on that. Vijay is back and is back in full form. That's right. This is the trailer of his most anticipated film, Varisu, and minutes into its release, even went viral.
பவர் சீட்ல இருக்காது சார், அதுல வந்து ஒருத்தன் உட்காரான்ல அவன்கிட்ட தான் இருக்கும் நம்ம பவர்.
Directed by Vamshi Baidipalli, the action drama narrates the story of Vijay Rajendran, who is a happy-go-lucky man, but his life changes after the unexpected death of his foster father.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
The film also stars Rashmika Mandana in a key role and is all set to roll out in theatres on the occasion of Pongal.
அதெல்லாம் கம்மி போட்டு ஓட்டிக்கலாம்ப்பா.
The catch is, it even will have a box office clash with Ajit Kumar's Tunivu and Chiranjeevi's Walter Viraya. Interestingly, the distribution rights of both these films have also been reportedly sold out at the minimum guarantee of rupees 6.5 crores and rupees 2 crores respectively in the state of Kerala. As far as Talapati Vijay's upcoming projects are concerned, he has Lokesh Kanagraj's tentatively titled film Talapati 67, which has officially gone on floors. The first schedule of the same will take place in Chennai and will feature Vijay, Trisha, Manobala and Mansoor Ali Khan. This shoot will also include a song sequence between Vijay and Trisha. Talapati Vijay will reportedly be essaying the role of a gangster, while Trisha will be seen as his lady love in the film. That's not all. With Talapati 67, the lead pair will be reuniting after a gap of 14 years. Previously, Vijay and Trisha had worked on numerous projects together, including Gili, Kuruvi, Tirupachi, and Athi. Amongst them, Gilly was their biggest hit, and the songs from the film are still a hit amongst fans. Kuruvi, which released in 2008, however, was the last time they had shared screen space. The successful pair was marred by rumors of an alleged affair at that time, and though Trisha rubbished the stories, the two never worked together after 2008. Directed by Dharani, Kuruvi was a Tamil language superhero comedy, and despite its quirky elements, the film bombed at the box office. Trisha, on the other hand, is riding high on success of Punyan Selvan Part 1, which turned out to be one of the biggest blockbusters of 2022. Directed by Mani Ratnam, the film was based on a novel by Kalki Krishnamurthy and revolved around the majestic Chola Empire. Adding to the excitement for the sequel, the makers had in fact also dropped the teaser of Punyan Selvan Part 2, which will hit cinemas in April. Trisha's last outing was Rangi, which released in theatres on December 30th, 2022.
பொம்பளைய கதற விட ஆம்பளையா இருந்தா மட்டும் பத்தாது, அதுக்கு மேலேயும் வேணும் கீழேயும் வேணும்.
The M. Sarvanam directorial was an action thriller and featured Trisha in the role of Theal Nagi. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
From child artist to now a superstar, Talapati Vijay has completed 30 years in the film industry, and we are as happy and excited as his fans are. So let's take a look at his journey so far.
As a mass entertainer, Vijay has had a dream run on the professional front. Superstar Vijay began his journey in films as a child artist back in 1984. And his first movie as a hero was Nallai Tiruppu in 1992, when he was 18-year-old. However, it was Puve Unakaga in 1996 that got him recognition. It was a blockbuster movie starring legendary actors like M.N. Nambiar and Nagesh. The 1997 movie Kadalukku Maryadai was not only Vijay's career best but also regarded as one of the classic hits of Bollywood. Interestingly, the female lead in the film was Shalini, Tala Ajit's wife. The movie was a remake of Aniyati Prava, a Malayalam super hit. Vijay received Tamil Nadu State Award for Best Actor. In 2001, Siddiq directed Friends was released. Surya was paired up with Vijay and it was the first blockbuster for Surya. The movie ran for more than 175 days in theatres and was one of the top grossers for the year. Post a few career flops, Vijay bounced back as an action hero with Tirumalai. Which went on to be a blockbuster in 2003. And then came Gilli, also an action thriller directed by Dharani in 2004.
அவனை கொன்னுட்ட தரலட்சுமியை கட்டிக்கிட்டு தான் இந்த மண்ணில் நான் கால வைப்பேன். என்ன பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இறங்கிட்டேன்னா ஜெயிக்கணும், ஜெயிச்சாகணும்.
Vijay played the role of a kabaddi player, and this was Vijay's first movie to collect 40 crores at the box office. Pokri released on Pongal 2007. It was a remake of Telugu film Pokri, but the Tamil version was directed by Prabhudeva. Asin was the actress in this action movie. The movie ran for more than 200 days in theatres. Later, this Vijay film was remade in Hindi as Wanted in 2009, which resurrected Salman Khan's career as an action star.
एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी, उसके बाद तो मैं खुद की भी नहीं सुनता.
The first movie of Vijay which entered the 100 crore club was Tupaki in 2012, directed by A.R. Murugadoss.
Captain Ark, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಕಾರಣ?
It was an action thriller in which Vijay played the role of an intelligence officer in the Indian Army.
I'm waiting.
This film too was remade in Hindi in 2014, with Akshay Kumar in the lead, titled Holiday, A Soldier is Never Off Duty.
मैं आ रहा हूँ तेरे पास, जहाँ मिला खत्म कर दूंगा. I'm waiting.
Katti was another A.R. Murugadoss movie in which Vijay acted in 2014. The film faced many controversies before its release, but earned more than 100 crores.
அரிசி பருப்பு காய்கறி கொத்தமல்லி கருவேப்பிலை வரைக்கும் கிராமத்துல இருந்து வரணும். ஆனா ஒரு கிராமத்தை செத்தானா?
Vijay played a double role and Samantha played the female lead.
அவளை பிக்கப் பண்ணணும்டா.
Like Tupaki, this Murugadoss film is slated to have a Hindi remake with reports of Akshay Kumar headlining it. His 2017 film Marcel was a blockbuster. Despite the controversy it caused, the film became a huge hit. In the movie, Vijay, as the magician, addresses the media and highlights the need for better healthcare facilities in Tamil Nadu. The film did not go down well with the government. Like Marcel, his film Sarkar too had its share of controversies. But it did not dampen the ticket collections. The film had a blockbuster opening across Tamil Nadu, and despite mixed reviews, the fans have given a thumbs up to the political flick.
இன்னும் ஒரு நாள்ல என்னென்னலாம் மாற போகுதுன்னு ஓரமா நின்னு வேடிக்கை மட்டும் பாருங்க. I am a corporate criminal.
Sarkar reportedly made 225.3 crore at the worldwide box office in just 14 days. And this even when the full HD copy of Sarkar, which was leaked just hours after its release, and people were given free access to download the copy illegally. Sarkar made headlines when the producers reportedly agreed to remove or mute controversial portions critical of Tamil Nadu's AIADMK government after two ministers levelled sedition charges against them. Vijay was then seen in a sports drama Bigil in 2019, and the film turned out to be a blockbuster. Written and directed by Atlee, the film followed the story of Michael, played by Vijay, a former footballer who decides to coach a women's football team. Two years after Bigil, Thalapathy Vijay returned with Master in 2021. The superstar played the role of a college professor, John Dureraj, in this Lokesh Kanagaraj directorial. The film also starred Vijay Sethupathi, apart from Malvika Mohanan, and marked the maiden collaboration of Vijay and the filmmaker. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, Master opened to a fantastic start at the box office. However, the film's collection dipped after the opening day. Master was not only subjected to some negative reviews, but social media was also flooded with memes criticizing the action film. In fact, hashtags like Master Disaster, Flop, and Master Verdict Disaster also trended. But after receiving much flack from audience, the actor came back with a bang with his latest release, Beast. Despite being panned by the critics, the film turned out to be a massive success and minted over 230 crores worldwide. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the action flick also featured Pooja Hegde and Selva Raghavan. Beast narrated the story of an ex-RAW agent who goes on a crusade to rescue people held hostage in a shopping mall by terrorists.
Because I'm not a politician. I'm a soldier.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It's total luxury in the sky. You've just spent over 3 lakh rupees. You flew business class on this Air India flight to New York. And now you're on your way back home to Delhi. After you finish your finely crafted business class meal, you hunker down for some rest before arrival. The cabin lights are dimmed. The gentle hum of the aircraft lulls you into what you hope will be some sleep. Except you heard the sound of water splashing down on you in the dark. And in a moment of horror, you realize it isn't water because there's a dark figure looming over you, urinating in your lap. Close your eyes for a moment. We wish we were making this up, but we are not. This really happened on November 26 last year to a lady senior citizen on an Air India flight from New York to Delhi, who shot off an anguished letter to N. Chandrasekharan, chairman of the Tata Group that now owns Air India. The lady passenger says she had just finished lunch and the lights were switched off in the cabin. One of the other business class passengers, totally drunk, walked up to her, unzipped and began urinating all over her. After he finished, he simply walked back and sat in his seat. According to the complaint, the crew didn't respond appropriately, and only after the traumatized passenger went to them did they attempt to cleanse the seat and offer her a crew seat for the remainder of the flight. Worst of all, the drunk offender was allowed to simply leave after the flight landed. It was over a month later that Air India complained to the Delhi police on December 28, forcing an FIR to be registered. Whether or not the urinating passenger faces a blacklist from flying and worse remains to be seen. But the incident is the latest in a slew of incidents involving obnoxious Indian air travelers, from fighting like rowdies to yelling and abusing cabin crew. It's clearly the season of the loathsome Indian passenger. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon. You're with us here in India Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the headlines at this hour. New CCTV footage of Delhi hit and drag shows how the accused tried to flee after crime. Accused seen checking under the car for Anjali's body, catch auto and dump the car in a parking lot. Delhi police make startling revelations in the Delhi hit and drag case. Cops identified 2 more accused in the case who weren't in the car but tried to shield the accused. Cops claim the accused were aware of the body under the car.
उन्होंने ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था.
Interim relief for 50,000 Haldwani residents. Supreme Court stays demolition of Haldwani houses. says 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight. Drunk flyer who urinated on co-passenger on an Air India flight identified as Shekhar Mishra, a Mumbai-based businessman. Cops have been directed to arrest the man. Ahead of Pathan's release, fringe protests in Ahmedabad theatre warns against releasing of the Shah Rukh Deepika star. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella meets Prime Minister Modi, says inspiring to see India's focus on digital transformation, assures help for Digital India vision. The Delhi hit-and-run horror case keeps getting murkier. India Today has accessed another CCTV footage, which is from outside the parking lot where the accused dumped the car. In the latest footage, the accused, after the murder, can be seen abandoning the car in a parking lot in Rohini and fleeing the spot in an auto. One of the accused is also seen bending and checking for the body. The earlier CCTV footage was from inside the parking lot. It was around 1:50 a.m. that the men hit Anjali's scooty, and the CCTV shows that at 4:52 a.m. the accused abandoned their car in a parking lot. The same car was recovered by the police at around 7 a.m. That's almost 5 hours after the horror took place. Another shocking CCTV footage showed a police PCR van crossing the same road through which Anjali was dragged.
जो तमाम पहलू हैं, नई नई चीज़ें इसमें डेवलप हो रही हैं, जैसे सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल रही है, उसका एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। आई विटनेस जो हमें मिली है उसकी स्टेटमेंट 164 की हो चुकी है। इसके अलावा जो फॉरेंसिक की रिपोर्ट है अभी उसका हमें इंतज़ार है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी कुछ पहलू हैं जिन पे अभी काम चल रहा है और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है उसकी फाइनल रिपोर्ट अभी आनी बाकी है। और इसके अलावा जो हमारे जो सीसीटीवी कैमरा के कुछ टाइमिंग्स हैं जिसमें जो कहीं पे सिंक्रोनाइजेशन लगता है कि टाइमिंग अलग अलग है, उसकी प्रॉपर मैचिंग जारी है।
Probe in the Anjali murder case intensifying. The Delhi police has revealed that 2 more accused have been identified in the case who have recognized as Ankush and Ashutosh. Ashutosh owned the Baleno and he's now been arrested along with Ankush for misleading investigators. The 2 accused, however, were not in the car during the hit and drag. The cops further revealed that the accused Amit was driving the car and he didn't have a license. The police claim that the accused are not linked to the victim, but they were well aware that there was a body under the car. This was also confirmed by the CCTV footage. Cops will also be seeking permission for a lie detector test, and if permitted, the accused will be undergoing that test. Meanwhile, Anjali's family staged a protest outside Sultanpuri police station and demanded the death penalty for the accused. They asked the cops to make Nidhi, Anjali's friend and accused in the case as well. Cops, however, have denied the same.
सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर और जो सीडीआर के आधार पर हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है। उसको या किसी भी जो भी क्रिमिनल आदमी है जिसने कोई क्राइम किया है कि उसको नॉलेज होती है कि अगर मैं ऐसे गाड़ी को मारूंगा या इसको आगे ले जाऊंगा किसी के ऊपर के इंसान से तो उसकी डेथ हो जाएगी। तो ये नॉलेज है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है हमारे हिसाब से। सीडीआर और सीसीटीवी के एनालिसिस से एक्यूज्ड और डिसीज्ड का कहीं कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका और जो आई विटनेस है उसका भी कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है।
तो जांच चल रही है, संतुष्ट हैं आप उस जांच?
हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं।
संतुष्ट नहीं है?
नहीं।
अभी आप थाने जा रही हैं?
हाँ जी।
क्या कहेंगे वहाँ जाके?
फांसी चाहिए लड़कों की,
फांसी चाहिए।
हाँ जी।
इसमें न्याय हो। पूरी तरह से मामला 302 का है। 5 से 7 लोग हो गए, 7 से 10 भी हो सकते हैं। ये पूरी गिरोह का काम है। इसमें जांच बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हो। फांसी की मांग कर रहे हैं।
जब 2 जनवरी को परिवार के साथ हम SHO के पास गए थे तो वहाँ माता का 302 में बयान दर्ज होता है। पुलिस आश्वासन देती है कि ये केस 302 में चलेगा, पर आज दिल्ली पुलिस के आला अफसर आके कहते हैं कि 302 का मुकदमा ही नहीं है। कल जब पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आई तो आपने देखा किस बर्बरता से उसकी मौत हुई है। फांसी की सजा हो सर, और या 302 हैंग टिल डेथ।
Arvind Ojha joining us live on this. Arvind, take us through all the latest, all that we're hearing on the accused. This investigation is intensifying, new developments, coming in all the time as we speak. It seems to be accelerating.
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस ने आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की और कुछ बड़े खुलासे किए। सबसे बड़ा खुलासा ये कि जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उन्होंने मिसलीड किया इन्वेस्टिगेशन को। मिसलीड इसलिए किया क्योंकि पहले ये बताया गया कि दीपक खन्ना नाम का एक अक्यूज्ड है, वो कार को ड्राइव कर रहा था, लेकिन अब ये खुलासा हुआ है कि दरअसल दीपक खन्ना कार को ड्राइव नहीं कर रहा था, बल्कि अमित नाम का एक अक्यूज्ड वो कार को ड्राइव कर रहा था। उसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं था। इसमें 2 और अक्यूज्ड सामने आए हैं। 2 अक्यूज्ड के नाम, एक आशुतोष जिसकी कार थी और दूसरा अक्यूज्ड अमित का भाई अंकुश। दोनों फिलहाल अब्सकॉन्डिंग है, जिनको दिल्ली पुलिस अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रही है। उसके अलावा सोर्सेज ने यह भी बताया है कि जो अक्यूज्ड है उनका लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट भी दिल्ली पुलिस करवा सकती है। अभी जो ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को एक फैटल का ही इंसिडेंट मानकर चल रही है दिल्ली पुलिस, और उसी पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है। दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि 304 सेक्शन लगाया गया है। जो तमाम एविडेंस है वो कलेक्ट किए जा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा जो CDR को एक्सेस किया है दिल्ली पुलिस ने, उसके अलावा जो CCTV एक्सेस किए हैं, जो एविडेंस कलेक्ट किए हैं, उससे ये एस्टेब्लिश्ड हुआ है कि जो विक्टिम है वो अक्यूज से पहले से कांटेक्ट में नहीं थी। यानी उनके जो विक्टिम है और अक्यूज्ड है उनसे पहले से कोई जान पहचान नहीं थी। उसके अलावा जो आई विटनेस है उसकी अक्यूज से पहले से जान पहचान नहीं थी। तो इस आधार पर अभी इसको पूरी तरह से फैटल का इंसिडेंट मानकर ही दिल्ली पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ा रही है। हाँ, ये जरूर खुलासा किया है कि दिल्ली पुलिस को अक्यूज ने मिसलीड करने की कोशिश की थी। अमित ने आशुतोष से, जो आशुतोष वही है जो कार का ऑनर है, उससे कार मांगी। अमित ही कार ड्राइव कर रहा था। पूरा इंसिडेंट हो गया। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस को मिसलीड करने के लिए एक दूसरे को ड्राइवर दिखाया गया जिसका नाम दीपक खन्ना था। उसके अलावा अक्यूज्ड को सब कुछ, जितने भी अक्यूज्ड थे उनको यह जानकारी मिल गई थी कि उनकी कार के नीचे कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है। बावजूद इसके वो कार चलाते रहे, जिस वजह से जो विक्टिम है उसकी दर्दनाक मौत हो गई। जी।
Okay, just stay with us, Arvind. More breaking news coming in. In the Kanjawala case, the Aam Aadmi Party demanded a narco test of DCP Harendra Kumar of the area. Aam Aadmi Party alleging that DCP Harendra Kumar is shielding the accused. Along with the rest of the accused, the Aam Aadmi Party has raised the demand for the narco test of the deceased Anjali's friend Nidhi. Arvind, more news coming in. As you heard, the Aam Party demanding a narco test of the police officer involved as well as of Anjali's friend Nidhi. What is the anticipation here? What do you think they're looking to uncover?
हाँ, बिल्कुल। आम आदमी पार्टी, देखिए, इस पूरे मामले पर पॉलिटिक्स अपनी जगह चल रही है लगातार। जो अपोजिशन है और खासतौर से आम आदमी पार्टी, वो लगातार दिल्ली पुलिस पर एक के बाद एलिगेशन लगा रही है। जो विक्टिम की फैमिली है वो दिल्ली पुलिस पर भी एलिगेशन लगा रही है कि जो सच है वो सामने आना चाहिए। आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो DCP हरेंद्र सिंह है उनका नार्को टेस्ट कराने की बात कही है, साथ ही साथ जो अक्यूज्ड है उनका नार्को टेस्ट कराने की बात कही है। वहीं दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि जो उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो राइट डायरेक्शन में चल रही है। उसके अलावा इन्वेस्टिगेशन ओपन है। जो एविडेंस मिलेंगे उसके आधार पर आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी। अब जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो चार्जशीट के स्टेज पर है। यानी कहीं ना कहीं जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो मानती है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन उनका जो राइट डायरेक्शन में है। अब वो जल्द से जल्द चार्जशीट दाखिल करने वाले हैं।
All right, Arvind, thanks so much for bringing us all those details and the investigation ongoing as we continue to track the critical developments on this high-profile and horrendous case. The drunk male flyer, moving on, who urinated on a female co-passenger on an Air India flight has been identified. The obnoxious passenger, who's now been booked, is a businessman from Mumbai called Shekhar Mishra. A team of Delhi police is now on his trail and Mishra's arrest is now imminent. Delhi police sources say that Shekhar Mishra is currently out of Mumbai and is absconding. He's been booked under sections 294, Obscene Act, 354, outraging women's modesty, 509 Act intended to insult a woman's modesty, and the 510 misconduct in public by a drunk person. That's under the IPC and sections of aircraft rules. While Air India has banned him for 30 days, several lapses on the part of the airline have also come to the fore. The woman in her complaint said that Air India made no attempt to ensure her safety or comfort during the incident and that Shekhar was allowed to walk free after the flight landed. Action was taken only a month after the incident. That's the latest in that case, where the victim was given a narrow crew seat, a drunk passenger urinating on her seat, where she had to continue to sit for 2 hours. The flight landed. He was allowed to go free, as claimed by the victim that Air India did not do anything to really look after her security or comfort. Paulami is joining us on this. Paulami, take us through any kind of reaction or comment coming on the part of the airline. We understand, of course, that he has been identified and that there is now a mandate to go out and arrest him. But over and above that, I mean, this is a highly exceptional case. Any comment coming in from the airline, and could there possibly be a larger ban on an individual like this across airlines?
Well, that of course, Abha, is a matter that the DGCA will be taking up. The airline has reported this matter to the DGCA. On its own, the airline, of course, has banned this flyer for 30 days, which is what it can do to a maximum unilaterally. And then it has to report the matter to the DGCA for any sort of enhanced penalty or action against the said flyer in this case. Also, as we know, a case has been lodged against him. The Delhi police has lodged an FIR against him under sections 594 as well as 294, 510 and also 509. And he at the moment is being sought by the Delhi police. What we know from sources within the police is that he is not in Mumbai. He's a Mumbai-based businessman, Shekhar Mishra. He's not in Mumbai. He's said to be absconding. He's not in the city. So they are looking out for him. They have, in fact, they have picked up on a few leads and they're searching for him. And they're pretty confident that they will be arresting him very soon. As far as the action is concerned, against the flyer, this is the action that the airline has taken and what is happening will be the case. But the airline obviously has faced a lot of flack in terms of its crew's response as well to this entire situation. And hence it has set up an internal committee which will basically look into deficiencies within the system, lapses within the system, especially on part of its crew, which the female passenger has alleged was absolutely insensitive to her situation.
Absolutely, Paulomi. Thanks so much for joining us on that. And it really is, a horrific case for someone to experience this while flying, and that too, a long-range flight. The man was drunk in the business class of a New York-Delhi flight, and this is really where the incident took place. And the passenger had to continue to sit on that seat for over 2 hours. Now, if you've been outraged by viral videos of obnoxious flyers fighting mid-air or screaming at the flight crew, you've seen nothing yet. In this incident, a drunk man exposed himself and urinated on a female passenger in business class on an Air India flight. He's been banned for 30 days by the airline, but is that really enough? That's the question we've been asking.
It's total luxury in the sky. You've just spent over 3 lakh rupees. You flew business class on this Air India flight to New York. And now you're on your way back home to Delhi. After you finish your finely crafted business class meal, you hunker down for some rest before arrival. The cabin lights are dimmed. The gentle hum of the aircraft lulls you into what you hope will be some sleep. Except you heard the sound of water splashing down on you in the dark. And in a moment of horror, you realize it isn't water because there's a dark figure looming over you, urinating in your lap. Close your eyes for a moment. We wish we were making this up, but we are not. This really happened on November 26 last year to a lady senior citizen on an Air India flight from New York to Delhi, who shot off an anguished letter to N. Chandrasekharan, chairman of the Tata Group that now owns Air India. The lady passenger says she had just finished lunch and the lights were switched off in the cabin. One of the other business class passengers, totally drunk, walked up to her, unzipped and began urinating all over her. After he finished, he simply walked back and sat in his seat. According to the complaint, the crew didn't respond appropriately, and only after the traumatized passenger went to them did they attempt to cleanse the seat and offer her a crew seat for the remainder of the flight. Worst of all, the drunk offender was allowed to simply leave after the flight landed. It was over a month later that Air India complained to the Delhi police on December 28, forcing an FIR to be registered. Bureau Report, India Today.
In a big relief for Haldwani residents, the Supreme Court has stayed the demolition of 29 acres of encroached railway land in Uttarakhand. The Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Uttarakhand government and the railway staying the forced evacuation. The apex court, which was hearing petition challenging the Uttarakhand High Court's order to vacate railway land, the court has ordered paramilitary presence in the area for a week. Residents of the 4,000-odd homes who were protesting, praying and besieging officials not to go ahead with the demolition got some respite. The Uttarakhand High Court on December 20th had declared that the land was railway property while ordering local authorities to remove encroachments after giving a week's notice to the so-called occupants. Now more than 4,000 families, of whom the majority are Muslims, are living in unauthorized colonies near Haldwani railway station, facing the threat of being removed from their homes.
इंशाअल्लाह ताला इसके लिए आगे भी कोशिश जारी रहेगी। जहां दुआओं का मामला है तो दुआएं भी होती रहेंगी और जहां कानूनी तौर पर लड़ने का मामला है तो इंशाअल्लाह वो भी जारी रहेगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि स्टे आने से हम ये सोच लें कि ये कोई इलाज है, क्योंकि ये कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं है। हमें इस पे खामोश नहीं रहना है। हाँ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने इस मुसीबत के वक्त में हमारा साथ दिया और हमें रिलीफ दिया, उसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं।
सारे लोगों को मिलाकर के एक पैनल तैयार किया जाएगा और फिर उसके मुताबिक हम जो आगे की लड़ाई जो है लड़ेंगे, क्योंकि हमें रुकना नहीं है। हमें अभी कोई जीत नहीं मिली है। हमने सिर्फ जो है अभी वक्ती तौर पर हमें अभी फिलहाल जो है राहत मिली है। हमें अभी लड़ाई हमारी पूरी हुई नहीं है।
अल्लाह की रहमत में पूरा यकीन है कि हमारी सबकी और इन परेशान हाल लोगों की दुआओं का करिश्मा है कि अल्लाह ने हमारी सुन ली और ये बेमिसाल अल्लाह ने फैसला हमारे हक में अता फरमा दिया।
इससे बहुत राहत मिली है। अब काफी टाइम मिला है, लोग अपने लिए तैयारी भी कर सकते हैं। आगे कुछ हो, कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो टाइम मिल चुका है। ये बहुत अच्छा फैसला है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का। हमें भरोसा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऐसा कुछ करेगा।
कोर्ट इस चीज से पीड़ित थे कि 50,000 लोगों को 7 दिन में हटाया जा रहा है और ये ये कोर्ट को लगा कि जिस तरह से हाईकोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दी ये कानून के तहत नहीं है, इसीलिए कोर्ट ने उस पर स्टे लगा दी।
कोर्ट ने ह्यूमन एंगल भी इसमें बताया है और उसको आधार बनाया।
कोर्ट को तो ह्यूमन एंगल दिखा, क्योंकि 40-50 साल से 70 साल से लोग यहाँ रह रहे हैं। 47 के बाद लोग यहाँ के रह रहे हैं, तो 7 दिन में उनको हटाना तो एकदम जुल्म वाली बात है। इसीलिए कोर्ट ने रिहेबिलिटेशन स्कीम की बात की कि सरकार को, भारत सरकार को, रेलवेज को और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को देखना पड़ेगा कि कोई रिहेबिलिटेशन स्कीम लाई जाए जिससे कोई इंतजाम किया जाए। अगर रेलवे को जमीन की जरूरत भी है और उनकी है।
कोर्ट में इसमें कानून के साथ साथ ह्यूमन एंगल भी किया और कहा कि ये इंसानी इसमें भी एस्पेक्ट है।
बेशक उन्होंने ऐसा कहा और उन्होंने ऐसा कहा उन लोगों के लिए भी कहा जो ये कहते हैं कि अगर कानूनी कार्रवाई से लगता है कि उनको वहाँ रहने का हक नहीं है, लेकिन 85 साल से वहाँ रह रहे हैं, तो कुछ ना कुछ तो इंसानी हमदर्दी उनके साथ होनी चाहिए। ये भी कहा लेकिन ये कहा कि आप इस पूरे मामले को गौर से देखकर और इसका कोई रास्ता निकालिए, कुछ हल निकालिए, इसका समाधान निकालिए। हम ये नहीं चाहते हैं कि पहले ये नीचे जाए, फिर ऊपर आए, फिर नीचे जाए, ये कोर्ट में ही घूमता रहे। हम चाहते हैं कि रेलवे का भी काम हो जाए। अगर रेलवे को जगह की ज़रूरत है तो उनकी जगह कैसे उनको मिल सकती है वो आप तय करिए, और जो लोग वहाँ रहते रहे हैं उनको आप यकीनन उनके लिए कोई रिहैबिलिटेशन का कोई ऐसा प्लान लाइए जो हम उससे मुतमईन हो जाएं, हम संतुष्ट हो जाएं।
कोर्ट ने हाई कोर्ट के आदेश पर भी सवाल उठाए कि 7 दिन कोई बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है।
जो भी कहा, जो कोर्ट ने कहा, देखिए कोर्ट बहुत सारी चीजें कहता है जब बहस हो रही होती है, लेकिन वो ऑर्डर नहीं होता। ऑर्डर सिर्फ यही है कि अभी इस वक्त इस मामले पर हम स्टे लगा रहे हैं, हम और कुछ नहीं कह रहे हैं, हम स्टे लगा रहे हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगली दफा आप आएंगे तो कोई प्लान लेकर आएंगे जो सब लोगों को मुतमईन करेगा।
माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय का बहुत धन्यवाद। उन्होंने मानवीय पहलू भी सुना और 4,365 परिवारों के सर पर छत बची रहे इस बात को भी समझा। 40-40, 50-50 साल से लोग वहां रह रहे हैं, उस बात पे भी उन्होंने ध्यान दिया और फाइनली रोक दिया रेलवे को कि आप छत नहीं उजाड़ सकते लोगों के सर से जब तक आपके पास कोई ठोस आधार ना हो और जब तक कि आप उनको रिहेबिलिटेट करने का कोई प्लान ना हो।
हम स्वागत करते हैं इस निर्णय का। सर्वोच्चतम न्यायालय ने जो लोगों को इंसाफ दिया है, हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट की जो विसंगतियां थी उनका संज्ञान लेते हुए और न्यायिक प्रक्रिया में जो लोगों का आज भरोसा दोबारा स्थापित हुआ है, तो इसके लिए उच्चतम न्यायपालिका बहुत बधाई की पात्र।
उत्तराखंड में हमने पहले ही कहा था, क्योंकि वो रेलवे की भूमि है और रेल विभाग माननीय हाई कोर्ट में और माननीय उच्च न्यायालय में जो भी उनका फैसला, जो भी उनका मुकदमा था वो चल रहा था और राज्य सरकार की तरफ से हमने पहले ही कहा है कि जो भी न्यायालय का आदेश होगा हम उसके अनुरूप आगे कार्रवाई करेंगे।
जिस प्रकार से उत्तराखंड हाई कोर्ट के एक आदेश पर, एक फैसले पर इस पूरे आदेश को सांप्रदायिक रंग देने की कोशिश की गई और इस पर सियासत करने की कोशिश कांग्रेस पार्टी, समाजवादी पार्टी के कुछ लोगों ने करने की कोशिश की, तो ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि एविक्शन और अतिक्रमण जैसे मामले को भी सांप्रदायिक रंग देकर इस पर राजनीति की जा रही है, वोट बैंक की राजनीति की जा रही है और भड़काने की चेष्टा की जा रही है।
Amit Bhardwaj joining us live from Haldwani. Amit, just take us through the latest and how the situation is developing on ground, the kind of angst that's possibly building up with all the uncertainty around this.
Well, Abha, the situation has changed, in the past 6 hours. Until yesterday, people were afraid, people were angry, and they were confused. Afraid because there was a demolition threat that was looming over their head. They were not very sure as to whether these 5 neighborhoods settled in Banbhoolpura will remain there on January 8th or not. Angry because they thought that their version was not heard, and confused because what will happen in the Supreme Court was not clear. But today, the picture has completely changed. People have a sigh of relief because the Supreme Court has put a hold on the demolition order that was passed by the Uttarakhand High Court. And now, if you would look at people's faces, many of them are smiling, many of them are relieved. And throughout the morning today, early in the morning, we have been reporting that as to how people have been offering mass prayers at least 12 sites in Banbhoolpura, in 5 neighborhoods of Banbhoolpura. In fact, even now I am joined by several of the residents from Banbhoolpura, and we'll also get your reactions. Sir, आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आप लोगों को राहत दी है, तो लगता है दुआएं जो थी वो सुन ली गई हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, इनफैक्ट जी हम बिल्कुल सही है। न्यायपालिका ने बहुत बड़ा इंसाफ किया है। हम उच्चतम न्यायालय गए और हमें कल भी भरोसा था न्यायपालिका के ऊपर, आज भी है, कल भी रहेगा। और
कई सारे नेता ये कह रहे हैं कि इस पूरे मामले को सांप्रदायिक रंग देने की कोशिश की गई, राजनीतिक रंग देने की कोशिश की गई, और अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस पूरे मामले पे ऑर्डर देके इसको स्टे को रोक दिया है। तो ये राजनीति करने की जरूरत नहीं थी इस मामले में।
हाँ बिल्कुल नहीं थी, लेकिन अब अपने अपने ख्याल हैं लोगों के, करना चाहते हैं, राजनीति करना चाहते हैं, करते रहिए, लेकिन जो फैक्ट है वो फैक्ट ही रहेगा। कानून अपनी जगह पे है, हम कानून के उसमें लड़े और उसमें हमें सफलता मिली। हमें पूरा भरोसा था और वो आज हुआ।
ठीक है, अभी लेकिन पहला कदम है और एक लंबी लड़ाई है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, क्योंकि अगली तारीख 1 महीने बाद 7 फरवरी की है।
जैसा कि हम लोग इस पहले कदम पर पहुंचे हैं और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की दहलीज पर पहला कदम रखा गया है, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो स्टे मिला है वो हमारे कुछ एविडेंस हमारे पास मौजूद हैं, कुछ कागजात ऐसे मौजूद हैं जिसको विहाव बनाया होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने। हमें पहले दिन से यकीन था कि चूंकि उच्चतम न्यायालय है और वहाँ हम लोगों को सुना जाएगा, हम लोगों की बात होगी। जैसे कि हम पहले जीने पे हम लोग कदम रखे गए हैं, तो हमें स्टे मिला है जो अगली 7 फरवरी की डेट है, उसमें भी हम लोग सामूहिक तरीके से इस मैदान में उतरे हैं। जमीयत उलमा हिंद भी इसमें मुकम्मल सहयोग कर रही है, तो आगे भी लड़ेंगे। मैं ये क्योंकि मैं यहीं का मूल निवासी हूँ, जमीयत उलमा का जिला सदर हूँ, और हम पहले दिन से ये बात कहते चले आ रहे हैं कि चूंकि हम कहीं पर भी गलत नहीं थे।
ये नजूल लैंड की आपके पास लीज है,
1940
साल की है,
1940 की है, 1940 की लीज पर दिए हुए हैं। इसके भी अभी काफी साल बाकी हैं, और इसमें भी अभी 2016 में चूंकि फ्री होल्ड की नीति आई थी, तो फ्री होल्ड की नीति में भी एक किस्त हमारी जा चुकी है। हाँ,
2016 वाली नीति में
जी, एक हमारे पास, एक मिनट, ये हमारे पास 1938 का हाउस टैक्स की रसीदात हमारे पास मौजूद है। हमें पूरा यकीन था कि हम कहीं पर भी गलत नहीं थे बॉस। जब हम गलत नहीं थे तो फिर ना अल्लाह हमारे साथ गलत कर सकता है और ना उच्चतम न्यायालय हमारे साथ गलत कर सकता है। हमें यकीन है कि हम लोग इन्हीं कागजात की बुनियाद पर जीते हैं, स्टे मिला है। आगे की लड़ाई भी हम लोग इसी को विहाव बना के लड़ेंगे।
ठीक है, लेकिन एक सवाल ये भी बना रहेगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा है कि जो रेलवे की डेवलपमेंट की मांग है वो गलत नहीं है, उसके ऊपर भी विचार किया जाएगा।
नहीं, डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए, लेकिन रेलवे अपनी जगह पे करेगी ना कि ये राजस्व विभाग की या निगम की या फ्री होल्ड या लैंड वाली जगह लोगों के पास है, उस पर थोड़ा ना करेगी। तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज उसी को बिहेव बनाते हुए ये डिसीजन दिया है, इसकी हमें उम्मीद भी थी।
ठीक है, कल तक राजनीतिक माहौल बहुत गरमाया हुआ था, अभी क्या हालात है?
राजनीतिक माहौल तो देखिए ऐसा होता है ना कि यहाँ तो लोग अपनी परेशानी से बेबस होकर आए थे। अभी किसी ने इसको राजनीतिक मंच बनाया, ये तो उनकी अपनी परेशानी है। लोगों का तो अपना मसला था, इतना बड़ा घर छीनने का मसला था, इतनी बड़ी आबादी पर 50,000 की आबादी के ऊपर छत छीनने का था, वो तो अपने मसले के लिए आए थे।
अब जो प्रदर्शन चल रहा था पिछले कई दिनों से, उसका दौर रुकेगा?
जी, अब तो आगे देखिए क्या होता है। अभी तो हमें स्टे मिला है 1 महीने का, यहाँ 1 महीने का टाइम है। हम अपने कागज लेकर अपनी तैयारी करेंगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमें पेश करना है, वही हमारी अब आगे की सुनवाई होनी है। उच्च न्यायालय ने फैसला दिया, हम उसका सम्मान करते हैं।
ठीक है, सो अब क्लियरली द टेम्पर्स हैव गॉन डाउन, पीपल आर नाउ हैप्पी एंड रिलीव्ड दैट they have gotten a stay order from the Supreme Court, and they believe that because they have all the required documents, they'll be able to argue it out in the Supreme Court, and they'll be able to get the judgment in their favor. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that. Let's take a very quick break. When we come back, politics continuing over Vande Bharat train in West Bengal. Mamta says the incident happened in Bihar and not in her state.
You are watching India Today.
Amazon, the company that delivers packages at your doorstep, could soon be seen delivering you the electricity. In order to trade clean energy in India, Amazon has established a new energy company called AEI New Energy Trading Private Limited that works with Indian energy producing firms. While the US-based company will utilize the energy to power its own operations, there's a chance it may also power your home. The largest corporate consumer of clean energy in the world holds a Category 3 trade license in India. The American company has contracted with private firms to supply it with 720 megawatts of power. Amazon will use this electricity to power its warehouses, cloud services centers, web centers, other operations, and to our homes through local electricity service providers. But why is this billion-dollar behemoth attempting to enter the electricity market when its primary business is thriving? The answer is to target of becoming a carbon-neutral firm by 2040. This would also assist India in achieving its carbon-neutral goal, which was set for 2070. By 2047, the nation also aims to revolutionize power generation through the development of green energy and enhance job growth. So soon, it could be a possibility that our Amazon OTT box is powered by Amazon itself.
Membership 1, खुशियां अनेक.
Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Politics continuing over the attack on a Vande Bharat train in West Bengal. Responding on the attack, Chief Minister Mamata said that the incident happened in Bihar and not in her state. Talking about the train, she said it's an old train that's been refurbished as new. She also promised action against the miscreants. Meanwhile, attackers have been identified. The attackers who pelted stones at the train in Malda on Jan 2nd have been caught on camera. Now, the Howrah-New Jalpaiguri Vande Bharat was attacked twice on Jan 2nd and Jan 3rd. The second attack took place at the NJP yard on Tuesday. Window panes of coaches C3 and C6 of the train suffered damage. BJP had demanded NIA probe into the stone pelting incident and termed it as revenge for Jai Shri Ram chants on the day of its inauguration. Bengal's first Vande Bharat train was flagged off virtually by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on December 30th.
আপনারা অনেক টিভি চ্যানেলে উল্টো পাল্টা করে 3 দিন আমাদের বিরুদ্ধে বাংলার বদনাম করেছেন যারা বদনাম করেছেন এবং ফেক নিউজ দেখিয়েছেন এবং মানুষের কাছে ভুল বার্তা দিয়েছেন বাংলাকে অসম্মান করবার তাদের বিরুদ্ধে কিন্তু আইনের পথে চলবে এটা বাংলায় ঘটেনি এটা বিহারে ঘটেছে বিহারের মানুষের ক্ষোভ থাকতেই পারে এবং গণতন্ত্রের ক্ষোভ থাকলে তার একটা ঘটনা যদি ঘটেও থাকে সেটা নিয়ে বিহারকে তো অপমান করা যায় না আমি মনে করি তাদের পাওয়ার অধিকার আছে আজকে বিজেপি নেই বলে তারাই বা পাবে না কেন আর বন্দে ভারত কি একটা নতুন ট্রেনকে মানে আমরা যেটা বলি যে একটা পুরনো ট্রেনকে রং করে একটা করে দিয়েছে
Their accusation and politicization about the stray incident of stone pelting on Vande Bharat itself says that there must be some kind of political conspiracy of BJP behind this incident because they are trying to get leverage and political leverage out of it. Because stone pelting on a train happens throughout India. It happened earlier also. Local police look into the matter, and in the UP and other places also this incident happened in Rajdhani Express. At that point of time, no political party tried to get political mileage out of such stray and such bad incidents. But we have condemned the incident and local police will look into it.
पश्चिम बंगाल में भारत विरोधी ताकत और पाकिस्तानी समर्थक बहुत ज्यादा हावी है और ममता बनर्जी का जय श्री राम विरोध उनको एक नया ताकत दिया और इसीलिए वंदे भारत का ऊपर ऐसा घटना हुआ। अभी जो मालदा का घटना में जो 4 आदमी का दिखा गया, इसका फुटेज को छानबीन हो और आप देखिएगा इसका पीछे कोई बड़ा राज होगा और पश्चिम बंगाल में कानून व्यवस्था कहता है, इससे भी घटना से आपको पता चल रहा है। इसीलिए पश्चिम बंगाल में कुछ कानून बोल के कुछ चीज है ही नहीं।
Ritik Mandal also joining us on the phone line. Ritik, take us through, politics unfolding over this entire incident, but take us through really what you're hearing.
It seems like that this is going to be another flashpoint between TMC and BJP over this issue of the stone pelting, which happened a couple of days back in West Bengal, where while addressing the media in Gangasagar, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee turned down all allegations that this incident happened in West Bengal. She claims that this particular incident happened in Bihar, and West Bengal police is going to take action for spreading fake news on social media. But as for the BJP is concerned, they are hitting at the ruling Trinamool Congress over this issue. But let me tell you that as for the Eastern Railway is concerned, we have a fresh reaction from the TPRO of Eastern Railway, which claimed that in two incidents in which the
All right, we seem to have lost the line with Ritik there, but we'll get back across to him in a moment. Now, with Karnataka heading to polls in a few months, the Higher Education Minister, C.N. Ashwath Narayan, has mulled constructing a Ram Mandir in the state, similar to the one in Ayodhya. The government plans to table the plan in the next state budget. Meanwhile, the opposition is all guns blazing at the Saffron Party, accusing the move to woo Hindu votes. Here's a report.
Ahead of the 2023 Assembly elections, state of war Karnataka intensifies. Eyeing the Hindu vote bank, the BJP is planning to build a Ram Mandir in the state on the lines of Ayodhya Temple in Ramnagara. The Basavaraj Bommai government will announce the temple construction on budget day. The state higher education minister, Ashwath Narayan, also claimed Uttar Pradesh chief minister will lay foundation stone for the temple.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಮನಗರ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಆಗಿರೋದು ರಾಮನ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಕೆಂಗಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯನವರು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ಪೇಟೆ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಹೆಸರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ರಾಮನಗರ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಮನ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಣೆ ರಾಮ ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಳ ರಾಮದೇವರ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಮನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿವನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಜೀರ್ಣೋದ್ಧಾರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
The government is planning to redevelop this temple in Ramnagara, about 45-minute drive from Bengaluru.
So we just climbed around 500 flights of stairs, and the view, I must tell you, was breathtaking. And this is what we came up to. As you can see, this is the temple here, the Ram Mandir. The officials here, they want to call this as the Dakshina Ayodhya. They want to replicate the model that we've seen in Ayodhya Ram Mandir there. They want to do the same thing here. So for people who can't really go up north, the South Indians here, they can come here and visit the Ram Mandir here in Ramnagar.
This is an old Ram temple. It is believed Lord Ram, Sita and Lakshman stayed here during their exile. Devotees climb 500 steps to get a glimpse of Lord Ram.
ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಜಾಗ ಬಂದು ರಾಮದೇವರು ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗ.
ಒಂದು 4ರಿಂದ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಈ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಐತಿಹ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಬಂದು ರಾಮತೀರ್ಥ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸೀತಾಮಾತೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೀರು ಸಿಗದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ರಾಮದೇವರು ಬಾಣ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರು ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಆಳ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬ ಆಳ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ವರ್ಷ ಮಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೂ ನೀರು ಬತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನೀರಿದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
The master plan also entails special pathway for those with physical disability. Marble stairs and dome will also be constructed. Meanwhile, politics explode over the planned Ram temple. The opposition has hit out, accusing the state government of trying to divert focus from development issues.
ಅಯೋಧ್ಯ ಕರ್ಕೊಬಂದು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಸೀತಾ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಅಶ್ವತ್ಥಾಯಣ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ. ನಮ್ದೇನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಪಾಪ ಬಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ರಾಮನಗರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The JDS too has rejected the proposal for the temple. The constituency is represented by HD Kumaraswamy.
ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ನಿಂತು ಖುದ್ದು ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಯೋಗಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಸೋದಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿನ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗರ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕನಕಪೀಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತೂರು ಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಕರೆಸಿ ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸವಾಲನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
As BJP once again raises Hindutva pitch in the state, it seems the party is literally fighting the elections Ram Bharose. Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news coming in, Bajrang Dal and VHP have started a helpline against love jihad in Mangaluru. Activists have said that another Delhi's Shraddha Walker case should not be repeated in Dakshina Kannada. So they are addressing the problems faced by people through this helpline. There are more than 20 people associated with the fringe organizations working to address grievances of the people. They will give all kinds of support, including legal, counseling, medical and other support. They will also keep details confidential and will not disclose identities. That's the latest coming in from the south as Bajrang Dal and VHP launch a Love Jihad helpline. They're looking to do this in Dakshin Kannada, saying that they're looking to avoid another Delhi's Shraddha Walker case and addressing problems faced by the people through these helplines, with more than 20 people associated with fringe organizations working to address grievances of people. Support includes legal, counseling, doctors and more. And of course, all information will be kept confidential. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi in a white t-shirt in chilling weather has become a hot topic. As the yatra resumed after the new year, Rahul was again seen wearing a white t-shirt that he has sported for most of the journey. People are now trying to know the reason behind Rahul Gandhi's tolerance. Have a look.
Rahul Gandhi is raising temperatures with his now ubiquitous white t-shirt.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. ठीक है? टी-शर्ट ही रहेगी क्या लगाता? चल रही है. नहीं काम करेगी. बोलो साथ हमारे कौन चलेगा? बोलो साथ हमारे.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is currently in Uttar Pradesh and is headed further north. Despite a record-breaking cold wave, Rahul Gandhi and his white half-sleeve t-shirt remain inseparable. The Congress MP's cool quotient has now become a matter of research in Uttar Pradesh. The focus of the study, ordered by the state health minister himself, why isn't Rahul feeling cold?
प्रकृति से बचाने के लिए शारीरिक बनावट के अनुसार हम लोग कपड़े पहनते हैं, लेकिन आज एक राष्ट्रीय दैनिक समाचार पत्र में हमने देखा है कि समाचार पत्र में किसी वैज्ञानिक साक्ष्यों के आधार पर लिखा है कि वो किस प्रकार के विटामिन लेते हैं, क्या लेते हैं, तो ये तो शोध का विषय है और मैंने भी इसको देखा है। हमने कई लोगों से चर्चा की है कि क्यों ऐसा हुआ है, ऐसा क्या है कि ठंड में भी आदमी बगैर कपड़ों के रह सकता है।
The UP Health Minister says the report decoding Rahul Gandhi's weather resistance will be made public soon.
हमने कई चिकित्सा जगत के लोगों से बात जरूर किया है।
कब तक सामने आएगी रिपोर्ट मिलेगी?
से पता चलेगा, मैं बता।
The Congress MP who has weathered many storms has been nonchalant about his sartorial choices.
तो क्या आप चाहते हो मैं स्वेटर पहन लूं? मतलब इससे इतनी डिस्टर्बेंस क्यों नहीं है लोगों को? ये आपने स्वेटर क्यों पहन रखा है? नहीं, इसका कारण ये नहीं है। इसका कारण ये है कि आप सर्दी से डरते हो। इसका कारण नहीं है कि सर्दी है, आप सर्दी से डरते हो। मैं सर्दी से डरता नहीं हूं, सीधी सी बात है।
किसी ने मुझे कल कहा भाई ठंड से इन्हें बचाओ, जैकेट तो पहनवा लो। मेरा जवाब ये है कि ये सत्य का कवच पहन के चल रहे हैं। भगवान इनको सुरक्षित रखेगा।
As the yatra progresses, expect Rahul and his T-shirt to generate more heat. With Samarth Srivastav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take a break. When we come back, ahead of Pathan's release, a fringe protest in Ahmedabad theatre warning against the releasing of Shah Rukh Deepika Stara.
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Welcome back. Hardly a few days left for the release of Shah Rukh Khan's most anticipated film Pathan, but while fans are eagerly awaiting him return to the big screen after a gap of 5 long years, controversies don't seem to end. Markets have made the cut suggested by the censor board and the film has even got a UA certificate. But now a Hindi group has created ruckus at a mall in Ahmedabad.
Shah Rukh Khan's posters tore down. Ruckus created. Mall vandalized by Bajrang Dal. of the release of Pathan on January 25th, the Hindu group created a ruckus at Al-Fawan Mall in Ahmedabad. Apart from tearing down the posters, the group also issued a warning to not release the film in the theatres. Boycott calls against SRK's upcoming movie Pathan is getting louder by the day. That's not all. The actor was in fact also targeted during one of his Ask Me Anything session on Twitter when a user asked him to retire and that his upcoming spy thriller will turn out to be a flop. However, he gave a befitting reply. He wrote, and we quote, "Bado se aisi baat nahi karte." And his fans are gushing over his witty reply. As Deepika turned a year older on January 5th, Shah Rukh Khan took to social media to wish his co-star and shared a new still of her from the film. He wrote, and we quote, "To my dearest Deepika Padukone, how you have evolved to own the screen in every avatar possible. Always proud and always wishing for you to scale new heights. Happy birthday, lots of love." Pathan has been facing boycott for a while now. In fact, right-wing Hindu groups had carried out protest marches in Bhopal, Indore and other parts of Madhya Pradesh against the film.
En esta noche la vida es completa.
And now the film has been granted a UA certificate after the makers had made the cuts suggested by the examining committee of the censor board. Most of these changes were related to dialogues, while 3 changes have been made to the popular track Besharam Rang. Some close-up shots of Deepika and dance moves have also been replaced. Besharam Rang, the first song which was released by the makers, had become political flashpoint. Outfits like the VHP was seeing red over Deepika Padukone's saffron bikini in the track.
बेशर्म रंग के साथ भगवा रंग को दिखाने की कोशिश की। इन्होंने हिंदू समाज का अपमान किया है और हिंदू समाज का नहीं, संपूर्ण भारत की सभ्यता का अपमान किया।
The right-wing protests came days after Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra threatened a ban on the movie back on December 14th.
गाने में प्रयुक्त की गई वेशभूषा प्रथम दृष्टया बेहद आपत्तिजनक है। मैं ये निवेदन करूंगा कि इसके दृश्यों को ठीक करें, वेशभूषा को ठीक करें, अन्यथा मध्य प्रदेश में इस फिल्म को अनुमति दी जाए या न दी जाए, ये विचारणीय प्रश्न होगा।
Even Maharashtra BJP leader had joined the chorus for a ban on Pathan.
Any film or any serial which has been hurting Hindu sentiments or any religious sentiments will not allow them to release in Maharashtra.
While BJP leader called the song obscene, the opposition had described the boycott calls petty.
दुनिया बहुत आगे चली गई है, अब वो जमाना बदल गया है। तो जमाना बदलने को कबूल करिए भाई साहब। ये जो छोटी सोच के लोग हैं ना, वो बेड़ा गर्क करेंगे इस देश का।
मुझे पर्सनली तो चीज अच्छी नहीं लगती है बिल्कुल, क्योंकि कुछ मर्यादाएं हमारी संस्कृति में हैं आज भी। अब वो तो है पर्सनल लिबर्टी के नाम से जो चाहो करो, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं लकीर तो खींचनी पड़ती है ना।
Trinamool Congress leader Kirti Azad had tweeted pictures from movies of BJP MPs Manoj Tiwari and Ravi Kishan with saffron-clad actors, terming them sanskari BJP MPs. Meanwhile, Shah Rukh Khan, who spoke at the inauguration of the Kolkata International Film Festival, had warned people against negativity. He said the role of cinema was ever more important right now.
दुनिया जो है नॉर्मल हो गई है, हम सब खुश हैं, मैं सबसे ज्यादा खुश हूं और ये बात बताने में मुझे बिल्कुल भी आपत्ति नहीं है कि दुनिया कुछ भी कर ले, मैं और आप लोग और जितने भी पॉजिटिव लोग हैं सब के सब जिंदा हैं।
Shah Rukh Khan has faced boycott calls earlier in the past too. Having suffered a series of flops, King Khan is hoping Pathaan will re-establish his reign in Bollywood. But will the political storm hit his comeback film? Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
This is a Pune landmark. India's first school for women, set up by Savitribai Phule, a feminist icon known as the mother of education. 175 years after she set up the school, the building is now in shambles.
Here you can see the condition of the place is in dilapidated state. Anywhere, anytime, this Wada, which is already in crumbling state, might collapse. Some part of the Wada has already collapsed. Now here you can see the remains of the Wada.
Despite being designed as a heritage place in Pune city, the school lies in an abandoned state.
किसी भी परियोजना के लिए जो जमीन लगती है या जो भी संसाधन लगता है उसकी कीमत तो सरकार को देनी ही पड़ेगी। और हमारा ये कहना है कि यहाँ के जो लोग हैं जो यहाँ पे एस्टेब्लिश्ड है उनके कोई अधिकार हम छीनना नहीं चाहते, ना सरकार छीने। अगर छीनती है तो हम उनके साथ खड़े रहेंगे।
For the last 22 years, several organizations have protested against builders eyeing the historical site.
30 जनवरी तक यहाँ पे ज्येष्ठ नेता हमारे जो नेता है बाबा अडाव जी ने कहा है कि अगर ये राष्ट्रीय स्मारक डिक्लेयर करके काम नहीं शुरू होता है तो महाराष्ट्र के पूरे जन चौवन में काम करने वाले आंदोलनकारी सब एक साथ आके बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन हम लोग खड़ा करेंगे।
But despite repeated protests and long-drawn court hearings, any action to restore the first school ever for women in India is still pending.
People who are agitating, they have given an ultimatum that if the state government has announced and shown a will that this historic place will be converted into a monument, national monument, then efforts should be made. Else, from 31st of January, another agitation will take place. With Cameron Gopal Harne, this is Pankaj Khelkar in Pune for India Today.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on India Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the headlines. Delhi police make startling revelations in the Delhi hit and drag case. Cops identified 2 more accused in the case who weren't in the car but tried to shield the accused. Cops claim the accused were aware of the body under the car.
ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था।
New CCTV footage of Delhi hit and drag shows how the accused tried to flee after the crime. Accused seen checking under the car for Anjali's body, catching an auto and dumping the car in a parking lot. Interim relief for 50,000 Haldwani residents. Supreme Court stays demolition of Haldwani houses. Supreme Court says 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight. Drunk flyer who urinated on co-passenger on Air India flight identified as Shekhar Mishra, a Mumbai-based businessman. Cops directed to arrest the man. Ahead of Pathan's release, fringe protests in Ahmedabad theatre warning against the release of the Shah Rukh Deepika star. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella meets Prime Minister Modi, says inspiring to see India's focus on digital transformation, assures help for the Digital India vision. Breaking news coming in, the complaint copy in the Air India case has been accessed and the complainant has said this: passenger unzipped his pants, urinated on me, drunk flyer kept standing after urinating. Clothes, shoes, bag were all soaked in urine. The crew refused to give me another seat, asked to return to the soiled seat, given the steward's seat for the rest of the journey. Made to confront drunk offender, man begged not to lodge police complaint. Akshita joining us on this. Akshita, this is really unprecedented. I don't know if in recent times we've heard of such a horrific incident on board. And recently we've in fact had a spate of incidents, whether it be violence and now, of course, this kind of incident with a male co-passenger actually urinating on a co-passenger who's sitting just very peacefully right there in business class.
That's right, Abba, and the details are as horrible as they get. You know, we thought it's bad, but if you read this statement, it's way worse than what we actually imagined. I'm just going to straight take you across to the full complaint that's been put out by the victim in this case, and I'll read it out for you. She says, I would like to submit a complaint about my appalling experience traveling on Air India business class flight AI102, seat 9A on 26 November 2022. During the course of the flight, shortly after lunch was served and the lights were switched off, a male business class passenger seated in 8A, meaning in the seat just in front of her, walked to my seat completely inebriated. He unzipped his pants and urinated on me and kept standing there until the person sitting next to me tapped him and told him to go back to his seat, at which point he staggered back to his seat. I immediately got up to notify the stewardess of what had happened. My clothes, shoes and bag were soaked in urine. The bag contained my passport, travel documents and currency. The flight staff refused to touch them, sprayed my bag and shoes with disinfectant and took me to the bathroom, gave me a set of airline pajamas and socks. I asked the staff for a change of seat, but was told that no other seats were available. However, another business class passenger who had witnessed my plight and was advocating for me pointed out that there were seats available in first class. The flight crew told me then that the pilot had vetoed giving me a seat in first class. After I had been standing for 20 minutes, one of the senior flight staff offered me the small crew seat used by the airline staff, where I sat for about 2 hours. I was then asked to return to the initial soiled seat. Although the staff had spread sheets on the seat, the area was still damp and reeking of urine, and I refused to sit there. I was then given the steward's seat for the rest of the journey. In the meantime, one of the senior flight staff came to me and asked me how I wanted to handle the situation. I told them I wanted the man arrested immediately by the airport police. They asked me if I would like to talk to the ground staff, and I told them that I most certainly would. Now, she goes on to say here, I'm highlighting the rest of it. She says the flight staff were in the meanwhile also having discussions with the offender, who was sobering up by this time, and they came and told me that he wanted to apologize to me. I stated clearly that I did not want to interact with him or see his face, and that all I wanted was for him to be arrested on arrival. However, the crew brought the offender before me against my wishes, and we were made to sit opposite each other in the crew seats. I was stunned when he started crying and profusely apologizing to me, begging me not to lodge a complaint against him because he's a family man and did not want his wife and child to be affected by this incident. In my already distraught state, I was further disoriented by being made to confront and negotiate with the perpetrator of the horrific incident close quarters. I told him that his actions were inexcusable, but in the face of his pleading and begging in front of me and my own shock and trauma, I found it difficult to insist on his arrest or to press charges against him. Now, she goes on to say, I demanded from the airline staff that Air India reimburse for me for my shoes and clothes, but they said they had nothing to do with this. And the man in question should pay for that and dry clean my shoes and clothes. They got my phone number, which they later passed on to the offender for payment for my shoes and dry cleaning. I subsequently returned the payment as I did not want to take his money. It doesn't stop there. She goes on to say that the Air India flight staff assured me that I would be taken on a wheelchair to the baggage carousel and seen through a comfortable exit from the airport. On landing, I was put on a wheelchair, taken to the terminal, unloaded there to wait for the next wheelchair. The ground staff never came to assist me and take down my complaint. I waited for 30 minutes. I was so exhausted and shaken that I simply got up and walked to the immigration and collected my baggage. When I told the flight staff that no one had assisted me on the ground, they called for a wheelchair to wheel me to the entrance, which was barely a few feet away by this time. Now, she wraps up her complaint by saying not only was the Air India crew deeply unprofessional, there are also a number of failures worth pointing out. First, the crew did not show good judgment about how much alcohol to serve a passenger. Second, the crew was not proactive in managing a very sensitive and traumatic situation, and I had to advocate for myself throughout, waiting for long periods of time to get any response. They agreed to reimburse the ticket. To date, they've issued only a partial refund. This is hardly sufficient compensation for my traumatic experience. Now, she's also gone on to state that she's saying, I've personally emailed a complaint directly to Air India on 27 November, the next day after her flight, fully expecting them to call me for further investigation. They have not yet. So these are the details of exactly what happened that we're putting out right now. The complaint from the victim, which highlights several lapses on the part of the Air India cabin crew of how they addressed this issue, how they helped the senior citizen or the lack of help, and also how they didn't act against the offender in question here, against the Mumbai-based businessman Shekhar Mishra.
Well, actually, I can't help but, actually look at the logic of some of her alleged complaints, right? In the sense, the allegations, pardon me, like the fact that, how did he get drunk to the point where he didn't know where he was urinating? I mean, how is that even possible? And from her description, it really sounds like the crew wasn't as concerned. I mean, that's the impression that comes through the language in the complaint. In terms of what Air India has said so far, I mean, we've only heard that the issue was resolved, but the case was only picked up like almost a month later, and clearly on the back of this woman really going after them and wanting some kind of action taken. What could an airline have done? What should they have done? What more can they do? Can the DGCA get involved? Can there be any kind of penalties even on the airline for allowing such a situation to take place?
So the DGCA has sought a response from Air India on exactly what happened. But the questions that are being asked right now, Abba, of Air India is why didn't they act? Why didn't they appropriately act? Right now they've woken up because this victim here reached out to the highest ranking officials. But there are questions here about why the cabin crew hasn't faced any action yet. Because I'll highlight some of the things that she said about how the cabin crew reacted. First, with regards to her seat, she's saying that, there was first class seats available, but she was asked to sit in the same seat. I asked the staff for a change of seat, but was told no other seats were available. The flight crew told me that the crew had vetoed giving me a seat in first class. After I had been standing for 20 minutes, one of the senior flight staff offered me the small crew seat used by the airline staff, where I sat for about 2 hours. I was then asked to return to the initial soiled seat. I refused to sit there. So that was one point there, why the cabin crew didn't offer her first class seat. That's the least you could do, keeping in mind the circumstances, the kind of trauma that she's faced. The second issue here with how the cabin crew reacted is that very clearly she stated that, and she says, I stated clearly that I did not want to interact with him or see his face, and that all I wanted was for him to be arrested on arrival. However, the crew brought the offender before me against my wishes, and we were made to sit opposite each other in the crew seats. To add insult to injury, Abba, after the kind of trauma that she's undergone, something that, you'd not expect at all. You're seated there in a flight and suddenly someone's urinating on you. Imagine the trauma that she's faced, and she's a senior citizen. Add to that, is the crew actually imposing upon her, the same man who urinated on her, despite her telling them, I don't want to talk to him? The crew went ahead and brought him before her. Now, another point is when she asked for a reimbursement, they actually went ahead and washed their hands off it. They said, we have nothing to do with this. They had nothing to do with this, and the man in question should pay me for that. Now, after all of this, even while deboarding, they didn't stop the man. The Mumbai-based businessman Shekhar Mishra was let off with no problems at all, because the Air India said, a crew told her, the victim, that you have to take this forward however you wish to. But she said, I want to file a complaint once I deboard. And once she deboarded at the airport, again, she received no help from Air India. She's saying, I met the flight staff again near the exit as I was taking my luggage on a trolley. When I told them that no one had assisted me on the ground, they called for a wheelchair after I had waited for 30 minutes. So it's, one issue stacked up with another, Abba. And these are multiple violations by Air India. And there will be questions about how they treat their passengers. As you pointed out, a question also about what level of alcohol they serve passengers. Shouldn't there be some control on that? So much so that the man seated in front of her got up, urinated on her, went back and sat, and it almost seems like the cabin crew is taking his side, giving him an opportunity to even apologize to the victim, despite her saying clearly that she didn't want to meet him.
Absolutely. And what's amazing me is that this is not just about an individual, right? Of course, the individual's space has been completely violated, but it's also about the entire safety of the experience for other passengers as well. Paulami Saha also joining us on this. Paulami, I know you're also tracking all these developments, so let's get you in on the latest as well, because, for anybody who's looking to travel Air India after hearing of such an incident, anyone in their right mind is going to think again, given that something like this could take place. We've seen multiple incidents, and the fact that the crew or the airline doesn't also seem to really be concerned with it.
Well, this is definitely embarrassing for the airline and for the company which has taken over airlines out of group. They're trying to revamp the airline. They're trying to rebrand the airline as well, make many changes, makeover changes. But if, the sentiment is such at the moment that people are worried about, whether the crew is going to be sensitive, in fact, to their complaints, their grievances. And this is a complaint which was visible to them. It's not something which was made by the female passenger where she just simply said something happened to me, someone has, yelled or screamed at me, and they were not witness to it. Here, she was sitting over there in that seat with her bag, with her travel documents, her seat, her clothes, her slippers, everything, in fact, soaked in urine, so much so that in that complaint letter, she categorically stated that nobody even wanted to touch any of it. They just simply sprayed disinfectant on it, and they walked off and were completely oblivious to the predicament that I was in. This is a senior citizen we're talking about. She's in her 70s, and clearly she was very distraught and traumatized. There's a lot of answering that Air India has to do as far as this case is concerned, and not simply because of, the response on the flight itself, subsequent to it as well. The fact that the crew did not report this matter, did not take it up at a higher level, where they in fact took action immediately against the inebriated passenger, the male passenger who urinated on the female passenger. That just goes to show that there is a lot of seemingly wanting as far as a culture change that Air India needs, because this is extremely shocking and embarrassing to the company, and they do realize that it has outraged everyone across the country at the moment. Everyone's seen it on social media, they've seen it in the media in general, and they're extremely outraged and shocked about this. And this is definitely bringing a lot of, reputational damage Air India's way.
Huge reputational damage for an airline that's already going to be looking to come back and reinvent. It brings to light so many questions about the kind of staff on board, the training, all other kind of rules and compliances that were or weren't followed in order for this to happen. And this was in business class, so one has to really raise a question as to the fact that A, such an incident even occurred, B, really how the other passengers felt and the kind of action that was not taken, the fact that this person was allowed to really get away with it and walk off the flight. Mr. Ranganathan, Captain Ranganathan is joining us, and he's an aviation expert. He's with us on the phone line. Captain Ranganathan, I want to get your perspective on this. I mean, in all the years that one has been reporting on the business to do with these airlines, or whether it's even tracking these brands and companies as they grow, I don't think we've heard of such a horrific incident. And this is not the first, this may be the worst, but we've seen a series of recent incidents on board airlines. What is really going on here, and how could an airline allow this to happen?
No, first of all, it's an extremely serious incident, and it cannot be brushed off as just a no-fly action for 30 days. It's just a joke. In fact, for what he did, there were several errors here. To start with, when something like this happens, the cabin crew have to report to the captain. Whether they did is the first question. And if they did, the captain has to take action. Now, he's responsible for safety as well as the well-being of all the passengers. Now, all these aircrafts have a system called the ACARS. It's an aircraft communication and reporting system. He's just got to send a message to the company, and the ground staff will know exactly what happened. They will inform the security, and this passenger should have been arrested on landing. The fact that the report had not been filed by the captain, it's obvious that this man is somebody highly connected, or I don't know whether he's known to the crew members. That's why they didn't take any action. So that is one. And so it is. And what you have to remember, this is a long-haul flight, so there would have been two sets of crew. They cannot say that they were not aware. You had 4 pilots on board and 20 cabin crew on board. 10 operating and 2 pilots, and the other 10 and 2 were deadhead. They were on board to continue the flight. So they cannot hide behind the fact that they didn't know and it was not reported. And for the DGCA to say that the airline has been warned and no-fly zone, it is like the joke they had when 50% of SpiceJet aircraft were grounded, and the DGCA said that we have cut down their operation by 50%. This is just the eyewash.
Captain, and I agree with you. I agree with you that a 30-day no-fly is absolutely ridiculous, that there should be some kind of extreme penalty or punishment on this. But also talking about the pilots and the fact that when asked, there was apparently a veto at shifting her to a first-class seat. What's that about? You would think that the crew would really bend over backwards to make sure that the passenger is comfortable after an incident like this, especially.
Absolutely. In fact, if I had been the captain, that's the first thing I would have done. And I don't know whether Air India has the restraining system. Otherwise, they should have made this passenger sit in that seat and strapped him so that let him stink all the way back to Delhi. And they should have, now they should actually permanently ban him. It's not a 1 month when this is an extremely serious violation. And I'm surprised that Air India is taking it lightly. And to even condone a serious error like this speaks very low of Air India's concern for passengers. And that to a senior citizen lady, it is extremely serious. They should have moved her up to first class. And if they didn't, that's a very serious failure on the part of the crew.
Captain Ranganathan, thanks so much for joining us and giving us your expert perspective. Akshita, clearly there are big holes in this story, and as the captain just suggested, maybe there's more to it. Maybe there's someone else involved here that was known to the crew, or some reason why they seem to have missed a few steps in addressing something like this, a very serious matter, more seriously.
Actually, if you look at this complaint copy, Abha, it almost seems like they're trying very hard to bury the matter as soon as possible and as easily as they could. And the reason I say that is because if you look at particularly the point where the flight staff, and I'll read out the second paragraph for you again, it says the flight staff were in the meanwhile also having discussions with the offender who was sobering up by this time, and they came and told me that he wanted to apologize to me. I stated clearly that I did not want to interact with him or see his face, and all I wanted was for him to be arrested on a arrival. However, the crew brought the offender before me against my wishes, and we were made to sit opposite each other in the crew seats. I was stunned when he started crying and profusely apologizing to me. I was further disoriented by being made to confront and negotiate with the perpetrator of the horrific incident in close quarters. I told him that his own actions were inexcusable. Now, after this also, she says that I demanded from the airline staff that Air India reimburse me for my shoes and clothes, but they said that they had nothing to do with this. Now, while we understand that these are extraordinary circumstances, that I'm sure even the cabin crew hasn't seen anything like this taking place while they've been on their flights, this, if anything, Abba, called for the strictest possible action against the offender, and also to ensure that the victim was provided all necessary mental and physical care that she needed. And we're talking about the most basics of ensuring a clean seat after the kind of traumatic experience that she's been through. That wasn't taken care of. You can imagine how mentally traumatized and troubled she would have been after this kind of an incident. And she says that when she clearly told the cabin crew, they asked her, do you want to meet the offender? And she said very clearly that I do not want to. Despite that, they brought the offender before her and made her talk to him. When he apologized, and you know, you are up against that kind of a situation, she didn't know what to say. Again, the sense you get is that the cabin crew was trying to kind of hush this down and ensure that, you know, everything gets sorted out among themselves, which is what Air India has also said. They say that the issue was sorted out, which is hardly the case. This complaint copy, which the victim has put out, now very clearly states that the issue, no, wasn't sorted out, but they tried very hard to ensure that she accepts his apology, everyone moves on, and everything's perfectly fine on board that flight. But given the circumstances of the kind of experience that she suffered on board the flight, the Air India crew, at the very least, should have ensured that if she wanted to take action against the offender, that was immediately done. That if they were deboarding the flight, the moment they did that, they should have taken her, ensured that if she wanted to file a complaint, that was taken care of too. At the very end of this letter, she even talks about how she tried to file a complaint. She says that you know, I've also personally emailed a complaint directly to Air India on 27 November 2022, fully expecting them to call me for further investigation of the situation in order to take proper action and initiate appropriate grievance settlement. They have not yet. So it's not just a question of the cabin crew, but Air India themselves haven't responded to her. It took her writing to one of the senior most officials for there to even be cognizance of some action, sizable action being taken. And I want to remind you again, Abba, in the very beginning, she tells us that this was a flight that she had boarded on 26th November. Over 1 month on, and now we're hearing about this incident because it's taken her 1 month to get Air India to actually acknowledge that something like this even happened.
Over a month to even acknowledge. I mean, this is something that you wouldn't see in any kind of manual. It's unheard of. And I can't imagine a complaint like this being taken lightly or brushed aside by any international airline. Now, this is an airline that we're talking about that is, you know, one of the largest, that's been taken over now by a fresh management looking to revamp itself, but clearly still has several legacy issues, because for a cabin crew to take something like this lightly or try to brush it under the carpet is just something unacceptable. Let's take you through this again. A complaint copy in an Air India case has been accessed. As you can see, we've been sharing this with you on your screens as well, where the complainant, a senior citizen, has said that a co-passenger in business class, unzipped his pants and urinated on her. The drunk flyer kept standing after urinating. All her clothes, shoes, bag was soaked in urine. The crew did not give her another seat. She asked for a seat in first class. There were her co-passengers shared with her. There were seats up ahead that in first class that were available. She wasn't given a seat. She was given temporarily a crew seat and then asked to return to the soil seat after a couple of hours. Made to also confront the drunk offender, who until now there was no report that's been filed on him, no action taken, nothing at all that's been done to really slap this behavior. And the man proceeded to beg of her not to lodge a police complaint. When the flight landed, he was allowed to just simply walk off. And it's only a month later that we're actually hearing of some kind of action where he's been identified, for arrest, where there has been a fine of or no-fly rule that's been passed on him on Air India. I mean, this should be a no-fly rule across airlines. We are waiting for further DGCA commentary as well as they look into this complaint. But one of the most horrific instances, and the most recent in a slew of instances on board various airlines, whether it be of violence or whether it be of other complaints coming in from passengers, really unprecedented incidents with regards to flying across airlines here in India. Akshita, if we just take a look at some of the other recent events as well, I mean, we had a fight break out on a plane. Now we've got a man urinating on a plane. I mean, is there something more to read here in terms of the trend that we're seeing and the kind of reports coming in? We know the skies have been busy, and we know Indian skies are only going to grow. We know they've been packed despite higher ticket prices, and despite all of that, travel has been insane, even domestically. But is this really the direction in which we want to go? I mean, does this deserve a larger look by the DGCA in terms of rules and enforcement of rules on air?
Very true, Abba. There are so many questions right now about basic etiquette that's being followed on board these flights, about flyers fighting it out, resorting to verbal spats, attacks, arguments between flyers and cabin crew as well. And then you see these kind of incidents, unheard of, unbelievable incidents of a passenger urinating on his female co-passenger, and questions also about how the Air India, the airline, has responded. Largely, it's also opened up an argument and debate over whether we need, stricter action being taken against anyone who resorts to this beyond a no-fly list. Look, in this particular case itself, the Mumbai-based businessman Shekhar Mishra faces a 30-day no-fly list. That's hardly anything when you look at the gravity of the crime he's committed and the grievance that he's caused to a fellow passenger in business class, which, a ticket for which only is a few lakhs. And imagine this female passenger is paid so much, wants to enjoy, relax on a flight, and then faces this kind of trauma. The man in question, 30-day no-fly list, and that's it. But then obviously there are questions over how much can Air India do in these circumstances, because Paulami Saha, who tracks the civil aviation beat for us, earlier did tell me that Air India at this current stage cannot do more than actually put a ban on him for 30 days. So the DGCA can take more action. We'll see how that goes forward. But for the moment, obviously, there will be questions about whether we need to ensure a relook at the norms in place and ensure that basic etiquette that you expect on board a flight from flyers is at least maintained. There have been a slew of incidents. This by far is the worst we've ever seen or covered here on India Today, Abba.
I mean, this would not even be acceptable, in public spaces. Forget on board an airline, miles up in the air. And that too on a long-haul flight. It's truly horrendous. Akshita, thanks so much for joining us on this, and we'll continue to keep abreast of the story. The drunk male flyer who urinated on a female co-passenger on an Air India flight, now he has been identified as a businessman in Mumbai. The obnoxious passenger has been booked, and Shekhar Mishra is his name. A team of Delhi police is now on his trail, and his arrest is imminent. Delhi police sources say that he's currently out of Mumbai and is absconding, in fact. In her letter, the complainant recalled the experience she had on November 26th last year. She mentions detail of the horrific incident of how the drunk man walked to her seat, unzipped his pants and proceeded to urinate on her. Air India made no attempt to ensure her safety or comfort, and she also talks about how Shekhar Mishra was allowed to walk free after the flight landed. He has been booked under various sections: 294, Obscene Act, 354, outraging a woman's modesty, 509, intended to insult a woman's modesty, and 510, misconduct in public by a drunk person under the IPC and sections of aircraft rules. While Air India has banned him for 30 days, several lapses on the part of the airline have also come to the fore. For example, how was he allowed to get so drunk in the first place? If you were outraged by viral videos of obnoxious flyers fighting mid-air or screaming at flight crew, you've really seen nothing yet. With this incident, a drunk man exposing himself and urinating on a female passenger in business class. He's been banned for 30 days, but is this enough?
It's total luxury in the sky. You've just spent over 3 lakh rupees. You flew business class on this Air India flight to New York. And now you're on your way back home to Delhi. After you finish your finely crafted business class meal, you hunker down for some rest before arrival. The cabin lights are dimmed. The gentle hum of the aircraft lulls you into what you hope will be some sleep. Except you heard the sound of water splashing down on you in the dark. And in a moment of horror, you realize it isn't water because there's a dark figure looming over you, urinating in your lap. Close your eyes for a moment. We wish we were making this up, but we are not. This really happened on November 26 last year to a lady senior citizen on an Air India flight from New York to Delhi, who shot off an anguished letter to N. Chandrasekharan, chairman of the Tata Group that now owns Air India. The lady passenger says she had just finished lunch and the lights were switched off in the cabin. One of the other business class passengers, totally drunk, walked up to her, unzipped and began urinating all over her. After he finished, he simply walked back and sat in his seat. According to the complaints, the crew didn't respond appropriately, and only after the traumatized passenger went to them did they attempt to cleanse the seat and offer her a crew seat for the remainder of the flight. Worst of all, the drunk offender was allowed to simply leave after the flight landed. It was over a month later that Air India complained to the Delhi police on December 28, forcing an FIR to be registered. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take a break. When we come back, Delhi police making startling revelations in the Delhi hit and drag case. Cops identified 2 more accused in the case who weren't in the car but tried to shield the accused. Cops also claim the accused were aware of the body under the car.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hey, man.
Clearly retirement doesn't suit you. You got tired of shooting golf?
Well, I played 18, shot 18. Just can't seem to miss.
Marvel actor Jeremy Renner, who is best known as Hawkeye, is critical but in stable condition after meeting with an accident while plowing snow. According to reports, his family is with him and he's receiving proper care at the hospital. Apart from Marvel films like Avengers and Captain America, Renner has also starred in commercial hits such as Arrival.
Proper introduction.
I need everybody working on this.
I feel like everything that happens comes down to the two of us. I know what it is.
What does it say?
Offer weapon.
I don't need an interpreter to know what this means.
We don't know if they understand the difference between a weapon and a tool.
What the hell is she doing?
Do trust me.
And 2 films from the Mission Impossible franchise.
Right? Who are you really, Brent? What are you asking? What am I asking? All right, let me see if I can put it another way. How does an agent with skills like that end up an analyst? Well, we all have our secrets.
He's also all set to feature in Mayor of Kingstown Season 2.
To continue trusting me.
The inmates are running the asylum, and you're giving up the goddamn key.
This war is what I'm trying to stop.
He will also reportedly be headlining a series titled Renovations.
What's he doing? I'm gonna die. I want to die comfortable.
Jeremy Renner has been nominated for 2 Oscars for his role in The Hunter Locker and The Town.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. 4-day police custody for the accused in the Delhi horror case. That's the latest coming in on this front. The accused police custody has been extended 4 days now in the hit-and-run horror case. We've got the latest coming in there. Remember, we've been on top of all the CCTV footage that seems to imply that the accused fully knew what had happened. We've seen CCTV footage where they clearly checked for a body under the car before dumping the car and taking an auto rickshaw and fleeing. So clearly they knew what was going on. The police custody has now been extended. We've got 4 days for the accused in custody as details of what exactly transpired on the night of the first come out in great frequency as everyone continues to really try to get down to the bottom of this horrific case. Police custody has been extended at this point of time as more and more CCTV footage has emerged from where the accused dumped the car and from where he can be seen abandoning the car in a parking lot in Rohini and fleeing in an auto. The cops have sought 5 days custody of all of the accused. He has been seen bending and checking for the body as well. The cops have said in court that they do need this custody so that they have time to nab the others as well in the case, and they've sought about 5 days for everybody. The 5 accused have been remanded to 4-day police custody as of now. The earlier CCTV footage, if you remember, was from inside the parking lot. It was around 1:50 a.m. that the men hit Anjali's scooter, and the CCTV shows that at 4:52 a.m. the accused abandoned their car in a parking lot. The same car was recovered by the police at 7 a.m. almost 5 hours after the horror took place. Another shocking CCTV footage showed a police PCR van crossing the same road through which Anjali was dragged, and we'll show you that in a little while. But for now, the breaking news coming in on the hit and drag case is that the accused has been remanded to 4 days, and all accused, the cops have asked for 5 days custody in order to nab the others as well. The 4 that are currently detained have been asked to be retained in custody for 4 days. That's the latest news for you on your screen. 4-day police custody for the accused in the Delhi horror case. The cops have sought 5-day custody of all accused. Shreya Chatterjee joining us on the phone line on this. Shreya, take us through the latest based clearly on some of the new evidence emerging. Cops have asked for extended custody and they've been granted it as well. What are the next steps now in the case?
Well, first and foremost, today the Delhi police have secured 5 further days of custody of all the 5 accused who have already been arrested in the matter. Now, the primary reason that the Delhi police submitted before the court why they needed 5 days of custody was because there are still 2 more people who are absconding in the matter. Remember, Ashutosh and Ankush, who were also involved in destruction of evidence. They are still not in the custody of Delhi police, and Delhi police is conducting raids to nab them. Once they are arrested, it would be important for Delhi police to somewhere down the line complete the entire chain of events that transpired on the night of first, because that is something that they would require to submit in the charge sheet. That's the reason that they have asked for the 5 days of custody. They've also said that a complete background detail of all these 5 accused would also require them the time. That's one of the reasons why they sought 5 days custody, which has now been granted to them.
All right, thanks for joining us on that. The Delhi hit and run horror case continuing to get murkier. You accessed further CCTV footage from outside the parking lot where the accused dumped the car. In the latest footage, the accused after the murder can be seen abandoning the car in a parking lot in Rohini and fleeing the spot in an auto. One of the accused is also seen bending and checking for the body. The earlier CCTV footage, if you remember, was from inside the parking lot. Now, it was around 1:50 a.m. that the men hit Anjali's scooter, and the CCTV shows that at 4:52 a.m. the accused abandoned their car in a parking lot. The same was recovered by the police at about 7 a.m. almost 5 hours after the horror took place. Another shocking CCTV footage showed a police PCR van crossing the same road through which Anjali was dragged.
जो तमाम पहलू हैं, नई नई चीज़ें इसमें डेवलप हो रही हैं, जैसे सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल रही है, उसका एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। आई विटनेस जो हमें मिली है उसकी स्टेटमेंट 164 की हो चुकी है। इसके अलावा जो फॉरेंसिक की रिपोर्ट है अभी उसका हमें इंतज़ार है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी कुछ पहलू हैं जिन पे अभी काम चल रहा है, और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है उसकी फाइनल रिपोर्ट अभी आनी बाकी है। और इसके अलावा जो हमारे जो सीसीटीवी कैमरा के कुछ टाइमिंग्स हैं जिसमें जो कहीं पे सिंक्रोनाइजेशन लगता है कि टाइमिंग अलग अलग है, उसकी प्रॉपर मैचिंग जारी है।
The probe in the Anjali murder case intensifying. Delhi police has revealed that 2 more accused have been identified in the case who been recognized as Ankush and Ashutosh. Ashutosh owned the Baleno and he's now been arrested along with Ankush for misleading investigators. The 2 accused, however, were not in the car during the hit and drag. The cops further revealed that the accused Amit was driving the car and he did not have a license. The police claim that the accused are not linked to the victim, but they were well aware that there was a body under the car. This was also confirmed by the CCTV footage. Cops will also be seeking permission for a lie detector test. If permitted, the accused will all undergo that test. Meanwhile, Anjali's family staged a protest outside Sultanpuri police station and demanded the death penalty for the accused. They asked cops to make Nidhi, Anjali's friend, an accused in the case as well. Cops, however, have denied the same.
सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर और जो सीडीआर के आधार पर हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे, और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है। उसको या किसी भी जो भी क्रिमिनल आदमी है जिसने कोई क्राइम किया है कि उसको नॉलेज होती है कि अगर मैं ऐसे गाड़ी को मारूंगा या इसको आगे ले जाऊंगा किसी के ऊपर के इंसान से तो उसकी डेथ हो जाएगी। तो ये नॉलेज है इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है हमारे हिसाब से। टीडीआर और सीसीटीवी के एनालिसिस से एक्यूज्ड और डिसीज्ड का कहीं कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका और जो आई विटनेस है उसका भी कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है।
जो जांच चल रही है संतुष्ट हैं आप उस जांच?
हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं।
संतुष्ट नहीं है?
नहीं।
अभी आप थाने जा रही हैं?
हाँ जी।
क्या कहेंगे वहाँ जाके?
फांसी चाहिए लड़कों की।
फांसी चाहिए?
हाँ जी।
इसमें न्याय हो। पूरी तरह से मामला 302 का है। 5 से 7 लोग हो गए, 7 से 10 भी हो सकते हैं। ये पूरी गिरोह का काम है। इसमें जांच बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हो। फांसी की मांग कर रहे हैं।
जब 2 जनवरी को परिवार के साथ हम एसएचओ के पास गए थे तो वहाँ माता का 302 में बयान दर्ज होता है। पुलिस आश्वासन देती है कि ये केस 302 में चलेगा, पर आज दिल्ली पुलिस के आला अफसर आके कहते हैं कि 302 का मुकदमा ही नहीं है। कल जब पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आई तो आपने देखा किस बर्बरता से उसकी मौत हुई है। फांसी की सजा हो सर, और या 302 हैंग टिल डेथ।
Rahul Gautam also joining us on this. Rahul, take us through really, what the family and supporters are asking for, and really what the police's take is at this point of time when it comes to the friend also being accused, for instance.
Well, with more revelations coming to the fore, the family is not satisfied with the ongoing probe. In fact, they are saying that capital punishment should be handed over to all these accused in this particular case. Earlier there were 5, now there are 7. However, 2 are still at large. Police has already formed several teams and they're trying to nab the accused in this case. They are also saying that Nidhi should not be allowed to scot free. In fact, she should also be made accused in this particular case, as she was part of this larger conspiracy. On the other hand, the police has made it very clear that at this point of time, Nidhi is still under suspicion. However, she has not been made an accused in this case. She is still a crucial eyewitness in this case. Also, they are saying that it was not Deepak, it was actually Amit who was driving the car. And because of the fact that he is not having a valid driving license, therefore, these accused decided among themselves that Deepak is going to own up the responsibility and he's going to claim that he was driving. So basically, these people were misleading the investigation, and therefore, police found, there were a lot of contradictions in statements of these people, and therefore, the police, what we are learning from our sources, is now going to put these people on intense interrogation and going to put them on cross-questioning as to, match their statements and also come up with an exact timeline of what really happened on that ill-fated night. But one thing is for sure, that there's immense pressure on Delhi police to conclude this case, as family is demanding capital punishment for all the accused in this case.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with that. Politics continuing over the attack on a Vande Bharat train in West Bengal. Responding on the attack, Chief Minister Mamata said that the incident happened in Bihar and not in her state. Talking about the train, she said it's an old train that's been refurbished as new. She also promised action against the miscreants. Meanwhile, attackers have been identified. The attackers who pelted stones at the train in Malda on the 2nd of Jan have been caught on camera. Remember, the Howrah New Jalpaiguri Vande Bharat was attacked twice on Jan 2nd and Jan 3rd. The second attack took place at the NJP yard on Tuesday. Window panes of coaches C3 and C6 of the train suffered damage. BJP had demanded an NIA probe into the Vande Bharat stone pelting incident and termed it as revenge for Jai Shri Ram chants on the day of its inauguration. Bengal's first Vande Bharat train was flagged off virtually by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 30th of December.
আপনারা অনেক টিভি চ্যানেলে উল্টোপাল্টা করে 3 দিন আমাদের বিরুদ্ধে বাংলার বদনাম করেছেন। যারা বদনাম করেছেন এবং ফেক নিউজ দেখিয়েছেন এবং মানুষের কাছে ভুল বার্তা দিয়েছেন বাংলাকে অসম্মান করবার, তাদের বিরুদ্ধে কিন্তু আইনের পথে চলবে। এটা বাংলায় ঘটেনি, এটা বিহারে ঘটেছে। বিহারের মানুষের ক্ষোভ থাকতেই পারে, এবং গণতন্ত্রের ক্ষোভ থাকলে তারা একটা ঘটনা যদি ঘটেও থাকে সেটা নিয়ে বিহারকে তো অপমান করা যায় না। আমি মনে করি তাদের পাওয়ার অধিকার আছে। আজকে বিজেপি নেই বলে তারাই বা পাবে না কেন? আর বন্দে ভারত কি একটা নতুন ট্রেনকে, মানে আমরা যেটা বলি যে একটা পুরনো ট্রেনকে রং করে একটা করে দিয়েছে।
Their accusation and politicization about the stray incident of stone pelting on Vande Bharat itself says that there must be some kind of political conspiracy of BJP behind this incident, because they are trying to get leverage and political leverage out of it. Because stone pelting on a train happens throughout India. It happened earlier also. Local police look into the matter, and in the UP and other places also this incident happened in Rajdhani Express. At that point of time, no political party tried to get political mileage out of such stray and such bad incidents. But we have condemned the incident and local police will look into it.
पश्चिम बंगाल में भारत विरोधी ताकत और पाकिस्तानी समर्थक बहुत ज्यादा हावी है और ममता बनर्जी का जय श्री राम विरोध उनको एक नया ताकत दिया और इसीलिए वंदे भारत का ऊपर ऐसा घटना हुआ। अभी जो मालदा का घटना में जो 4 आदमी का दिखा गया, इसका फुटेज को छानबीन हो और आप देखिएगा इसका पीछे कोई बड़ा राज होगा और पश्चिम बंगाल में कानून व्यवस्था कहता है, इससे भी घटना से आपको पता चल रहा है। इसीलिए पश्चिम बंगाल में कुछ कानून बोल के कुछ चीज है ही नहीं।
Up next, shocking details emerging in the Air India urination horror. Complainant accuses airline of no action and that she was forced to confront the passenger. More on that when we return.
You are watching India Today.
A B.Tech graduate in Madhya Pradesh is scripting a success story in dairy farming. Anil Patidar from Modi village, located 45 kilometers away from Agar Malwa district headquarters, chose to stay close to his roots and started his dairy in 2018.
मैंने सन 2014 में बीटेक किया है आरजीपी यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल से और आज मेरे पास मैंने सोचा पहले कि जॉब में तो खुद का बिजनेस रहेगा नहीं, दूसरों के अंडर में काम करना पड़ेगा। मैंने डेयरी फार्म स्टार्ट किया। 8 गायों से मैंने शुरुआत की और आज मेरे पास 100 से 105 गायें हैं।
From cutting fodder to milking cows, Patidar relies on machines to manage his business. The venture that started with 4 cows now has more than 100. The business, he claims, is making big profit.
मेरे पास 600 से 700 लीटर दूध पर डे का रहता है।
कितना होता है आमदनी क्या?
अब इसमें सर 60-40 का रेशियो रहता है। मान लो जैसे कि 600 लीटर दूध है, 40 रुपये लीटर के हिसाब से जोड़ा अपन ने तो 24,000 का दूध हुआ। तो इसमें 60% मेरी इनकम है और 40% मेरा। हाँ।
Patidar claims one of the reasons to start his own dairy was to supply unadulterated milk. He claims many in the region are following his footsteps. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day?
A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders Reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The authors suggest that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। It's polarization Nataka in Karnataka. As the countdown begins for the polls, Ram and love jihad take center stage. Is the tone set for this election season? Polarization Nataka. Top focus on 5 Live.
Good evening. You're watching 5 Live here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal, getting you a roundup of the day's top stories. Our focus particularly on what's happening in poll-bound Karnataka, where it's been endless polarization. The latest issues that have been brought up is not issues that matter to you if you live in Karnataka, but rather on issues like the Ram Mandir, a love jihad helpline and whatnot. We're going to be talking about that. The headlines first. Shocking details emerge in the Air India urination horror. The complainant accuses airline of no action and says that she was forced to even sit with the offender. Also says the crew exercised poor judgment in the quantity of alcohol served to the man. Her request to change seat even wasn't accepted. Delhi police make startling revelations in Delhi hit and drag case. Cops identified 2 more accused in the case who weren't in the car but tried to shield the other accused. Cops claim that they were aware of the body under the car.
उन्होंने ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था.
Interim relief for 50,000 Haldwani residents. Supreme Court stays demolition of houses. Top court says 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight. Ahead of Pathan's release, French protests in Ahmedabad theatre warns against release of Shah Rukh Deepika Stara. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella meets Prime Minister Modi, says inspiring to see India's focus on digital transformation, assures help for the Digital India vision. Believe it or not, there's been a second incident that's been reported of a male passenger urinating on his female co-passenger once again from an Air India flight. A drunk male passenger allegedly urinated on the blanket of a female passenger. This was on a Paris to Delhi flight. The similarities to the incident that we've been reporting on here on India Today are eerily similar. In fact, penal action was not pressed in this case after the passenger gave a written apology. Incident happened on December 6th on an Air India flight between Paris to Delhi. The pilot of the aircraft reported the matter to the air traffic control, following which the male passenger was apprehended the moment they deboarded. The passenger was apprehended by the CISF as soon as he deboarded the plane, but was later allowed to leave after the 2 passengers, the victim and the offender, had some mutual compromise and the accused tendered a written apology. The lady passenger, who had initially made a written complaint, refused to file a police case, and hence the male passenger, the offender, was let off by the airport authorities. So while in this case there was some sort of a compromise, the details are shocking, and it's scary that once again it was a male passenger who got drunk and urinated on the blanket of a female passenger, co-passenger on board a Paris to Delhi flight. Milind Sharma is joining us with more details on this. Milind, this incident happened in December. There's so many similarities between this one and the incident that we've previously reported. Both happened on Air India flights. Both clearly there was unlimited supply of alcohol to these passengers, and in both cases urinating on co-passengers seated there.
Well, definitely such an uneasy and embarrassing experience even for the female co-passenger whose blanket on which he urinated on under the influence of alcohol. Of course, this incident happened on the December 6th. But now currently, because no formal complaint was filed, despite the fact that the pilot of this particular flight had complained to the ATC about it, now the Delhi police is looking for this particular passenger in the light of another recent case that has happened where under the influence of alcohol, a male passenger was seen urinating on a woman, and that makes it 2 instances of such things happening in flights right now. Of course, we are looking at this situation from the viewpoint of this incident being extremely embarrassing for the other co-passengers as well. Of course, exposing yourself in such a way, and the level of alcohol that is being served in these flights, and why such kind of instances are not being checked by the cabin crew in the flights that they are being reported. At the moment, what we know is that the Delhi police has registered a case, and they are on the lookout for this particular passenger who was let off initially because of a mutual compromise, and we are also being told that he had filed a written apology to the lady on whose blanket he had urinated. So of course such instances bringing shame to flyer conduct in international flights there.
We were referring to the incident that happened on board the Air India flight, the New York-Delhi flight, as something that was unheard of, rarest of rare. And here we are in a matter of 24 hours reporting now on 2 such cases being reported on board Air India flights. Thanks very much, Milind, for joining us with those details. Let's focus on the information that we have that's come to the fore in the first instance of a man urinating on his female co-passenger. This was a New York-Delhi flight. We've now accessed the complaint copy of the victim. The details of it are horrifying. The kind of trauma that she's had to undergo, not just at the hands of this male flyer who's been identified as a Mumbai-based businessman, Shekhar Mishra, but also the hands of a completely insensitive cabin crew. Now, we've also, in fact, gotten you details of how the male passenger who's been booked now could be arrested very, very soon. His name is Shekhar Mishra. He's based in Mumbai. A team of Delhi police is now on his trail. His arrest is imminent. Delhi police sources say Shekhar Mishra is currently out of Mumbai, is absconding, so they're trying to get in touch with him. And as far as the victim is concerned, we've accessed her complaint in which she recalled the experience she had. This happened on November 26th last year. And she mentions details of the horrific incident of how this man, completely out of his senses, completely drunk, walked to her seat. He was seated right in front of her. He got up, walked to her seat, unzipped his pants, proceeded to urinate on her. It was a passenger next to her who then tapped him and said, "Go back to your seat," and he staggered back. That's what she said in her complaint. She's also then elaborated of how the response was from the cabin crew. She says Air India made no attempt to ensure her safety or comfort during this incident, and that Shekhar Mishra was allowed to walk free after the flight landed. She also goes into details of how she tried to highlight repeatedly to the cabin crew only to get the most insensitive response possible. Paulami Saha is joining us with more details on this. Paulami, there will be a lot of questions asked of Air India and how they responded to this particular case. Of the cabin crew first, for how insensitive they were in dealing with her trauma, even asking the victim to go back and sit on the very seat that was soiled completely. And then also of Air India, because she says she filed a complaint the very next day and there was no response.
That's right. Many questions are being asked of Air India, Akshita, since this entire episode came to light. Obviously, it came to light because of the brouhaha which was created by this woman when she, of course, wrote to the chairman of Tata Group, N. Chandrasekharan. This has been very embarrassing for the company, for the group that, in fact, now owns the company as well. Air India has said that they have constituted an internal committee which will look into deficiencies and lapses concerning their crew's conduct on the flight, and also that they've banned this male passenger from flying with the airline for 30 days, which is the maximum that they can do in terms of taking a unilateral decision. Later, it is for the DGCA to step in, and they've reported the matter to the DGCA. We also know that a case has been filed by the Delhi police against this said individual, and they're on the lookout for him. He's said to be Mumbai-based, but currently he's not in Mumbai. He's said to be absconding. He's missing, and the Delhi police are on his trail. They're looking for him, and they are hopeful and confident that they will be able to arrest him very soon. But for the airline, this has been extremely damaging to their reputation, because the Tata Group, which took over the airline barely a year ago, is obviously trying to make a lot of changes in terms of the culture, in terms of the perception, and obviously give it a makeover, a rebrand, so to say, as well, turn this into a major big aviation company with a merger of its airlines as well. But clearly, this episode has put the airline on an absolute back foot because of the conduct of their crew. You cannot stop what a passenger does on the flight. You can take strict action immediately. You can report it to the authorities, and you can make sure that a strong message is sent out that no passenger can, in fact, behave in this manner on flights.
You know, in light of the victim's complaint now and the details that she's given, Air India's statement simply doesn't cut it. They cannot afford to pass the buck here saying the issue was sorted out when she was quite literally forced to sort it out, because she very clearly said she doesn't want to meet the offender and yet was made to meet the offender by the cabin crew. So the man who urinated on this female co-passenger, who was a senior citizen, by the way, on board that Air India flight from New York to Delhi, has been identified as Shekhar Mishra. He's a Mumbai-based businessman. The Delhi police are currently hunting for him. An FIR has been filed against him. He faces multiple charges, including outraging the modesty of a woman, as well as indulging in an obscene act. We round up all the latest updates on the story in our next report.
man who urinated on a woman on an Air India flight has been identified. Shekhar Mishra, the offender, is a Mumbai-based businessman. The Delhi police has filed an FIR against him. Mishra has been booked under various sections of the Indian Penal Code and aircraft rules. He faces charges of indulging in an obscene act, outraging a woman's modesty, and misconduct in public by a drunk person. Air India on Wednesday confirmed reports about the incident that took place on a flight from New York to Delhi on November 26. The victim, a senior citizen who was travelling business class, had written to Tata Group chairperson N. Chandrasekharan. According to the letter, the inebriated man walked over to her seat just after lunch when the lights were turned off. He unzipped his pants and flashed his private parts to her and then went on to urinate on her. He reportedly stood there even after urinating until one of his co-passengers asked him to leave. The victim in her letter expressed her disappointment by stating that the cabin crew were highly insensitive during the situation. She claimed the crew simply gave her a pair of pajamas and slippers to change into and alleged that they took no action against the culprit and he was let off when the flight landed. The victim also stated she was then allegedly given a narrow crew seat where she sat for an hour before she was told to return to the soiled seat which she had to sit on for at least 2 more hours. The news has sparked outrage among citizens.
One must be careful about this. The fellow passenger who urinated on the woman is totally wrong.
We also have to check the male passenger while they are boarding. Either they are in a genuine position or they are carrying any liquor or having any liquor. We have testers now, so we have to check the fellow passengers too. Because airline should serve the liquor on the plane, but they are not allowing the passenger who are already having something now. So we have to check them.
While Air India has banned Shekhar Mishra for 30 days, the action comes more than a month late. The airline has a lot to answer for. It is silent so far on why no action was taken after the plane landed in Delhi. Bureau Report, India Today.
So the countdown to what is going to be the biggest election this year has clearly kicked off. The BJP and the Congress in the state of Karnataka are slated to enter into a heated battle. As both parties prepare for this war, polarizing incidents have begun peaking in this poll-bound state. Not something new to Karnataka, which has been witnessing it for the last 365 days now already. BJP MP Nalin Kumar Katil recently stoked a big controversy by stating that the focus should be on love jihad and not on civic issues like roads and sewage. And at the same time, you have a Hindu group, a fringe group, Bajrang Dal, that's now set up a love jihad helpline to do what they say is to protect Hindu women. Not just that, the BJP is also in the meanwhile eyeing another Ram Mandir, this time in Karnataka, in Ramnagara, which is on the outskirts of Bengaluru. This begs the question if polarization is the tone for this year's election. Multiple incidents, not one that we're talking about here, to highlight how there is a lot of polarization, a lot of communalization that's happening in Karnataka with months to go for the elections. So let's detail out for you each of these incidents. Let's focus first on what Higher Education Minister of the state, C.N. Ashwath Narayan, said when he said that, we're considering constructing a Ram Mandir in Karnataka, similar to the one in Ayodhya. The government plans to table this plan in the next state budget. The opposition is not happy. They're going all out against the BJP, saying that all of this is an attempt to woo Hindu votes before the election.
Ahead of the 2023 Assembly elections, state of war Karnataka intensifies. Eyeing the Hindu vote bank, the BJP is planning to build a Ram Mandir in the state on the lines of Ayodhya Temple in Ramnagara. The Basavaraj Bommai government will announce the temple construction on budget day. The state higher education minister, Ashwath Narayan, also claimed Uttar Pradesh chief minister will lay foundation stone for the temple.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಮನಗರ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಆಗಿರೋದು ರಾಮನ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲೇ
ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಕೆಂಗಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯನವರು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ಪೇಟೆ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಹೆಸರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ರಾಮನಗರ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಮನ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಣೆ ರಾಮ ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಳ ರಾಮದೇವರ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಮನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿವನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಜೀರ್ಣೋದ್ಧಾರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
The government is planning to redevelop this temple in Ramnagara, about 45-minute drive from Bengaluru.
So we just climbed around 500 flights of stairs, and the view, I must tell you, was breathtaking. And this is what we came up to. As you can see, this is the temple here, the Ram Mandir. The officials here, they want to call this as the Dakshina Ayodhya. They want to replicate the model that we've seen in Ayodhya Ram Mandir there. They want to do the same thing here. So for people who can't really go up north, the South Indians here, they can come here and visit the Ram Mandir here in Ramnagar.
This is an old Ram temple. It is believed Lord Ram, Sita and Lakshman stayed here during their exile. Devotees climbed 500 steps to get a glimpse of Lord Ram.
ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಜಾಗ ಬಂದು ರಾಮದೇವರು ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗ. ಒಂದು 4 ರಿಂದ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಈ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಐತಿಹ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಬಂದು ರಾಮತೀರ್ಥ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸೀತಾಮಾತೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೂ ನೀರು ಸಿಗದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ರಾಮದೇವರು ಬಾಣ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರು ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಆಳ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿದ, ತುಂಬ ಆಳ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ವರ್ಷ ಮಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೂ ನೀರು ಬತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನೀರಿದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
The master plan also entails special pathway for those with physical disability. Marble stairs and dome will also be constructed. Meanwhile, politics explode over the planned Ram temple. The opposition has hit out, accusing the state government of trying to divert focus from development issues.
ಅಯೋಧ್ಯ ಕರ್ಕೊಬಂದು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಸೀತಾ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಅಶ್ವತ್ಥನಾರಾಯಣ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ. ನಮ್ದೇನು ತಗರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಪಾಪ ಬಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ರಾಮನಗರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The JDS too has rejected the proposal for the temple. The constituency is represented by HD Kumaraswamy.
ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ನಿಂತು ಖುದ್ದು ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಯೋಗಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಸೋದಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿನ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗರ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕನಕಪೀಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತೂರು ಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಕರೆಸಿ ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸವಾಲನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
As BJP once again raises Hindutva pitch in the state, it seems the party is literally fighting the elections Ram Bharose. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now you've got a statement that's coming from Home Minister Amit Shah, big declaration where he said that the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya will be ready on January 1st, 2024. He's in fact also lashed out at the Congress, saying they dragged the issue in court, but after the Modi government came to power, they've immediately started work on the Mandir after the Supreme Court verdict. So Amit Shah saying that the temple will be ready on January 1st, 2024. Listen into what the Home Minister said.
राहुल बाबा हर रोज पूछते थे मंदिर वही बनाएंगे, तिथि नहीं बताएंगे, और राहुल बाबा कान खोलकर सुन लो, और सब रूम वालों आप भी टिकट करा लो। 1 जनवरी 2024 को अयोध्या में गगनचुंबी राम मंदिर वहां पर आपको तैयार मिलेगा.
So the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya will be ready before the 2024 general elections. There's a Ram Mandir that's coming up in Karnataka also in all likelihood. And in Karnataka, there's also a Love Jihad helpline that's been launched by Hindu fringe groups to protect women from forceful conversion. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal have launched this helpline in association with several other organizations. They're saying they'll provide legal, medical assistance to these girls and their family members.
A helpline to fight alleged love jihad in Karnataka. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal have launched dedicated telephone lines and an email ID to assist women who are allegedly victims of forceful religious conversions or interfaith marriages. The VHP says at least 20 members of the organization will monitor the helpline.
पिछले कुछ दिन से मैंगलोर में लव जिहाद से बहुत लड़के लोग शिकार हो रहा है. हर दिन एक हमारा कंप्लेंट हमारा पास आ रहा है. इसलिए हमने सोचा है सभी को इधर मिलके हमने सोचा है हम एक लव जिहाद के लिए हेल्पलाइन स्टार्ट करेंगे. इसलिए हमने अभी हेल्पलाइन सिर्फ हमारा मैंगलोर दक्षिण कन्नड़ के लिए हमने हेल्पलाइन अभी प्रारंभ किया है.
Alleged love jihad is already an election issue in Karnataka. The Karnataka Home Minister has said that if the VHP helpline violates any law, the police will take action.
ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈ ಕಾನೂನು ಮುರಿಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾರು ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಒಟ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ.
The Sangh Parivar's helpline comes just a few days after State BJP Chief Nalin Kumar Katil instructed party cadres to focus on issues like love jihad instead of development as they campaign for elections.
ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಹೋದಾಗ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕು ನಿಮಗೇನು ಬಂಗಾರ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿ ಅಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬೇಕು. ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ.
The Congress, which is trying to corner the BJP government in the state over issues like corruption, has accused the ruling party of divisive politics.
They have got nothing to say before going to the elections. They are bankrupt in terms of development in the country and the state. And to divert the attention of the people, instead of talking about the development, what they have made, instead of talking about the development, they have gone back to their own agenda, old agenda as love jihad, garwapsi, all these things, and it will not work out here.
From a promise to build an Ayodhya-style Ram Mandir in Karnataka to a pledge to end love jihad, the BJP is raising the Hindutva pitch ahead of the state elections.
Congress have criticized BJP for backing these kind of thugs to polarize the votes ahead of election. But the BJP government went on to say that these kind of issues or a helpline has not affected law and order in the state. With the journalist Shivmurthy Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Mangaluru.
And joining us this evening on 5 Live is BJP MLA Bharat Shetty as well as Congress spokesperson Rohan Gupta. Namaskara to both of you. Mr. Bharat Shetty, I'd like to begin with you. What is the BJP's priority here, sir? As Mr. Nalin Kumar Katil says, is love jihad the priority over civic issues like roads and sewage? I don't think Mr. Bharat Shetty is with us. Can you hear me? Mr. Bharat Shetty, can you hear me? All right, we'll go across to him in just a bit. Let me begin then with Mr. Rohan Gupta of the Congress. Rohan Gupta, what do you make of all of this? And what is the Congress's counter going to be when the BJP, comes out and says that we will launch, love jihad helplines? You've got Hindu groups doing that. You've got statements from Mr. Nalin Kumar Katil saying that, we will ensure that love jihad is the top focus.
See, it is compulsion of BJP Karnataka to raise issues which are not related to governments. They have been in power in Karnataka. They had given promises. And if you go on ground, all the issues like 40% corruption or unemployment or price rise, these are the issues they know that if go to people and people will ask answer that, they don't have any answer. So it is their compulsion. And it is clear from the speech of this gentleman that for them development issues are minor issues. They are not major issues. Come on, you are in power. Whatever issues you want to speak to people, it is a time for you to show your report card to people so that they can vote you again. But obviously they are bankrupt as far as these issues are concerned. So I feel it is their compulsion to raise the issues which are, and for them, development is non-issue. So I think people of Karnataka will give befitting reply to this kind of people who know that who have completely failed in their power, and there is no chance of them coming back into power.
No, but I'm curious to know, Rohan, what's your stand on this Love Jihad helpline?
See, any issue which is related to governance, anything which is illegal, anything which is against the law, it is the responsibility of the local government. Then what the government is doing? Suppose assuming that something is illegal happening, if this government, what this government is doing, they should have taken action. So, but making it issue for politics to polarize the things, I think we are against that. And saying that developmental issues are minor issues, we are against that. For us, developmental issues are major issues. For us, issues concerning people are major issues, whether it is corruption or employment or poverty or price rise. These are the issues which are major issues concerning the people. So as the government, it's responsibility of the administration. Then why BHP is there? Why party is there? What the government will do then? So this is my point. I'm very clear that in Karnataka, BJP knows that they are losing badly. That's why they have started this speech.
So if you're...
I'm sure people of Karnataka...
Yeah, Rohan, if you're saying that, the BJP is resorting to these kind of polarization tactics, how is the Congress going to counter this then?
To understand, and they will defeat BJP.
How does the Congress plan to really counter this?
Very clear roadmap as far as...
Rohan, can you hear me? Apologies, we've lost that connection with Rohan. We're going to reconnect with him and get the BJP also on board on this broadcast to get their view on whether they back the statement that's been made by Nalin Kumar Katil and also about all of the politics that we're seeing over the Love Jihad helpline. All right, Bharat Shetty, BJP MLA, is with us. Mr. Shetty, if you can hear me, tell us really what the BJP stand is. Do you endorse a comment that's been made by Mr. Nalin Kumar Katil when he says Love Jihad is the only issue that matters, forget civic issues?
First of all, he was addressing the party workers. See, the civic issues, the developmental issues are the concern of elected representatives like me and panchayat members, MP and all. He told the workers that you have to concentrate on the social evils also. That is what he said. He didn't say the workers are not required to go and do the road work or the gutter work or the development work. The elected representatives do those work. He was addressing the
Parliament himself.
Yeah, he was addressing the cadre. He is the state president of BJP. He was addressing the cadre. He was telling them, you are required to look into the social evils. That is what he said.
But are you telling me then that the BJP strategy for their workers, for their karyakartas, is not to focus on issues that matter to the people, but to focus on Love Jihad?
That is, I won't say that. See, first of all, that is not our strategy. Development is our main agenda. We are going to do that. That is, the development is always done by the government and the elected representatives. The party karyakartas are supposed to take our philosophy, supposed to take our mindset to the people. He told the karyakartas, he addressed the karyakartas and told them, the development should be handled by the elected representatives. You guys have to look into the social evil like Love Jihad, where a lot of girls are losing their life only. That is the point.
Okay, so you're saying that, Love Jihad is the focus because there are people who are losing their lives over this issue. But there will be questions right now, Mr. Bharat Shetty. You're saying development is still one of the top priorities. That's clearly not the message that's coming in from such a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
No, if you are addressing the government officials, if you are addressing the MLAs or the elected representatives, then it is a different thing. Because it is
no, but then I'm asking you directly. I'm asking you directly for BJP karyakartas, what is the priority?
See, for the BJP karyakartas, the development is also priority, but they are not in a place to do development. Development is done by the government. The government is going to do the development. The karyakartas have to look into the social evils also. We are looking at social transformation, where people won't lose their life over some love here or something like that.
No. My only question to you, Bharat Shetty, is when you send across a message, and you're live with me now here on 5 Live. So my only question to you is, for BJP workers, what is the priority? Is it development? Is it Love Jihad?
See, it is both.
See, it is both for us.
No, how can
the
you say it's both? Because when the direct statement comes from Nalin Kumar Katil, he's not saying focus on this and that. He's saying focus only on love jihad.
They can't you tell me, what is the role of a Karyakarta in development?
Sir, I'll tell you
what
the role. I'll tell you the
elected
role.
Representative has to do development.
It is to highlight the issues. It is to highlight issues, ensure people's voices are heard. How else will they focus on love jihad? By ensuring again voices are heard.
100% they're doing it. 100%. So you mean to say we don't focus on love jihad?
No, what I'm saying, Mr. Bharat Shetty, is that Nalin Kumar Katil is telling them only focus on love jihad. And he said exactly that.
He's telling that, he has exactly told that you need to focus on love jihad more. The elected representatives will take care of the development. You please look into the love jihad and other connected social issues. That is what Nalin Kumar Katil has told.
So then it comes down to what I've been saying, that development takes a backseat for BJP workers.
By the government.
That they have to prioritize issues like love jihad over development.
They don't have a role to do in a development. Let's be very clear that no Karyakarta can go and construct a road or get a road pass. It is the role of the elected representative. The elected representative should do his work.
But Mr. Bharat Shetty, I explained to you.
He would do that.
I explained to you how a BJP Karyakarta can help, and you agreed with me. You agreed with me when I said that, a BJP worker can help in development issues by raising the issue.
See, I'll tell you, yes, I'll go ahead with that. See, for an elected representative, Karyakarta is not the only way to look at the problems. There are 100 other ways where you get complaint from people. There are complaint boxes. People approach the elected representative directly. Even Karyakartas come and tell that. But that is not the only issues. He said Karyakarta should also concentrate on other social evils also, which is also an important part. It is a two-pronged approach for us. Okay. Development is the main issue, and we are not going to neglect issues like love jihad. That's the message.
I want to get in Rohan Gupta, Congress spokesperson on this. Rohan, what do you make of what Mr. Bharat Shetty is saying? He's saying two issues. We are ensuring that development is prioritized, so is issues like love jihad.
See, I am going to read the statement of their leader. He says that I am asking you people, don't speak about minor issues like road and sewage. This is the clear cut. These are not my words. I am just categorically referring to the statement which has been spoken, where it is clearly written that for them, road and sewage are minor issues. For the party which is in government, and for them, if governance issues are minor issues, it clearly shows that they have accepted the defeat, and it clearly shows that it is compulsion for them to teach the Karyakartas these issues. That is what it says. If as a MLA he says that for Karyakarta development issues are not important, I think he speaks about the ideology of the party. And people
the contention from Mr. Bharat Shetty is what can a Karyakarta do for development? That's the responsibility of the MLAs and the MPs.
He is Karyakarta of a ruling party. He is representing the ruling party. If any Karyakarta, he wants people in the issues of roads and development. Obviously, can contribute.
Yes, let's give Mr. Bharat Shetty a chance to respond. Rohan, hold on. Yes, Mr. Bharat Shetty.
If they are feeding this kind of advice to the Karyakarta,
there are some places where Congress MLAs are there. There are some places where JDS MLAs are there. There are some places where BJP MLAs are there. Where BJP MLAs are there, the Karyakartas might come and talk about the developmental issue. If a Congress MLA is there, the BJP Karyakarta can't do anything there. He is not going to listen to that. So development is the main role of Karyakarta. Development is the main role of the elected representative. Be it Congress, be it BJP or JDS.
No, so you're saying that in case that the BJP MLA is in power, in these kind of areas, the Karyakarta will focus on love jihad.
No, not at all. What I'm telling is, I am telling the Karyakarta cannot do all the development works. For example, there's a Congress MLA there. What the Karyakarta can do, what the JDS Karyakarta can do, it is the responsibility of the Congress MLA of that place to look into the development. Likewise for BJP MLAs.
Okay.
So our state president, Nalin Kumar Katil, addressed the gathering of the cadets. He told them, you need to concentrate on this. You need to give importance to this because people are losing life over this. You please do not undermine love jihad. That is the message.
People, sir, are also losing lives over potholes on roads. By the way, people are also losing their lives over that, and that's clearly not a focus for Mr.
100%.
Katil. He's saying, forget that, those are small issues.
That is the job of the elected representatives.
But sir, he's calling them small issues.
I agree with you. I agree with you, and it is a job of the... I agree with you, and it is a job of the elected representative and the government, and they should do their work. You can't send the Karyakartas to fill the potholes. You have to send engineers to fill the potholes.
We'd love it if Karyakartas were out there filling potholes. Rohan Gupta, can Karyakartas not do anything about civic issues? Bharat Shetty is saying that they can't do anything.
They do that also, but it's not their job. Madam, it's not their job.
Let me complete. I think he's speaking over and over.
No, 1 second, Mr. Bharat Shetty. Let Mr. Rohan Gupta also make his point, please.
See, it is very clear that as far as BJP Karyakartas are concerned, when the state president says that, obviously he has accepted that their Karyakartas cannot do development work. That is what he is admitting. See, when you are feeding to your Karyakartas, they are representative of the people. Any Karyakarta who wants to help people around him, maybe around his society or chawl or whatever, don't speak in between, Mr.
1 second, Mr. Bharat Shetty. I'll give you a chance to respond, sir. I'll give you a chance to respond. Let Rohan Gupta finish his point.
He's not allowing me to complete. And I am really sorry. One MLA speaking like this, that the workers, the Karyakartas cannot help in development. This is really shocking. This shows the mindset of BJP in Karnataka. And that is why they know that they will be badly defeated. They are surely going to be defeated.
Can and do is two different things.
With this
They
mindset,
can help, but they can't do the development. The elected representatives should not shun from the duty. They should do their duty.
You know, the message essentially that Rohan Gupta is giving, Mr. Bharat Shetty, is either you're undermining what Mr. Katil has said or you're undermining your Karyakartas. One of the two. Which is it?
Not at all. Not at all. Everybody is undermining the lives lost over love jihad. You don't undermine that also. Development is our main criteria. We are going ahead with that. But do not try to undermine love jihad. So many girls have lost their lives over it. Why are you not speaking about it? You speak about it if you can.
Why developmental issues are minor issues?
I am
referring to the statement very categorically.
Why don't you answer, Mr. Bharat Shetty? Mr. Bharat Shetty, why don't you answer what Rohan Gupta is saying here? Did Mr. Katil refer to issues like roads and sewage issues as small problems? Does the BJP agree that these are small issues?
What is that?
That's it. The answer.
These are
Rohan
all
Gupta's
issues.
question.
These are all development issues, not to be handled by the Karyakartas alone. It should be the government's problem. Government is answerable to the people.
Fine. But why don't you answer the Congress's question here when Mr. Rohan Gupta is asking you a question, sir? He's saying that, you know, when Mr. Nalin Kumar Katil says these are small issues, is that something you agree with?
See, he never said it's a small issue. For the Karyakartas, he said,
no, I am referring to the
have to concentrate on the lives that are being lost. You have to concentrate on that.
Don't lie.
See,
don't
when
lie.
it comes to your life,
I am reading the
when it comes to your life,
I am asking you people, don't speak about minor issues like road and sewage. This is the statement I am referring. How can you deny the statement which is officially made? You can have your own opinion.
He has not given a statement. He has not given any kind of statement anywhere. He was addressing a gathering. He was giving a speech.
I am telling you what he has spoken.
He has not given a statement like that.
What he has spoken, I am telling you. Do you deny that? Do you deny that?
What is that?
Again, I am repeating. I am asking you people, don't speak about...
I have also heard what he has spoken. I have also heard what he has spoken. He has not given a statement. In a speech, he told the Karyakartas, you need to concentrate.
Second, one at a time, please. One at a time. Mr. Bharat Shetty, tell me, what exactly did Nalin Kumar Katil say? Can you tell me the exact words that he's used and then say that you're in agreement with it?
You're talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Mr. Bharat Shetty.
See, Nalin Kumar Katil ji was addressing a booth Karyakartas meeting. Okay? The booth Karyakartas were there. He was telling how to work in the booth, how to strengthen the party. That time he told them that you need to concentrate on love jihad also. What he said was the development work is the concern of the MLA and the corporators of that area and the panchayat of that area. They need to do their work. You need to concentrate on love jihad. You need not concentrate on potholes on roads, because they can't also, if they want also.
It's a very crucial point. Mr. Bharat Shetty, you missed a very crucial point in what Nalin Kumar Katil has said, which is that he said that these are small issues.
Yeah.
Mr. Bharat Shetty, thank you for joining us. I'd like to also bring in Madhu N. Rao, spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP, who's been waiting very patiently to join us here on India Today. Madhu N. Rao, you've heard what Bharat Shetty has said. Are you in agreement? Is this the BJP stand, essentially, that what Nalin Kumar Katil has said isn't wrong?
Well, thank you for inviting me. First of all, I'm really surprised the way in which the statements have been interpreted. The point is this: is there love jihad or not? Second point, whether it is an important issue. Yes, it is an important issue. Well, in comparison to the civic issues, this is also an important issue. Isn't it a law and order issue? Now, suppose, say, for example, I take up an issue of terrorism. You mean to say that terrorism is not an issue, therefore only civic issues should be addressed? Every issue must be addressed. The only point of difference is BJP addresses both the issues equally, whereas the Congress has failed to address these issues. Now, let me ask the Congress. Let me not be interrupted, please.
1 second, Rohan Gupta, let him finish his point. Let Madhu finish his point.
Let me finish my point, please. My point is simple. Let the Congress party say that there is no love jihad. Let the Congress party say there is no terrorism. Why? Aren't they ashamed of themselves not to say? I mean, you please look at the conduct of the Congress party. Whenever there is a terrorist issues which comes up, a cooker bomb comes up, they would say they're all brothers. But they
let's give the Congress a chance to respond. You've asked a question.
Are they not worried about the sisters who are dying?
Okay, Madhu, you've asked a question. Let's get Rohan Gupta to answer. Rohan, go ahead.
Don't do this, please. People understand what you are trying to do. Please, let me complete. See, this is the compulsion, right? Now that spokesperson has come. You see that compulsion. They cannot talk about governance because they know that they have miserably failed. And it is a compulsion of that statement, president, to tell that the developmental issues are minor issues because they have
miserably failed. Whether there is love jihad or not, you please accept it or you deny it. That's it.
Don't speak in between. I was listening to you.
No, you please answer the issue. Whether there is love jihad or not, are you going to accept it or not? Let the people know.
This is clearly going to keep going on. We're running out of time completely. But what's very, very clear is that the BJP is sticking by this, saying that love jihad is a very, very important issue. And we believe in giving it the importance it deserves. It's up to you, the viewer, to decide whether love jihad is an issue that is as important as civic issues that people currently face in Karnataka. Thanks, Madhu N. Rao and Rohan Gupta, for joining us here on India Today. I'm slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, the big breaking update that's come in. DGCA has issued a show cause notice to Air India on the urination horror.
Forget development. Focus on issues like love jihad. That is the message from Karnataka BJP President and Dakshina Kannada MP Nalin Kumar Katil to party cadres ahead of the elections this year.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನೀವು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮೋರಿ ಚರಂಡಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಹೋದಾಗ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕು ನಿಮಗೇನು ಬಂಗಾರ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದ್ ಅಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬೇಕು. ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದ್ ಅಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ.
The Lok Sabha MP made the statement while addressing party workers as part of BJP's Booth Vijaya Abhiyan in Mangaluru on Monday. The Congress, which is trying to corner the BJP government in the state over issues like corruption, has accused the BJP of divisive politics.
They are not looking at development. They are looking at hatredness. They are looking at dividing the country. That is why we are only looking at development. We want what people get.
When they fail to do anything which people wanted, they divert towards the communal agenda. That is their normal practice, and they are at it.
Katil's remarks come at a time when potholes have become death traps in Bengaluru, putting the Basavaraj Bommai government in the dock. Data from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways show Bengaluru is among the top 3 cities for deaths due to road accidents.
The Congress has criticized the statement of BJP State President Nalin Kumar Katil on love jihad. They allege that BJP in the state of Karnataka is concentrating on divide and rule rather than development. With video journalist Shivu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
ಅವನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಲಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿಶಾಲವಾದ ಭೂಮಿನ ತನ್ನ ಊರಿನವರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ನಂತೆ.
ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ದೈವ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿದಾಗ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
Rishabh Shetty's Kantara opened in theatres on September 30th, much to the delight of his die-hard fans. The film received rave reviews, which helped it emerge as a big hit in the Kannada box office, and has also become the highest-rated Indian movie on IMDb with a rating of 9.6. This means that it has a higher rating than biggies such as Yash's KGF 2, which has 8.4, and S.S. Rajamouli directed RRR, which has 8. Written and directed by Rishabh Shetty, Kantara is a period action thriller that explores the traditional culture of Kambala and Bhutakola. Rishabh plays 2 distinct characters in the flick. The cast includes Kishore, Achyut Kumar, Sampati Gowda and Pramod Shetty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
In a big win for the Narendra Modi government, the Supreme Court on Monday affirmed the 2016 demonetization decision-making process was in accordance with law. The top court, in a 4:1 majority judgment, said the centre had the power to demonetize any series of banknotes.
The impugn notification dated 8 November 2016 does not suffer from any flaws in the decision-making process. 4. The impugn notification dated 8 November 2016 satisfies the test of proportionality and as such cannot be struck down on the said ground. 5. The period provided for exchange of notes while the impugn notification dated 8 November 2016 cannot be said to be unreasonable.
The Supreme Court said it's not relevant whether the objective behind the decision was achieved or not. The court said adequate consultation took place between the centre and the Reserve Bank of India before the note ban decision. Justice B.V. Nagaratna differed from the majority view and gave a dissenting judgment. She argued that demonetization process was not in accordance with the legal process.
Therefore, in my considered view, the powers of the central government being vast, the same have to be exercised only through a plenary legislation or a legislative process rather than by an executive act by the issuance of a notification in the Gazette of India. It is necessary that the Parliament, which consists of the representatives of the people of this country, discusses the matter and thereafter approves and supports the implementation of the scheme of demonetization.
The Supreme Court verdict held that the 52-day window given by the government for the exchange of demonetized notes as reasonable. While the BJP hailed the Supreme Court decision, the Congress argued the SC verdict only discussed the validity of demonetization and not the merits of the decision. The Modi government in 2016 demonetized currency notes of 500 and 1000 rupee denominations, which constituted around 86% of the cash in the banking system. While the decision led to long queues at ATMs and considerable hardship, the public at large backed the move, which was labelled as fight against black money by the BJP. The BJP had gone on to win elections in Uttar Pradesh, held a few months after note ban, with a landslide majority.
The Supreme Court has categorically held that it is not relevant as to whether or not the objective is achieved. But what is important is that there is a reasonable nexus between the objective and anything that is sought to be achieved. Even the dissenting judge, Justice B.V. Nagaratna, has said that there is no doubt about the fact that demonetization as an idea was well-intentioned. What remains to be seen, however, is whether this judgment will finally bring to an end the political squabble over the 2016 controversial decision. With Shrishti Oja in New Delhi, this is Nalini Sharma for India Today.
Big breaking news that's coming in. Civil aviation body DGCA has issued a show cause notice to Air India seeking details of the urination horror on the New York to Delhi flight that played out in November. The DGCA has clearly said that the conduct of the airline of Air India was unprofessional because they say that they weren't even informed about this incident. The DGCA has highlighted that this is total systematic failure and Air India has been given 2 weeks to respond. Paulami Saha is joining us with more details on this. Paulami, unbelievable. Air India didn't bother even informing the DGCA about this incident.
Absolutely. That is the shocking part of that statement to the press that the DGCA has just issued, where it has sent a show cause notice to the accountable manager of Air India, Director in-Flight Services, all the pilots and cabin crew members on that flight as to why enforcement action shouldn't be taken against them for dereliction of their regulatory obligations. They've been given 2 weeks' time to submit their reply, based on which the DGCA will take further action against them. But shockingly, what the DGCA has admitted in that statement is up until yesterday, the matter wasn't even reported to them. After which they did some digging. Prima facie, they in fact sought Air India's reply. Based on that reply, they found that the airline's conduct and its crew's conduct on board this flight was completely unprofessional. It led to a systemic failure and clearly showed that they did not appreciate their regulatory obligations. So a scathing indictment by the regulatory body of Air India.
All right, Paulami, thank you for joining us with all of those details. Serious questions that Air India will now have to answer. They've been issued a show cause notice also formally by the DGCA. On the other side of a short break, as I wrap up this edition of 5 Live, we'll be focusing on the latest updates in the Delhi hit and drag case. On 6 p.m. prime this evening, I'll be getting you all the latest on the CCTV footage, the fresh CCTV footage that's emerged.
This is a Pune landmark. India's first school for women, set up by Savitribai Phule, a feminist icon known as the mother of education. 175 years after she set up the school, the building is now in shambles.
Here you can see the condition of the place is in dilapidated state. Anywhere, anytime, this Wada, which is already in crumbling state, might collapse. Some part of the Wada has already collapsed. Now here you can see the remains of the Wada.
Despite being designed as a heritage place in Pune city, the school lies in an abandoned state.
किसी भी परियोजना के लिए जो जमीन लगती है या जो भी संसाधन लगता है उसकी कीमत तो सरकार को देनी ही पड़ेगी और हमारा ये कहना है कि यहाँ के जो लोग हैं जो यहाँ पे एस्टेब्लिश्ड है उनके कोई अधिकार हम छीनना नहीं चाहते ना सरकार छीने अगर छीनती है तो हम उनके साथ खड़े रहेंगे
For the last 22 years, several organizations have protested against builders eyeing the historical site.
30 जनवरी तक यहाँ पे ज्येष्ठ नेता हमारे जो नेता है बाबा अडाव जी ने कहा है कि अगर ये राष्ट्रीय स्मारक डिक्लेयर करके काम नहीं शुरू होता है तो महाराष्ट्र के पूरे जन चौवन में काम करने वाले आंदोलनकारी सब एक साथ आके बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन हम लोग खड़ा करेंगे।
But despite repeated protests and long-drawn court hearings, any action to restore the first school ever for women in India is still pending.
People who are agitating, they have given an ultimatum that if the state government has announced and shown a will that this historic place will be converted into a monument, national monument, then efforts should be made. Else, from 31st of January, another agitation will take place. With Cameron Gopal Harne, this is Pankaj Khelkar in Pune for India Today.
If there is one film everyone's waiting for with bated breath, it has to be Pushpa the Rule. The next in the Allu Arjun starrer franchise, which will be in continuation of its first part. It will witness the clash between his character Pushpa Raj and antagonist Bhavar Singh Shekhawat.
Pushpa Raj.
Fahad Fasil is already a part of Pushpa franchise, and reports also suggest that the makers have approached Vijay Sethupathi for a crucial role in the film.
Pushpa and the flower and fire.
So if at all he comes on board, it surely is going to be double trouble for Allu Arjun's character Pushpa Raj. The film went on floors in August, and building up further excitement among fans, the makers shared behind-the-scenes picture from the sets of the movie. Speculations are rife that the sequel of Pushpa the Rise is being made on a whopping budget of 350 crore rupees, and the film is expected to release in the second half of 2023.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Shop fashion brands at Ajio.
Twist after twist in Delhi hit and drag. Fresh CCTV footage nails accused. Did not know we dragged body claim busted. Two more accused identified by cops.
हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है।
Anjali's family unhappy with investigation.
तो जांच चल रही है, संतुष्ट हैं आप उस जांच?
हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं।
Want friend Nidhi to be named as accused.
अंजलि के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, फांसी दो। हमसे मिलना है।
we piece together the full sequence of crime. Delhi hit and drag. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening, you're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshata Nandagopal. In the last 24 hours, endless details that have emerged in the investigation into the Delhi hit and drag case. It's only led to more questions than answers as to exactly what played out that fateful night. As more CCTV footage has emerged, we're going to be putting it all together for you to explain the exact sequence that led to Anjali being dragged for 12 kilometers and also explain to you how the accused then tried to cover up their crime. Let's begin with the headlines. Delhi police makes startling revelations in the Delhi hit and drag case. Cops identified 2 more accused in the case who weren't in the car but tried to shield the accused. Cops claim that the accused were very much aware of Anjali's body under the car.
उन्होंने ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था.
Shocking details emerge in the Air India urination horror. Complainant accuses the airline of no action and says that she was forced to speak to the offender after the act. Also says the crew exercised poor judgment in the quantity of alcohol served to the man. Believe it or not, there's a second urination horror once again on board an Air India flight, this time from Paris to Delhi. Man urinates on woman's blanket mid-air, let off after he gave a written apology. Interim relief for 50,000 Haldwani residents. Supreme Court stays demolition of Haldwani houses. SC says 50,000 people can't be uprooted overnight. Ahead of Pathan's release, fringe protests in Ahmedabad theatre warns against release of Shah Rukh Deepika Stara. And Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella meets Prime Minister Modi, says inspiring to see India's focus on digital transformation and assures all help for the vision. What you see on your screens are 8 CCTV images that is helping us right now piece together the exact sequence of events. From the first footage that we had accessed here on India Today, which showed the vehicle with Anjali's body going on for nearly 12 kilometers, to the latest footage that shows today how the accused tried to cover up their crime, flee from the spot. All of this establishes one way or another exactly what happened to Anjali on New Year's Day, and also beyond a doubt establishes that the accused very much knew that they were dragging Anjali's body for 12 kilometers and despite that didn't stop.
India stunned by the New Year hit and run horror in the national capital. 20-year-old Anjali died on the night when police surveillance should have been at its best. But as more and more skeletons stumble out of the closet, the case is getting murkier. This is where it all began. In the CCTV footage, Anjali and Nidhi can be seen coming out of the hotel to a spot where their scooty was parked, but both the girls are seen arguing. But eventually, they rode together with Anjali riding pillion. Moments after that, another CCTV footage shows Anjali driving the scooty and Nidhi riding pillion. Nidhi had claimed Anjali was drunk, a claim which has been rubbished by Anjali's family. In the next set of footage, Anjali's scooter can be seen taking a U-turn and the Baleno blinking the dipper. Instead of stopping and helping the wounded, the five in Baleno, allegedly drunk, kept driving while Anjali is stuck under their car. They dragged her for 12 long kilometers. Anjali's friend Nidhi claims she fled the accident spot out of fear. A CCTV footage which has come as a massive shocker shows a police PCR van on the same route where Anjali was dragged for 12 kilometers. This CCTV has raised several questions on Delhi Police's security check as they failed to notice the 20-year-old woman stuck under the car. Anjali's friend, who fled the accident spot, reached home at around 1:30 am. According to the timestamp on the CCTV footage, well before the moment accident took place. This has raised doubts about Nidhi's version of events that night. Nidhi kept mum for 2 days. Didn't inform Anjali's parents about her sordid accident. She broke her silence only after the cops spotted her in the CCTV footage. It was at 4:51 am when the five accused finally parked their car in Rohini, almost 3 hours after they hit Anjali and dragged her on the Delhi roads. What really transpired in those 3 hours? Why did Anjali's friend Nidhi stay silent? How did a police PCR fail in spotting a woman being dragged? Some of these questions which need to be answered to solve this Delhi horror twister. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, Himanshu Mishra is joining us live from Delhi with all the latest updates on this case. He's been reporting particularly from the parking lot where the Baleno was found. We also have with us Shams Khan, managing editor of Crime Tak, who's seen many a case like the one that we're reporting on currently in the national capital. Shams, I'd like to begin with you. Good evening. There are a lot of questions right now about the kind of loopholes that have come to the fore. The Delhi police today have said there were 2 more accused who were trying to shield the other accused, the 5 of them in the car, in this matter. But what's clearly established is that the accused knew exactly what they were doing, Shams. There's no question of them not knowing that they were dragging Anjali's body for 12 kilometers.
एक्चुअली इसमें अगर देखें तो शुरू से ही दिल्ली पुलिस ने जो पहले दिन गलती की है वो गलती लगातार दोहराती जा रही है। आपको याद होगा, अगर शुरू से देखें, फर्स्ट डे जब ये इंसिडेंट होता है उसके करीब 35 आवर्स 35 घंटे बाद पुलिस को पता चलता है कि स्कूटी में एक नहीं 2 लोग थे। पहले उनका ये स्टेटमेंट था, एफआईआर में भी था कि स्कूटी पे एक ही है। 35 घंटे बाद पता चला कि 2 लोग हैं। उसके बाद फिर उनको 4 दिन के बाद अब पता चलता है कि 5 नहीं बल्कि 7 एक्यूज्ड है। 4 दिन के बाद उन्हें यह पता चलता है कि कार ड्राइव उस वक्त दीपक नहीं कर रहा था बल्कि अमित कर रहा था। तो ये पहले दिन से ही जिस तरीके से दिल्ली पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई है, सीसीटीवी फुटेज हो या फिर निधि तक पहुंचना, उसमें भी 48 घंटे लगे। पहले दिन असल में हुआ यह कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने इस केस को बहुत लाइटली लिया। उसको लिया कि एक हिट एंड रन केस है, आमतौर पर दिल्ली में एवरेज बहुत सारे ऐसे केसेस होते हैं, यही है। तो उनको सीरियसनेस का एहसास नहीं था। लेकिन जब मीडिया या फिर लोगों का गुस्सा आया और उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक्चुअल में 48 घंटे के बाद अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू की। लेकिन अब भी जो दिल्ली पुलिस आज जिस तरीके की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, जो सबसे बड़ी अब भी जो सवाल उठ रहा दिल्ली पुलिस पर वो ये है कि आप 304 लगातार कर रहे हैं, जबकि इस केस की इकलौती जो विटनेस है निधि, उसने अपने स्टेटमेंट में साफ साफ कहा है कि उन 5 कार में जो सवार लोग थे उन्हें मालूम था कि वो जानबूझकर, उसने इस शब्द को 3 बार यूज किया कि जानबूझकर उन्होंने अंजलि को घसीटा और उन्हें सब कुछ मालूम था। तो जब यहाँ इंटेंशन क्लियर है और इधर स्पेशल कमिश्नर कह रहे हैं कि 302 लगाने के लिए इंटेंशन और फिर मोटिव होना चाहिए, तो यहाँ पर इंटेंशन और मोटिव दोनों है। अगर एक आपकी प्राइम विटनेस ये कह रही है कि जानबूझकर उन्होंने उसको घसीटा है, तो इसका मतलब यह इंटेंशन भी उसको मारने का और फिर मोटिव भी है मारने का। तो जब इंटेंशन और मोटिव दोनों है तो फिर 304 क्यों और 302 क्यों नहीं? जबकि हम जानते हैं, अपने हिस्ट्री उठाकर देख लें कि इस देश में 304 में चाहे वो BMW केस हो, जिसका आज खुद स्पेशल कमिश्नर ने एग्जाम्पल दिया, सलमान खान हिट एंड रन केस हो, एलिस्टर एक परेरा मुंबई का केस था जिसमें 7 लोगों को कुचला, BMW में 6 लोग मारे गए, इन सब में क्या हुआ? 304 ही लगाया था और दिल्ली पुलिस कह रही है हम 304 में सख्त से सख्त सजा देंगे। लेकिन अब तक किसी को भी 3 या 5 ईयर्स, 3 से 5 साल की सजा किसी को हुई नहीं है। BMW केस में तो सिर्फ 2 साल की हुई संजीव नंदा को, एलिस्टर परेरा को 3 साल की सजा हुई, सलमान खान को 5 साल की सजा, लेकिन अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में वो मामला जाएगा तो वो भी शायद कम हो जाएगा। तो 304 अगर यहाँ पे लगाते हैं तो इन 5 या 7 एक्यूज जो है, आप मान कर चलिए कि कितना भी आप कर लीजिए, 3 से 5 साल के अंदर ये सब बाहर होंगे।
Imagine that for such a serious crime, 3 to 5 years, that's it. Shams, what do you make of this whole Nidhi mystery? जैसे family अभी बता रहे हैं कि निधि को एक accused बना दो. What do you make of the fact that the Delhi police are saying she remains a witness in this case? Do you think that going by the information that we have at hand about how she fled from the spot and a lot of question marks, loopholes in her statement, she should be made an accused?
Actually, अगर आप निधि की एंट्री देखें इस पूरे केस में, वो अपने आप में बड़ा सस्पिशियस है। दिल्ली पुलिस को निधि के बारे में पता चलता है, निधि का स्टेटमेंट देती है और उसके बाद निधि फिर सामने आती है और अपना वो एक स्टेटमेंट देती है। अगर उसके पूरे स्टेटमेंट को आप देखें, पूरे इंटरव्यू में वो एक तरह से कैरेक्टर एसेसिनेशन कर रही है अंजलि का, कि उसी ने ड्रिंक किया, उसके बॉयफ्रेंड थे, उसने लड़ाई लड़ी, वो शराब पीकर गाड़ी चलाना चाहती थी, मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, मैंने तो ड्रिंक भी नहीं की, सब कुछ। तो अब सवाल यह कि जब तुमने कुछ नहीं किया और ये कह रही हो कि तुम उस दोस्त हो, एक दोस्त जो एक कार के नीचे मर रही है, मदद मांग रही है, आप उसको सड़क पे मरता हुआ छोड़कर आप घर भागते हो। न सिर्फ घर भागते हो बल्कि अगले दिन न्यूज चैनल में जब पता चलता है कि उसकी मौत हो गई, उसके बावजूद आप खामोश हो। आप इवन अंजलि की फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म नहीं करते हो, आप पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म नहीं करते हो, आप कहते हो कि मुझे डर था कि मैं फंस जाऊंगी। आपने ऐसा कौन सा क्राइम किया कि आपको डर था? कोई क्राइम तो है नहीं, साथ जाना या एक्सीडेंट अगर किसी और ने किया। तो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जिसकी निधि के स्टेटमेंट को लेकर, बल्कि ये भी है कि क्या निधि का ये स्टेटमेंट ऐसे मौके पर आया जब दिल्ली पुलिस के लोग खिलाफ थे और एक तरह से दिल्ली पुलिस की जो नाकामी थी उसमें उंगली उठ रही थी, और फिर दिल्ली पुलिस ने निधि के जरिए केस को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, लोगों की जो इमोशन उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए कि देखो मामला ये नहीं, मामला तो वो खुद ही ड्रंक एंड ड्राइविंग का है, वो खुद अंजलि ने शराब पी थी, खुद वो होटल से लौट रही थी, तो कहीं ना कहीं केस को डाइवर्ट निधि के जरिए करने का। लेकिन मैं फिर वही कह रहा हूँ कि निधि की पर्सनल लाइफ कुछ हो, उसने चाहे जो किया हो, वो अलग चीज है। बात दिल्ली पुलिस अपने दामन को इसलिए नहीं बिता सकती कि उस रात अगर 2 घंटे रिकॉर्ड पर है और 12 किलोमीटर तक उसे घसीटा गया, और 31 दिसंबर की रात है जब सड़क पे सबसे ज्यादा दिल्ली पुलिस की प्रेजेंस है, करीब 18,000 पुलिस फोर्स न्यू ईयर के ऊपर तैनात की गई थी, उनमें से आपकी एक पीसीआर की जिप्सी नहीं, आपको 12 किलोमीटर तक एक पुलिस वाला नहीं, तो फिर ये लोग कहाँ थे? तो पुलिस इन चीजों से नहीं भाग सकती, पीसीआर के रिस्पॉन्स टाइम से नहीं भाग सकती। 3 पुलिस स्टेशन के एरिया से ये पूरी चीजें हुई है, 12 किलोमीटर, अमन विहार, कंझावला और एक सुल्तानपुरी, 3 पुलिस स्टेशन में, हर पुलिस स्टेशन के पास 3 पीसीआर की जिप्सी होती है, तो कुल मिलाकर 9 पीसीआर की जिप्सी थी इन 3 थानों में। एक भी पीसीआर जिप्सी वहां नहीं पहुंची। जो पहला विटनेस था दीपक, उसने कहा कि 3:18 पर उसने पुलिस को कॉल किया, लेकिन 4 बजे तक पीसीआर की जिप्सी नहीं पहुंची। तो इन चीजों से पुलिस भाग नहीं सकती।
You know, you've really elaborated on why there are so many questions of the Delhi police right now. After hearing you, Shams, I don't think any of our viewers will have any doubts in their mind that this was not the best of investigations by the Delhi police, that they were clearly wanting from day one on how they went about this particular case. Shams, also, you know, with regards to the question about whether the accused really knew, I'll go back to Shams in just a bit. I'll bring in Himanshu also first on this broadcast. Himanshu, आप थे उस पार्किंग लॉट में जहां पे ये बेलिनो, ये एक्यूज ने छोड़ दिया। अगर आप सीसीटीवी और आज की सीसीटीवी फुटेज के बारे में बात करेंगे तो उसमें तो इतना तो कंफर्म हो गया कि एक्यूज को पता था कि वो बॉडी लेकर जा रहा था 12 किलोमीटर के लिए, क्योंकि एक एक्यूज जो है वो बाहर निकलता है गाड़ी से, पीछे जाता है और फिर नीचे देखता है गाड़ी की बात।
देखिए, बिल्कुल ये मामले में लेकर के जो B1 से एक तो एक्यूज का जो बिहेवियर था वो काफी सस्पिशियस है। देखिए किस तरीके की चीजें पुलिस को नहीं पता लगी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के शुरुआती ही वक्त में, क्योंकि शुरुआती जो टाइम होता है, कोई भी अगर क्राइम होता है तो जितनी जल्दी उसके सबूत पुलिस को मिलते हैं वो केस को बाद में आगे बढ़ाने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होते हैं, लेकिन जहाँ पुलिस के पास आई विटनेस आता है, पुलिस को यही नहीं पता था कि एक्सीडेंट के वक्त अंजलि अकेली नहीं थी। इसके अलावा जब पुलिस आगे बढ़ती है तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पुलिस को ये भी नहीं पता चल पाया कि गाड़ी अमित चला रहा था, न कि दीपक, क्योंकि पुलिस को बताया गया दीपक और पुलिस ने इस बात को मान के आगे बढ़ी। लेकिन जब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे करती है, गाड़ी के मोटर की जांच कराई जाती है और उसके बाद जब पुलिस आशुतोष के पास पहुंचती है, तब जाकर के पुलिस को पता लगता है कि गाड़ी तो अमित चला रहा था, लेकिन ये सारी चीजें इसलिए छुपाई गई पुलिस से ताकि जो ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस है अमित के पास नहीं था और इसकी वजह से दीपक को बोला गया कि दीपक गाड़ी चला रहा था। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देखिए, पुलिस ने इस पूरे मामले में 201 जो जोड़ा है वो सिर्फ इसी की वजह से नहीं जोड़ा है। 201 जो जोड़ा है पुलिस के आगे जो पूरा रूट है उसको भी गुमराह करने के आरोप से कोशिश की है। उन्होंने उस रूट के बारे में सही पुलिस को नहीं बताया।
And you know, with every day, more revelations are coming in. My final question to you, Shams, if I can bring you back on this broadcast. जैसे आपने बताया कि इतना ज़्यादा lapses था दिल्ली पुलिस से, when you look at this particular investigation, कि अभी स्वाति मालीवाल, DCW chief जो है, she's saying that this case must be handed over to the CBI. आपको क्या कहना है इसके बारे में? Do you think that there is merit here for such a demand for this case to be transferred?
सीबीआई असल में किसी भी प्रॉब्लम का सलूशन नहीं है और हम जानते हैं कि सीबीआई के पास जो भी केस जाता है वो ठंडे बस्ते में ही चला जाता है, तो फिर अंजलि को इंसाफ मिलने में और बहुत देरी होगी। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस ने जिस तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन की और आगे जो होगा, मुझे डर इस बात का है कि आज जिस तरीके से स्पेशल कमिश्नर ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि ये चूंकि 304 का ही मामला, 302 का नहीं, क्योंकि इसमें इंटेंशन और मोटिव क्लियर नहीं है, तो ये कहकर उन्होंने एक और गलती की और ये है कि जब ये मामला कोर्ट में जाएगा तो इन जो 7 एक्यूज्ड हैं इनके ही लोग, इनके वकील कोर्ट में कहेंगे कि देखिए दिल्ली पुलिस ने खुद कहा है कि हमारे जो क्लाइंट हैं इनका कोई इंटेंशन या मोटिव नहीं था जान से मारने का। तो केस एक तरह से ये स्टेटमेंट देकर इन अक्यूज को फायदा ही पहुंचाया गया दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से और देखिएगा कि केस में उनको इससे बहुत मदद मिलेगी।
Okay, so clearly at this point the Delhi police need to buck up. They need to buck up as far as the investigation goes. As the nitty-gritty is really that they're not getting into currently and they're not preempting what's going to happen next as far as this case is concerned and building a strong case against the accused, against the monsters who drove with Anjali stuck to their car for 12 kilometers. Shams, as always, appreciate you for joining us here on India Today. Your insights have really given us a sense of why the Delhi police's probe is found to be lacking right now. Thanks to Himanshu as well for getting us the latest updates. But today you had a detailed press conference, quite contrary to what we saw yesterday and the day before, where the Delhi police gave us, a few seconds of a press briefing. Today, they took questions finally from the media. And as a result, big revelations have come to the fore. The Delhi police has confirmed that 2 more accused named Ankush and Ashutosh, who is the owner of the Baleno, by the way, have been identified. They're yet to be arrested, however, at this point. The police also claimed that the accused are not linked to the victim, but were very much aware that there was a body under their car and yet kept driving.
More twists in the Delhi hit and drag case as more and more CCTV images confirmed the accused knew they were dragging Anjali's body. Cops have made some sensational revelations in the case. In the biggest development yet in the case, Delhi police revealed that 2 more accused have been identified in the case who have been recognized as Ankush and Ashutosh. Ashutosh owned the Baleno and he's now been arrested along with Ankush for misleading investigators. The 2 accused, however, weren't in the car during the hit and drag. That's not the only big revelation by the cops. All this while, the 5 accused in the custody maintained it was Deepak who was driving the car. The cops have now clarified that it wasn't Deepak but Amit who was driving the car, and the reason they tried to hide this information is because Amit does not even have a license.
CDR के आधार पर हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है। किसी भी जो भी क्रिमिनल आदमी है जिसने कोई क्राइम किया है कि उसको नॉलेज होती है कि अगर मैं ऐसे गाड़ी को मारूंगा या इसको आगे ले जाऊंगा किसी के ऊपर के इंसान से तो उसकी डेथ हो जाएगी। सीसीटीवी के एनालिसिस से एक्यूज्ड और डिसीज्ड का कहीं कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका और जो आई विटनेस है उसका भी कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है।
Meanwhile, young Anjali's family is shattered and angry. They staged a protest yet again outside the Sultanpuri police station, expressing their frustration with the police probe. While the police maintain Nidhi is a crucial witness in the case, the victim's family wants her to be named as an accused.
जांच चल रही है, संतुष्ट हैं आप उस जांच?
हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं।
संतुष्ट नहीं है?
नहीं।
अभी आप थाने जा रही हैं?
हाँ जी।
क्या कहेंगे वहाँ जाके?
फांसी चाहिए लड़कों की।
फांसी चाहिए?
हाँ जी।
इसमें न्याय हो। पूरी तरह से मामला 302 का है। 5 से 7 लोग हो गए, 7 से 10 भी हो सकते हैं। ये पूरी गिरोह का काम है। इसमें जांच बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हो। फांसी की मांग कर रहे हैं।
जब 2 जनवरी को परिवार के साथ हम SHO के पास गए थे तो वहाँ माता का 302 में बयान दर्ज होता है। पुलिस आश्वासन देती है कि ये केस 302 में चलेगा, पर आज दिल्ली पुलिस के आला अफसर आके कहते हैं कि 302 का मुकदमा ही नहीं है।
As the investigation progresses, the biggest lead for the cops has emerged from all the CCTV footage they've accessed. But the accused reportedly are giving contradictory statements, and that's why they're now considering a lie detector test to weed out more details.
Now, the investigation has also revealed that it was not Deepak but Amit who was driving the car, despite the fact that he is not having a valid driving license. The cops have also stated that while victim didn't know accused before the accident, the accused clearly knew that she was trapped under their car. Now it appears that this case is getting murkier with each passing day. In New Delhi, with Vijay Ankit Singh, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
We'll continue tracking the story and getting you all the updates very, very closely here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, part 3 of our reality check to find out if the streets of India are safe. This time we're getting you a report from the National Capital Region, from Gurugram and Noida. Stay with us for that exclusive report.
Wedding bells are ringing louder than ever as Bollywood's next it couple is finally ready to say their I do's. That's right, with New Year, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Haldwani are all set to begin a new chapter of their lives as husband and wife. According to India Today sources, the most anticipated wedding of 2023 will take place in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan in the first week of February. Sources further reveal that the couple is going all out to ensure they have a lavish Punjabi wedding. The wedding ceremonies will take place over 2 days. There will be Sangeet and Haldi on the same day, and the next day is Peras. A lot of their common friends and family members have already started shopping for marigold and yellow-themed outfits for the Haldi. Kiara was also heard discussing a Sangeet song playlist with her friends in Dubai over the New Year's. Since Sher Shah was a huge hit for both of them, Radha Lambia is already on the Sangeet playlist. Reports suggest that the guest list will include immediate family and industry friends like Karan Johar, Varun Dhawan, Katrina Kaif and Rakul Preet Singh. And after the wedding, the couple will also be hosting an elaborate reception in Mumbai. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Mrunal Thakur has signed her next film starring Nani, which is tentatively titled Nani 30. As per the glimpse released by the makers, the film looks like an emotional family drama. The image of Nani with a young girl showed that the movie could revolve around a father-daughter relationship.
నిజంగా
ఇట్రా నువ్వు చెప్పు నీ విష్ లిస్ట్ ఏంటో.
Directed by debutant filmmaker Shauryav, the film will mark Mrinal's second Telugu film after she delivered a remarkable performance in Sita Ramam, which co-starred Dulquer Salmaan and Rashmika Mandanna. The romantic drama was based on a love story between Sita, played by Mrinal, and Lieutenant Ram, essayed by Dulquer. It was directed by Hanu Raghavapudi. Meanwhile, the actress has several Hindi films lined up in 2023. One is with Aditya Roy Kapoor, titled Gumrah, which is the official remake of the hit Tamil film Thadam. She will also be seen essaying the role of the on-screen sister of Ishan Khattar in Raju Krishna Menon directorial Pipa. The film is based on the life of Brigadier Balram Singh Mehta.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Let's get your part 3 now of India Today's reality check of how safe or unsafe Indian cities are. The dismal reality on ground. We've been getting exceptional responses from all of you, from you the viewer, on our part 1 and part 2 of our reality check. So this time we sent out our team of reporters to the national capital region. This isn't just restricted to Delhi, but to parts of Gurugram, Noida and Greater Noida to conduct a safety status check. 6 reporters of the India Today group ventured out post-midnight to see what the situation is on the ground.
कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं होगी ना? यहाँ पे पुलिस बूथ भी है सामने यहाँ पे। ये पुलिस चौकी ऐसी बंद रहती है हमेशा, चालू नहीं होती कभी? क्यों?
रात में नहीं बंद रहती है।
रात में बंद रहती है, पर ये तो असिस्टेंस बूथ है ना, 24 घंटे लिखा है उस पे।
हाँ लिखा तो, पर इस टाइम इसमें कोई है वो नहीं, सब अपने घर गए हो, सोए पड़े होंगे, होएगा भी तो एक सोए पड़े होंगे।
सोए पड़े होंगे, नहीं रहता कोई यहाँ पे।
क्या हो गया?
पुलिस बूथ का पूछ रही थी मैं कि ऐसे ही बंद रहता है ये हमेशा? The time is 1:15 in the midnight and I am at the most busiest chowk of Faridabad. Of course, I was standing here for past 20 to 25 minutes, but there was not a single PCR van that made rounds in this area. What came as a surprising fact is I was when standing here, just right in front of this police assistance booth, what we found is that the real truth of this particular area. This shows that what kind of security is being provided by the Haryana police. Just because, see, this police assistance booth, which, you know, should have been working 24/7 for women's security, is locked as of now. There is no policeman, no cops present inside this police assistance booth. What we noticed in fact is while I was standing over here and waiting for 20 to 25 minutes, there were several people, you know, some coming with filthy intentions, some asking for the lift, some asking for the drops. But there was also a PCR van who came and just passed by towards the Neelam Chowk, towards the BK hospital. But then they did not even stop for a while or asked what is going on over here or what kind of help do you need. But this is the picture of the, of the police booth which we are showing you right now, which is locked, and you can see that it is in a completely dead condition. And I think this is what the real truth of the Haryana police is, and this is what the security they are providing to the women at night is. The time is 3:37 as of now, and we are going to have a reality check on the shop of an alcohol, and we'll see that we are able to purchase it or not, despite the fact that the shutters are down, but there is a small window that is open. Just go for a reality check. कोई है क्या? हाँ, अभी मिल जाएगा? मिल जाएगा? हाँ? पेमेंट कैसे लोगे? और वो नहीं है पेटीएम? गूगल पे कुछ ऑनलाइन पेमेंट है? हाँ? कैश देखती हूँ, दोस्तों से पूछती हूँ 1 मिनट के 2-4 कितने मिल जाएंगे अभी बॉटल आपके पास? मिल जाएंगे ना? अभी कब तक खुला है ये वैसे? क्या? इस पे कर दे पेमेंट स्कैनर से ना? वो खुला कब तक है ये?
जब भी 8 बंद हो जाए।
तो रोज खुला रहता है ना? आना मतलब किसी को बताना भी हो तो खुला रहता है ना रोज वैसे? कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं होगी ना यहाँ पे? ये पुलिस बूथ भी है सामने यहाँ पे? हाँ नहीं है ना, क्योंकि मैंने कहा ये पुलिस बूथ है सामने, उसकी तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, चलेगा ना? क्योंकि यहाँ पर भी और उसके पहले भी एक और बूथ है।
हाँ जी पंडित जी। अरे पूरे दिए का पंडित जी कितने? कुछ कम कर लो भाई, कर लो। पेट भरना चाहिए ना, भरा तो पीते रहो। भैया ज्यादा ड्राइवर मत कर, इतने घूमना है। पकड़ पकड़िए, मैं ले रहा हूँ भाई, मैं ले रहा हूँ।
As of now, I am also scared standing over here right in the middle of this road. And you see there, if you show Shagun, these street lights are also closed. And this is what the reality is. We have been waiting here since past 10 minutes and there's no PCR van. There was of course a police booth which was certainly closed, but then there is no PCR van taking rounds. There were few PCR vans we saw, but they were standing at a place. They were not making rounds inside the lanes, inside the gullies. They were just standing at a place at the Chaurahas. But this is what the reality depicting, the darkness of these lanes. And I think, if these lanes must have been lightened up, these lanes should have CCTV cameras so that to avoid any kind of untoward incident. But as of now, what we are seeing is far away from the actual reality. With cameraman Shagun Bharadwaj, this is Tejri reporting for India Today from Faridabad.
Our next report is from Gurugram by Milind Sharma, and the biggest takeaway from her report is that several working women, many of them who step out late into the night after night shifts or post a late shift in Gurugram, say they feel extremely unsafe, and this is because there are several streets without even street lights.
It's 1 a.m. and 15 minutes in the night. We are near the Sahara Mall area of Gurugram. It's known for its nightlife, which is why people are often seen drinking outside the pubs and clubs that are surrounding this area. You can see one PCR van is currently stationed after we shot few visuals of people drinking outside this particular establishment, and now also the police is trying to clear out this area. This is an area that sees a lot of crowd, which is why perhaps there's always one PCR van stationary here, but less can be said about other areas of Gurugram this late at night. यहाँ पे पूरा सजा हुआ था, हमारे पास तो कैमरे में शॉट्स
नहीं, आपके पास हो गया, हम इसलिए आए हैं, मैं बाहर तो हमको मिला नहीं।
चले गए आपने भगा दिए?
मैंने कहा भगा दिया, मतलब बंद, मैं पूछने आया था भी किसके आदेश से, कितने बजे तक, 4 बजे तक आदेश है ठेके के।
यहाँ पर मैंने महिला और लड़कियां नहीं देखी घूमती हुई इस वक्त रात को। रात के 1-1:30 बज रहा है अब।
आज तो कोई नहीं इधर दिखाई दे रहा, कोई एक आध ऐसे आती रहती है बाहर से, तो उनको बोल देते भाई नाइट के टाइम में अपने घर टाइम से घर चले जाओ अपने, तो ऐसे समझा देते हैं उनको, ऐसे नाइट में मत घूमा करो।
यहाँ पर मैं देख रही हूँ स्ट्रीट लाइट भी नहीं चल रही है, कुछ भी नहीं।
यही तो, अब जैसे यहाँ पे अंधेरा है, चल ठीक है लड़की निकलेंगी नहीं, लेकिन आज जब ये है ना, कोई भी कहीं से भी उठाएगा उसको अंजाम तो दे सकता ना यहाँ पे, तो ये दिक्कत है।
You can see people are actually traveling on this road, but I wouldn't be comfortable just standing. Yes, and it's pretty even on this road for that matter. It's a big highway, so it is not very safe for women to kind of walk down. Even now, we too are walking down. I don't think we would come alone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me show you how dark this whole spot is at the moment. This entire stretch of flyover remains a very unsafe stretch. There are a lot of youngsters who come here, who work over here. We did speak to some, and they said that this particular area, the patrolling is very less, and because of the less amount of patrolling here, it remains to be a very unsafe stretch for the people to come and cross it. This stretch of Gurgaon Road, there is not a single street light that is currently working. This entire stretch of road comes near the Rajiv Chowk flyover area, and big MNC offices are just about stone throw away from where we are standing right now. Let me show you that this whole stretch of the road right till the end is a dark patch which is completely unsafe after night falls. Police assistance booth in Rajiv Chowk flyover in Gurugram, and it seems to be completely shut at the moment. The time right now, according to my watch, is 2:37. It's extremely foggy. We can't see anything, but we'll try to ask people here to open this, and there is no answer from inside. And the police assistance booth is completely closed. जी भैया, आप सो रहे थे अंदर? कोई है क्या अंदर? We are trying to find out if there's someone here. There's a man who just left from here, and he just opened the door and tried to speak to someone inside. We just tried to open the door. भैया, कोई है अंदर? जी, आप लोग सो रहे थे क्या? हाँ? लाइटें ऑफ हैं, मैं बाहर से खटखटा रही थी।
खटखटाए तभी तो हम निकले बाहर।
आप लोग सो रहे थे सर, मैं बहुत टाइम से खटखटा रही हूँ।
अभी व्हीकल थोड़ा डाउन हुआ था तो अंदर चले गए।
अच्छा नहीं, बट ये पुलिस असिस्टेंस बूथ है और आप लोग अंदर देख सकते हैं। हम लोग अंदर जाओ पवन, क्या है? तो मैं तो खटखटा रही थी दरवाजा कब से, मैंने देखा कि कोई रिस्पांस नहीं दे रहा था।
पूरा रोड ये हो रहा है, मतलब रोड खाली हो गया तो अंदर बैठ के कौन
सर, लेकिन आपकी आंखें देख के साफ लग रहा है कि आप लोग सो रहे थे।
ये बताओ भाई, हमने ये यहाँ
और हम खटखटा रहे हैं, वहाँ से भी हमने पूछा, यहाँ से भी हमने पूछा, आप लोग खोल ही नहीं रहे थे। 10 मिनट से मैं खटखटा रही हूँ। इतनी देर में बाहर कोई हादसा हो जाता तो क्या होता?
हादसा होगा तो कैसे हम आएंगे? नहीं
कैसे आएंगे? आप लोग तो सो रहे थे अंदर और एक नहीं 3 लोग हैं अंदर। क्या नाम है सर आपका? क्या नाम? ASI बादल। अच्छा, we have just spoken to ASI Badal here. There were 3 police officials inside. When we tried to knock the door, they were asleep. But after some time, there was a man who came in a shawl and he happened to have pulled the door a little bit and they woke up. But eventually the problem is that what if something untoward were happening outside? Would these police officials be aware of it despite this being a police assistance booth in Gurgaon? This is Milan Sharma with Pawan Kumar reporting for India Today.
And finally, a check from Noida. Aishwarya Paliwal roamed the streets of Noida to check whether cops are actually patrolling and ensuring the safety of women. Here's what she found. I'm leaving you with this report.
It's 1:15 in the morning. It's important to start my story by telling you what time it is so that you understand the story that India Today is trying to tell you. We have seen the horrific incident that took place in Delhi and now we have moved our focus to Noida, which is a very important city in the state of Uttar Pradesh, right adjoining the national capital. I'm standing right outside a police thana. This is the police thana of sector 39. And the reason why I'm standing outside the thana is because at the moment there is no police personnel present inside. I cannot even see CCTV cameras here. This is a very prominent chalk, an intersection. But just in case you get stuck, if you are a woman and something happens to you on this on this junction, on this chalky, then at least at the moment I don't see police personnel here. There are a couple of police personnel who at the moment are on rounds, but that leaves these kind of prominent chowkis empty. It's 1:45 in the night and I'm standing right outside a police station of sector 41. The reason why I'm standing here is because I want to understand, just in case there's a woman who's standing alone, do the police personnel inside actually step out to ask me what's wrong, what the problem is? I've been standing here for almost 20 minutes and it's heartbreaking for me to tell you that the police personnel are not stepping out, nor are they asking me what the problem is. As you can see the weather, there's a thick blanket of fog. One cannot see barely 20 meters away, and in this weather, if there is a woman who's standing right outside a police station, police personnel are not coming out. I can also tell you that there is a taxi which has just stopped barely 20 meters away from me. I don't know what he's trying to see, but this is happening right outside a police station. I am also here. The taxi driver too has stopped his vehicle barely 20 meters away from where I am standing. At 3 in the morning, will Noida police come looking for you? Are they patrolling? Are they patrolling enough? Rather, that's the question to be asked. Is it safe for a woman? If a woman is alone, is it safe for her in her car to be driving at wee hours in the morning? My blinkers are on. The visibility is almost zero. And now I'll stop my vehicle on the left hand side and actually wait to see if help comes, if police personnel come, and if patrolling is actually as stringent as the authorities claim it to be. The reason why Anjali was dragged for 12 kilometers is because no one came to her rescue. There were eyewitnesses who could feel something was wrong. People did not call the PCR van on time. Even the PCR van that came out, that reached the spot, was too late. And this is the crux of the problem. I'm a journalist. Still, my vehicle has been standing on the main expressway, the expressway which connects Noida with Agra, with Lucknow. The weather is not conducive. The visibility is almost zero. Unfortunately, no one has come to check up on me. And it's almost 3:30 in the morning. Just in case a girl gets stuck, help will scarcely, barely reach her on time. With camera person Sanjay Kumar, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
It's total luxury in the sky. You've just spent over 3 lakh rupees. You flew business class on this Air India flight to New York. And now you're on your way back home to Delhi. After you finish your finely crafted business class meal, you hunker down for some rest before arrival. The cabin lights are dimmed. The gentle hum of the aircraft lulls you into what you hope will be some sleep. Except you heard the sound of water splashing down on you in the dark. And in a moment of horror, you realize it isn't water because there's a dark figure looming over you, urinating in your lap. Close your eyes for a moment. We wish we were making this up, but we are not. This really happened on November 26 last year to a lady senior citizen on an Air India flight from New York to Delhi, who shot off an anguished letter to N. Chandrasekharan, chairman of the Tata Group that now owns Air India. The lady passenger says she had just finished lunch and the lights were switched off in the cabin. One of the other business class passengers, totally drunk, walked up to her, unzipped and began urinating all over her. After he finished, he simply walked back and sat in his seat. According to the complaints, the crew didn't respond appropriately, and only after the traumatized passenger went to them did they attempt to cleanse the seat and offer her a crew seat for the remainder of the flight. Worst of all, the drunk offender was allowed to simply leave after the flight landed. It was over a month later that Air India complained to the Delhi police on December 28, forcing an FIR to be registered. Whether or not the urinating passenger faces a blacklist from flying, and worse, remains to be seen. But the incident is the latest in a slew of incidents involving obnoxious Indian air travelers, from fighting like rowdies to yelling and abusing cabin crew. It's clearly the season of the loathsome Indian passenger. Bureau Report, India Today.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders Reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the patient health questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The author suggests that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
In a broad range for the market. What will it take for the markets to really break out of this range? Will it be the corporate earnings? Will it be some positive news flows from the budget? What will really help the markets really break out of this range?
So I don't think that there will be the big surprise or big nervousness from the corporate earning. Some of the prices are discounting that, but the key trigger might be the budget. However, this budget is key trigger. As I said, that the last budget of this tenure of the government, and if anything happens related to your corporate taxes, related to your GST, related to your STT, or anything related to the infra boosting or income spending on the agricultures, so these are going to be the key trigger. And I think because of these key trigger, any decline due to the global market will be bought. So we need to understand that we are falling because of the global market, but we are holding because of the domestic strength. If you notice, in last couple of quarters, FIs were continuously selling, but DIs were continuously buying and supporting the Indian indices and Indian markets. So we believe there is a huge money into the DIs, and that money is likely to hold the sentiment on the lower side. So I think after the corporate earning, the budget will be the key event, which could give a decisive momentum to the Indian market.
But for this year as a whole, if I have to ask you, 2023, most of the brokerage houses have said that, it's going to be another year which could be volatile after the roller coaster ride that we've seen already in 2022. And perhaps it could be a year of no or low returns. What are your thoughts on the benchmarks per se, or on the Nifty Bank perhaps, if people want to stay with the index? What kind of return can they really expect, or is it actually wiser to be going and sticking with the stocks that can actually help you create alpha?
So Sakshi, when you talk about the generating alpha, then definitely we have to go with the stock-specific activities. And selective stocks have potential to do better than the indices. If I talk about the broader market, I believe it would be tough to generate bigger return, but yes, base of the market is shifting higher. So at least market is all set to head towards the recent highs. That is for positional point of view. I'm not commenting on the immediate point of view.
Sure.
So if you look at the last month, December was down. It formed a bearish engulfing. Usually, historically, January also has the dull momentum where the bounces are being restricted if I look at the data of last 15 years. But again, due to the budget, and this is a different budget where dips could be bought. So I believe that somehow 17,777 or 17,500 could be the major support. We can head towards 18,500, then 18,881 to 19,250. So these are the levels we are closely watching for this entire 2023.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by Samsonite. Tested like Samsonite. Polycab Green Wires. Citroen C3 Express Your Style.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. And Preeti Chaudhary, these are the headlines. Delhi police make startling revelations in the Delhi hit and drag case. Cops identified 2 more accused in the case who were not in the car but tried to shield accused. Cops claim accused were aware of body under car.
उन्होंने ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था.
Shocking details emerge in the Air India urination horror. The complainant accuses airline of no action and that she was forced to confront the passenger. The senior citizen also says the crew exercised poor judgment in the quality of alcohol served to the man. Second urination horror once again on an Air India flight from Paris to Delhi. Man urinates on woman's blanket mid-air, let off after he gives a written apology. Interim relief for 50,000 Haldwani residents. Supreme Court stays demolition of Haldwani houses. Supreme Court says 50,000 people cannot be uprooted overnight. Ahead of Pathan's release, fringe protest in Ahmedabad theatre warns against releasing of Shah Rukh's Deepika starrer. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella meets Prime Minister Modi, says inspired to see India's focus on digital transformation, assures help for Digital India vision. Prince Harry details physical attack by his brother William over his marriage to American actor Meghan Markle, says William called Meghan difficult, rude and abrasive. All right, viewers, let's get you the latest in the Air India urination horror number 1. The man who urinated on a senior citizen has been identified. The woman's letter also to the airline where she details how the crew and the staff of that particular airline completely disrespected her. Also, the identity of the man has been revealed.
The man who urinated on a woman on an Air India flight has been identified. Shekhar Mishra, the offender, is a Mumbai-based businessman. The Delhi police has filed an FIR against him. Mishra has been booked under various sections of the Indian Penal Code and aircraft rules. He faces charges of indulging in an obscene act, outraging a woman's modesty, and misconduct in public by a drunk person. Air India on Wednesday confirmed reports about the incident that took place on a flight from New York to Delhi on November 26. India Today has accessed full details of that complaint. The woman passenger says that she was made to confront the offender despite clearly stating that she wanted the drunk man to be arrested on arrival. She alleges that her phone number was passed on to the man as the staff told her that the offender will reimburse her for soiled clothes and shoes. The woman passenger has accused the in-flight crew of not being proactive. She says that they were unprofessional and didn't show good judgment about how much alcohol to serve a passenger.
One must be careful about this. The fellow passenger who urinated on the woman is totally wrong.
We also have to check the male passenger while they are boarding. Either they are in a genuine position or they are carrying any liquor or having any liquor. We have testers now, so we have to check the fellow passengers too. Because airline should serve the liquor on the plane, but they are not allowing the passenger who are already having something now. So we have to check them.
Airline regulatory body DGCA has now issued a show cause notice to Air India seeking details of the incident. The regulator says that prima facie, the conduct of the airline appears to be unprofessional and has led to a systematic failure. While Air India has banned Shekhar Mishra for 30 days, the action comes more than a month late. The airline had not even reported the incident. Air India has a lot to answer for. With Polami Saha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Because yes, the incident horrifying, but also horrifying has been the way the crew reacted to the senior citizen in question. She was 70-year-old. I want to connect right now to my colleague Polami, who's been tracking details of the incident. Polami, a statement might have been given out by Air India, but grave questions now arise at the back of the letter of the elderly senior citizen, which the airline cannot get away with.
Oh, absolutely not. Several questions, in fact, about the airline concerning which the DGCA has taken note as well. Now, the DGCA only received a report concerning this yesterday, which is when the media reported about it. And we're talking about an incident that happened on November 26th last year. So now the DGCA learns of it. The DGCA, of course, does its own fact-finding. Prima facie, it gets a reply from the airline. And on the basis of it, it decides that the airline and its crew's conduct in this incident was completely unprofessional. It did not appreciate its regulatory obligations in terms of how to deal with an unruly passenger. This is a complete systemic failure, is what the DGCA calls it, which is why the DGCA has now issued a show cause notice to the account manager, Air India, as well as the director in-flight services, all the pilots and the cabin crew members who were on that ill-fated flight of AI 102 New York, New Delhi on November 26th. They've been given 2 weeks' time to submit their replies. Depending on the basis of which, and the DGCA will then take any further action. But a clear indictment of the airline and its conduct in the context of this incident by the DGCA, Preeti.
You know, Polami, stay on with me because, you know, what's intriguing yet deeply shocking is that this is just not one particular incident. You know, it's strange, but I want to quickly get our viewers up to speed with this second incident, viewers. Yes, another incident of mid-air on board one passenger again urinating on another passenger. Just 10 days after the November 26th incident of a man peeing on his co-passenger mid-air, another incident again of an inebriated drunk male passenger urinating on a blanket of a female passenger was reported on the Paris-Delhi Air India flight. This incident happened on the 6th of December on Air India flight 142, and the pilot of the aircraft reported the matter to the air traffic control at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, following which the male passenger was apprehended. What is shocking is that the passenger was allowed to leave after the two passengers had a mutual compromise and the accused tendered a written apology. Polami, would you give us details? Do we know the name of this particular passenger? This is the second incident that happened. Detail the incident for us.
Well, we're trying to get more details about this incident. This incident, of course, was not reported yet again by the airline. We spoke to our sources within the DGCA. They have no information or knowledge of any such incident. The Delhi police did not get any sort of case which was registered in this matter. They, of course, are claiming, sources are claiming that this is because, I beg your pardon, this is because the woman flyer chose not to, in fact, proceed forward with the police case, and the two passengers in question came to a mutual compromise, quote unquote, and a written apology was given by the male passenger to the female passenger, because of which the matter was settled, and this unruly and obnoxious male passenger was allowed to get away again scot-free. But the airline has a lot to answer for. Yes, the pilot did report the matter to the ATC, after which, of course, the CISF apprehended the male passenger on arrival. But a case should have been registered against him. We're waiting to hear from the airline as to whether they took any sort of action against the male passenger, whether they, in fact, put him on a no-fly list. What is, the course of action that they followed? Because as far as reporting the incident is concerned, as should have been protocol, which is what DGC has reprimanded them in the November 26th matter. They did not report this December 6th matter to the DGC again. So several lapses again, as far as Air India is concerned, raising huge questions on how is the airline allowing all of this to happen and allowing these passengers to get away scot-free.
Well, you're right there, Pauline. We're going to keep coming back to you for more details. I want to quickly shift focus ears now to the other big development. The Delhi hit and drag case only keeps getting murkier. Here's more.
India stunned by the New Year hit and run horror in the national capital. 20-year-old Anjali died on the night when police surveillance should have been at its best. But as more and more skeletons stumble out of the closet, the case is getting murkier. This is where it all began. In the CCTV footage, Anjali and Nidhi can be seen coming out of the hotel to a spot where their scooty was parked, but both the girls are seen arguing. But eventually, they rode together with Anjali riding pillion. Moments after that, another CCTV footage shows Anjali driving the scooty and Nidhi riding pillion. Nidhi had claimed Anjali was drunk, a claim which has been rubbished by Anjali's family. In the next set of footage, Anjali's scooter can be seen taking a U-turn and the Baleno blinking the dipper. Instead of stopping and helping the wounded, the five in Baleno, allegedly drunk, kept driving while Anjali is stuck under their car. They dragged her for 12 long kilometers. Anjali's friend Nidhi claims she fled the accident spot out of fear. A CCTV footage which has come as a massive shocker shows a police PCR van on the same route where Anjali was dragged for 12 kilometers. This CCTV has raised several questions on Delhi Police's security check as they failed to notice the 20-year-old woman stuck under the car. Anjali's friend, who fled the accident spot, reached home at around 1:30 am. According to the timestamp on the CCTV footage, well before the moment accident took place. This has raised doubts about Nidhi's version of events that night. Nidhi kept mum for 2 days. Didn't inform Anjali's parents about her sordid accident. She broke her silence only after the cops spotted her in the CCTV footage. This footage, however, is the smoking gun. After dragging Anjali for 12 kilometers, the car stops and the accused gets out of the car. Watch carefully. One of them goes to the back of the car, bends down and checks the left side to see if Anjali's body is still there. Proof that the accused very much knew they were dragging her body for 12 kilometers. 3 of the accused then move away from the car and board an auto while 2 others drive the car away. This footage establishes how the accused knew they had dragged Anjali and then hatched an elaborate escape plan. It was at 4:51 am when the accused finally parked their car in Rohini almost 3 hours after they hit Anjali and dragged her on the Delhi roads. What really transpired in those 3 hours? Why did Anjali's friend Nidhi stay silent? How did a police PCR fail in spotting a woman being dragged? Some of these questions which need to be answered to solve this Delhi horror twister. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, let's quickly shift focus right now to Haldwani. Interim relief coming in for 50,000 residents who were evicted under the cloud of demolition where it came down to their houses. Here's the latest.
Prayers answered. Hands raised in supplication to save their 70-year-old neighborhood
on a 2-kilometer strip of land. The stretch, housing 50,000 residents, faced mass eviction and demolition drives over a state high court order to railway authorities to clear it of unauthorized occupation. Locals staged protest. Petitioners moved the Supreme Court against the Uttarakhand High Court order in December. On Thursday, the country's top court issued a stay.
कोर्ट इस चीज से पीड़ित थे कि 50,000 लोगों को 7 दिन में हटाया जा रहा है और ये कोर्ट को लगा कि जिस तरह से हाई कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दी ये कानून के तहत नहीं है, इसीलिए कोर्ट ने उस पर स्टे लगा दी.
The Supreme Court ruled that there cannot be uprooting of 50,000 people in 7 days, as directed by the High Court earlier. The justices, while issuing temporary relief to the Haldwani residents, underscored the need to find a practical solution to the issue.
ये कहा कि आप इस पूरे मामले को गौर से देखकर और इसका कोई रास्ता निकालिए, कुछ हल निकालिए, इसका समाधान निकालिए. हम ये नहीं चाहते हैं कि पहले ये नीचे जाए, फिर ऊपर आए, फिर नीचे जाए, ये कोर्ट में ही घूमता रहे. हम चाहते हैं कि रेलवे का भी काम हो जाए अगर रेलवे को जगह की जरूरत है.
Out in the cold to protest the demolition orders, the residents welcomed the Supreme Court's stay. With the protesting residents mostly being Muslims, the issue has turned political at the ground level.
ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि एविक्शन और अतिक्रमण जैसे मामले को भी सांप्रदायिक रंग देकर इस पर राजनीति की जा रही है, वोट बैंक की राजनीति की जा रही है और भड़काने की चेष्टा की जा रही है.
The state government, however, insists it will honor the court order.
रेल विभाग माननीय हाई कोर्ट में और माननीय उच्च न्यायालय में जो भी उनका फैसला, जो भी उनका मुकदमा था वो चल रहा था और राज्य सरकार की तरफ से हमने पहले ही कहा है कि जो भी न्यायालय का आदेश होगा हम उसके अनुरूप आगे कार्रवाई करेंगे.
But the legal battle continues. The matter is scheduled for next Supreme Court hearing on February the 7th.
Celebrations have broken out in Uttarakhand, but after the Supreme Court's order, work cut out for the railways and the state government to not only demarcate what land belongs to whom, but also ensure that a rehabilitation policy is created as soon as possible. In New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur with Amit Bhardwaj and Ankit Sharma in Haldwani for India Today.
Let's shift focus right now to Maharashtra, Mumbai. The Delhi Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath was in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, trying to get investment for his state, Uttar Pradesh. He met businessmen, industrialists in the financial capital, inviting them to UP Investment Summit. He also lauded several strengths of UP, implying that the state is safe and fit for business. The Chief Minister has been campaigning within India and abroad to gather industrialist attendees to fulfill Prime Minister Modi's target 1 trillion economy.
उत्तर प्रदेश इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ने के लिए पूरी तत्परता के साथ कार्य कर रहा है. मैं इसके लिए आप सबको 10 से 12 फरवरी के बीच उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में आयोजित ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट के लिए सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं और मुझे विश्वास है कि हमारी टीम के साथ मिलकर के आप उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अपना निवेश करेंगे, उन सभी सेक्टर्स में उन संभावनाओं को तलाशेंगे जो न केवल आपके लिए बल्कि उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए भी बहुत फ्रूटफुल होगा. इस विश्वास के साथ मैं आज के इस रोड शो कार्यक्रम में आप सबका एक बार फिर से स्वागत करता हूं और आप सबको उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बेहतरीन निवेश के साथ बेहतरीन वातावरण देने का आश्वासन भी देता हूं.
Viewers, for those tracking and interested in the British royal family drama, you don't want to miss this.
In his highly anticipated autobiography, Spare, Prince Harry has alleged a physical attack by his brother, Prince William, as their relationship fell apart over the younger prince's marriage to actor Meghan Markle. According to the book, Prince Harry described a confrontation at his London home in 2019 in which Prince of Wales William called Meghan difficult, rude and abrasive. The altercation between the two princes forms a startling passage in Spare. In one of the excerpts, Harry writes, and we quote, "He set down the water, called me another name, then came at me. It all happened so fast, so very fast. He grabbed me by the collar, ripping my necklace, and he knocked me to the floor. I landed on the dog's bowl, which cracked under my back, the pieces cutting into me. I lay there for a moment dazed, then got to my feet and told him to get out." Unquote. The book's title, Spare, comes from an old saying in royal and aristocratic circles that a first son is an heir to titles, power and fortune, and the second will be a spare. Harry's resentment at being the spare is the unifying theme of his book, through the chapters on his childhood, schooling, career as a royal, and in the British Army. The autobiography promises to shed light on his relationship with his parents and brother and his life with Meghan through courtship, wedding, and their own experience of parenthood. For the unversed, their acrimonious split from the royal family has been the subject of endless press coverage, including their infamous interview with Oprah Winfrey in 2021 that caused a huge stir across the realm of the crown. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
With that, viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break. Stay with us. On the other side is our fact check segment.
Delhi, Mumbai, Ranchi, Surat. Jains have hit the streets in protest across the country. They are up in arms against a decision that changes the classification of Samed Shikharji pilgrimage site on Parasnath Hills. The root of the protesters' anger stems from the 2019 Jharkhand government's decision to designate Parasnath Hills as a religious tourism spot. The same year, the Narendra Modi government notified the biggest pilgrimage site for Jains as an eco-sensitive zone with potential for ecotourism. In 2022, the Hemant Soren government released a new tourism policy that mentioned Parasnath Hill as a religious tourism destination instead of a pilgrimage site.
ऐसे पवित्र तीर्थ स्थल की पावनता को बनाए रखना सबकी जिम्मेदारी है। सरकार की भी जिम्मेदारी है। सरकार को चाहिए कि उसे बना के रखे, क्योंकि जो नोटिफिकेशन हुआ है उसमें जो वर्णित बातें हैं उसको लेकर के समाज में अनेक प्रकार की भ्रम और भय आशंका भी है।
There are other reasons for the Jain community's anger spilling onto the streets. The vandalization of a Jain shrine on Shatrunjay Hill in Palitana of Gujarat has also sparked outrage. A Jain saint's Charan Paduka, housed in the shrine, was desecrated on November 26th. Since then, the Jains have taken out around 85 rallies across the state in protest. The police arrested a suspect on December 23rd. They termed the incident a robbery bid. The community now wants the state government to declare Shatrunjay Hills as a protected site.
टूट-फूट करना, अत्याचार करना, अतिक्रमण करना, ये सभी कार्य हो रहा है। आदिनाथ दादा के चरण पादुका उसको भी खंडित किया गया। सीसी कैमरे का स्तंभ भी तोड़ दिया गया। पारसनाथ समेत शिखर तीर्थ, इसके ऊपर भी झारखंड सरकार ने उसको पर्यटन स्थल के रूप में घोषित कर दिया और इसके माध्यम से वहाँ पे सप्त व्यसन होने जा रहे उस तीर्थ को भी पवित्र धाम घोषित करें, पर्यटक स्थल नहीं रखे। ऐसे हम झारखंड सरकार को एवं केंद्र सरकार को ये हमारा आवेदन दे रहे हैं। हम विनम्रता से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं।
With political heat on the issue rising, both centre and Jharkhand government are reaching out to the Jain community for a peaceful resolution. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching a fact-check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting that this particular video from the United States is of a deer rescued in midst of the deadly US winter storm. Incorrect. It's an old video from a Central Asian country, nothing to do with the United States. With that, a quick break. Stay with me. On the other side is To the Point.
Amazon, the company that delivers packages at your doorstep, could soon be seen delivering you the electricity. In order to trade clean energy in India, Amazon has established a new energy company called AEI New Energy Trading Private Limited that works with Indian energy producing firms. While the US-based company will utilize the energy to power its own operations, there's a chance it may also power your home. The largest corporate consumer of clean energy in the world holds a Category 3 trade license in India. The American company has contracted with private firms to supply it with 720 megawatts of power. Amazon will use this electricity to power its warehouses, cloud services centers, web centers, other operations, and to our homes through local electricity service providers. But why is this billion-dollar behemoth attempting to enter the electricity market when its primary business is thriving? The answer is to target of becoming a carbon-neutral firm by 2040. This would also assist India in achieving its carbon-neutral goal, which was set for 2070. By 2047, the nation also aims to revolutionize power generation through the development of green energy and enhance job growth. So soon, it could be a possibility that our Amazon OTT box is powered by Amazon itself.
Membership 1, खुशियां अनेक.
Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be
from those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious material history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart. Driven by, at Hyundai we are going beyond mobility.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. The countdown to what could be one of the big elections this year has begun. The ruling Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress are right in the thick of things with the campaign, including, of course, the JDS. Slated to enter into a heated battle for Karnataka with the assembly elections coming up in just the next 4 months. As both parties prepare for battle, polarizing incidents have begun peaking in the poll-bound state. BJP MP Nalin Katil recently stoked a big row by stating the state's focus should be on love jihad and not civic issues like road and sewage. While Hindu group Bajrang Dal have now set up an anti-love jihad helpline to protect Hindu women. Not just that, the BJP is also eyeing another Ram Mandir, but this time in Karnataka's Ramanagara. Now, this begs the question if polarization is the tone for the Karnataka elections, or at least where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, the main poll planks subaltern Hindutva. Meanwhile, the Karnataka, like we pointed out, the state heading to polls, the higher education minister as well. There have been a number of leaders upping the ante when it comes down to the Hindutva poll pitch, and doing just the same was Ashwath Narayan, mulling on the construction of a Ram Mandir in the state, similar to the one in Ayodhya. The government plans to table the plan in the next state budget. Meanwhile, opposition, all guns blazing at the Saffron Party, accusing to trying and wooing Hindu votes. Here's more.
Ahead of the 2023 Assembly elections, state of war Karnataka intensifies. Eyeing the Hindu vote bank, the BJP is planning to build a Ram Mandir in the state on the lines of Ayodhya Temple in Ramnagara. The Basavaraj Bommai government will announce the temple construction on budget day. The state higher education minister, Ashwath Narayan, also claimed Uttar Pradesh chief minister will lay foundation stone for the temple.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಮನಗರ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಆಗಿರೋದು ರಾಮನ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲೇ. ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಕೆಂಗಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯನವರು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ಪೇಟೆ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಹೆಸರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ರಾಮನಗರ ಅಂತ ನಾಮಕರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಮನ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಣೆ, ರಾಮ ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಳ ರಾಮದೇವರ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಮನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿವನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಜೀರ್ಣೋದ್ಧಾರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
The government is planning to redevelop this temple in Ramnagara, about 45-minute drive from Bengaluru.
So we just climbed around 500 flights of stairs, and the view, I must tell you, was breathtaking. And this is what we came up to. As you can see, this is the temple here, the Ram Mandir. The officials here, they want to call this as the Dakshina Ayodhya. They want to replicate the model that we've seen in Ayodhya Ram Mandir there. They want to do the same thing here. So for people who can't really go up north, the South Indians here, they can come here and visit the Ram Mandir here in Ramnagar.
This is an old Ram temple. It is believed Lord Ram, Sita and Lakshman stayed here during their exile. Devotees climb 500 steps to get a glimpse of Lord Ram.
ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಜಾಗ ಬಂದು ರಾಮದೇವರು ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗ. ಒಂದು 4ರಿಂದ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ವನವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಐತಿಹ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಬಂದು ರಾಮತೀರ್ಥ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ವನವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸೀತಾಮಾತೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೀರು ಸಿಗದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ರಾಮದೇವರು ಬಾಣ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರು ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಆಳ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬ ಆಳ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ವರ್ಷ ಮಳೆ ಬರದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ನೀರು ಬತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನೀರಿದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
The master plan also entails special pathway for those with physical disability. Marble stairs and dome will also be constructed. Meanwhile, politics explode over the planned Ram temple. The opposition has hit out, accusing the state government of trying to divert focus from development issues.
ಅಯೋಧ್ಯ ಕರ್ಕೊಬಂದು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಸೀತಾ ಮಂದಿರನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಅಶ್ವತ್ಥನಾರಾಯಣ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ. ನಮ್ದೇನು ತಗರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಪಾಪ ಬಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ರಾಮನಗರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾದ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The JDS too has rejected the proposal for the temple. The constituency is represented by H.D. Kumaraswamy.
ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ನಿಂತು ಖುದ್ದು ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಯೋಗಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಸೋದಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿನ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗರ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕನಕಪೀಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತೂರು ಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಕರೆಸಿ ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸವಾಲನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
As BJP once again raises Hindutva pitch in the state, it seems the party is literally fighting the elections Ram Bharose. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, the sweet symphony behind that story, with all political parties concurring and saying we'll build a Ram Mandir together. Well, on ground, it's not as easy, as simple. It's highly and deeply political. I want to cut across right now to our guest this evening. Joining me is T.M. Veera Raghav. He's a senior journalist. I have S. Prakash, spokesperson, Karnataka Bharatiya Janata Party. Lavanya Balal, spokesperson, Karnataka Congress. Mr. Veera Raghav, I want to begin with you. Maybe set the premise for elections that we're going to see